Welcome to 217 Kolak YT. The chapter begins. Above the ruined cityscape, helicopters circled as chaos raged below. The streets were torn apart, buildings scarred with cracks, and burning wreckage scattered across the battlefield. Magic beasts prowled through the destruction, their monstrous roars echoing between the towers as soldiers scrambled for survival. From within the smoke, a shadow surged forward. With blinding speed, Suho's figure cut through the battlefield. His strike met a beast head-on, the impact exploding with a burst of energy that sent the creature collapsing instantly. Its luminous eyes widened in terror before fading into lifeless stillness. Suho pressed forward without pause, his movements fluid and overwhelming. Another beast lunged at him with its gaping maw, only for him to leap high into the air. His body twisted mid-flight, and with precise force, he brought his strike down upon its skull, the blow crushing the monster with brutal finality. The battlefield trembled beneath the weight of his strength. Landing effortlessly amid the wreckage, Suho's calm expression revealed no strain. He looked over the fallen creatures in silence. They had all been taken down in a single strike each. A thought surfaced in his mind. He could no longer measure how much stronger he had become. Hunters clashed with the rampaging beasts, their blades fueled by unfamiliar power. One of them felt his movements surge with newfound speed, his body lighter than before. The black equipment that had manifested upon him radiated with otherworldly strength. With exhilaration in his eyes, he cut down a monster and shouted with conviction that he could kill these magic beasts with this strength. Suho observed from a distance, his sharp gaze studying the hunters as they fought with renewed vigor. The shadow equipment wrapped around them pulsed faintly, enhancing every motion, every strike. It was clear to him now, the stat-increasing effect of the shadow items was making the hunters stronger. Watching them hold their ground, Suho realized they no longer needed his help in this battle. Suho's hand extended, and his voice carried a quiet command that resonated with power: arise. Shadows rippled outward, twisting and contorting into monstrous forms with glowing eyes and jagged teeth. The energy of the abyss surged at his call, reshaping into black armor and weaponry born of pure darkness. This was shadow creation, the skill he had obtained through his class advancement. A power that allowed him to take the essence of shadows and forge them into items. As the flow of information from his shadow soldiers poured into his mind, he understood the materials they once were: scales, claws, bones, essence, and he could now dismantle and reassemble them into whatever form he desired. Dark plates of armor formed around his body, each piece radiating ominous purple light. A shoulder guard materialized, hardened from naga scales, carrying the strength of creatures that once lived. Gauntlets took shape over his arms, crackling with latent force. A belt followed, cinching tightly, laced with the agility of the beasts whose shadows it was forged from. Every piece shimmered with runic inscriptions as the system displayed their attributes before him. The creation grade varied with each item. Those he could naturally envision emerged as rare grade, glowing with refined craftsmanship. But when he forced the process, the results faltered, creating mere common grade pieces. Suho narrowed his gaze, realizing the connection. True mastery lay in aligning the characteristics of the material to its intended form. Only then could higher-grade equipment be forged. His status window flickered before his eyes, listing his class: irregular, white shadow. His stats were formidable, bolstered by the shadow items he now wielded. New skills accompanied this power: storage to hold the crafted items within his own shadow, and contract, a binding ability that could turn heroic-grade items into levelable artifacts bearing unique names. Yet his attention lingered on the class name itself. White Shadow. The words echoed in his mind with a weight he did not yet understand. What did it mean? Why was this path chosen for him? As he contemplated, colossal beasts stirred, their massive forms lurching back into motion. Steps echoed sharply against the stone beneath him, steady and unfaltering. With every stride, the battlefield trembled, shadows curling at his heels as he prepared to meet what came next. But then suddenly another figure appeared, crashing the monster on the ground. The battlefield calmed for a fleeting moment as Suho stood, his black armor pulsing faintly with shadow energy. From the opposite side, a white-haired figure approached, golden eyes gleaming with a mischievous spark. Their gazes locked, Suho's expression unreadable while the stranger's lips curved into a sly, knowing smile. It's the apostle of Iterum. Without warning, the ground quaked as another monstrous beast erupted from beneath the rubble, its massive form crashing down. The apostle instantly sprang into motion, the earth shattering beneath his leap. His figure glimmered as he charged forward with relentless speed, eyes fixed on the enemy ahead. With a casual raise of his hand, he commanded, "Amplify," his voice sharp as lightning. The air detonated in a golden explosion. Energy burst outward like a storm, and the monsters around him were obliterated in an instant. Blinding flashes illuminated the wreckage as their bodies crumbled to dust under the sheer force of his spell. Hunters nearby could only stare in awe. Their voices trembled as they whispered what their eyes could barely believe. He had defeated all those beasts, so many of them, in one devastating strike. The ruined city streets fell eerily silent, littered with the colossal remains of magic beasts, as the mysterious white-haired man stood unshaken in the center of the carnage. Suho blinked, turning toward the apostle. Elsewhere, across the monitors, the battle footage played, Suho standing amidst the wreckage, facing the silver-haired stranger. Jinwoo leans forward in shock, whispers rising in the room. He nearly collapsed in relief as he realized the figure was unmistakably Suho, alive and unscathed. His voice trembled as he shouted at the screen, berating Suho for not contacting them sooner, but his eyes betrayed his overwhelming relief. But then, Chairman Wu's phone rings. Elsewhere, news spread swiftly. Hunter Choi prepared themselves, hushed conversations filling the air. "Did you see the news? The Black Mask. Hunter Sung's Suho has appeared," came the murmurs, echoing through the halls. His eyes hardened with suspicion and recognition. Hunter Lim's voice echoes on the other side. "The one I met with Lee Min-sung. It's definitely him," his voice sharp with certainty. He called for Suho's arrest, his suspicions framing him as a villain tied to the chaos of Star Powder and even to Min-sung's death. Yet opposition arose immediately, urging restraint Chairman Wu, reminding them that no evidence existed proving Suho to be evil. Amid this storm of accusation and defense, Hunter Choi's voice spoke with calm conviction. A hunter in a crimson coat acknowledged Suho's power, but insisted he be brought before the Hunters Association. He revealed his own investigation. Suho was connected to President Jinwoo, nephew of the association's chairman. The hunter's words were laced with calculated sharpness, insisting justice be pursued wisely, not rashly. Back on the battlefield, a tense silence hung between Suho and the hunter. The latter pressed a hand to his earpiece, reporting in a low tone. "Yes, Guildmaster. He's right in front of me." His golden eyes flickered towards Suho with predatory focus. Suho narrowed his gaze, recognizing the man. This was the one who had recently risen to prominence, gaining the title of S-rank hunter. The name surfaced in his thoughts like a whisper of foreboding, Park Dujene. Suho studied him carefully, unease flickering in his thoughts. Why was this man smiling while looking at him? Yet again, that faint grin lingered as Dujene pressed a hand to his earpiece, responding to his guild master's orders. Then, in a steady voice, he addressed him directly. "Hunter Sung Suho." Suho narrowed his gaze, confused. The smile hadn't faded. Dujene's tone hardened, revealing the truth. The Reaper Guild Master had ordered him to escort Suho to the Hunters Association. This wasn't an offer, no recruitment. His words struck like iron. Suho was wanted, accused of the murder of Vice Guild Master Lee Min-sung and suspected of distributing Star Powder. Wanted? Suho's eyes widened at the accusation, the weight of the words sinking in. Park Dujene's aura flared, golden energy surging around him like wildfire. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't make a mess," he warned, and just followed me quietly. His presence was suffocating, authority rolling off him in waves. But before Suho could respond, the voices of hunters nearby cut through the tension. They stepped forward, anger burning in their eyes. "Wait, I don't know what misunderstanding you have, but he helped us. This is an abuse of power." Their defiance rang clear, a shield raised in Suho's defense. Suho lifted a hand calmly, his voice steady. "I'm fine. Thank you for standing up for me." The hunters froze, their anger tempered by the quiet confidence in his words. "I'll go on my own volition," Suho continued. His gaze hardened, unflinching. "I was thinking of going to the Hunters Association anyway." The hunters murmured among themselves, admiration sparking in their eyes. Suho's resolve was undeniable, his composure unshaken even under false accusations. "That young man really is admirable," one whispered. Another added with conviction, "He even gave us new gear." Suho exhaled, realizing something as the mist coiled around his hand. "Ah, I almost forgot to take the shadows with me." And with that, the battlefield stirred once more at his command. The shadow storage skill shimmered before Suho, its description etched in light. 14 items now rested within the depths of his darkness, ready to be summoned at will. A faint smile crossed his face as the black mist curled at his feet. Storing shadows made everything easier, more efficient. But from nearby, Park Dujene's golden eyes locked onto him. Suho's form reflected within their glow. His voice, low and deliberate, carried Suho's name. The tension between them sharpened. The atmosphere between Suho and Park Dujene thickened, a current of unspoken tension sparking between them. Dujene studied him intently. His growth was undeniable, his power vastly different from before. Whatever had happened in these past days had pushed Suho far beyond the ordinary. Suho's calm gaze cut through the silence. "Are you not coming?" he asked, stepping forward. Dujene followed at his side, his thoughts sharp and calculating. The possibility of the star fragment failing against him had grown slim. Until that mystery was unraveled, sticking close to Suho was the only choice. Suddenly, alarms blared. Hunters around them pulled out their phones, confusion spreading as red alerts flashed across their screens. An emergency warning had been issued. "What's this?" "An outbreak," someone muttered, shock creeping into their voices. The name of the place chilled them further, Jisan Prison. The facility where dangerous awakened criminals were locked away. Suho's eyes narrowed at the words illegal stimulant. Star powder. His mind immediately connected the dots, unease washing through him. Could it be tied to the chaos? His steps grew deliberate, his resolve forming. "I need to stop the inmates," Suho declared, determination firm in his tone. But Dujene countered coldly, warning him of the trouble he'd face if he didn't go to the association immediately. Suho held his ground. If the prisoners were empowered by star powder, then hunters alone would not be enough. Dujene's golden gaze lingered, conflicted. His expression shifted, the weight of command pressing against his conscience. Finally, with a steady exhale, he muttered, "Let's just say I failed to stop you, even though I tried my best." Flames flared around Suho's body, his aura blazing. Suho inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Thank you. I'll definitely visit the Hunters Association later." Suho's eyes sharpened, glowing with dangerous intensity as his final words slipped through clenched lips. Then, without wasting time, Suho launches himself into the air. Behind him, Hunter Park stood calmly. Park Dujene's golden eyes sharpened, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Great timing," he muttered. His tone dripped with calculation. "How about I confirm how much stronger he's become?" The alarms wailed furiously as Jisan Prison shook under a crimson glow. Its massive structure pulsed with warning sirens, red lights beaming into the sky like cries of despair. Deep within its walls, chaos stirred, and the weight of what was happening spread fear across every watchtower. A hand lifted a broken restraint into the light, its metallic surface still glowing faintly with suppression runes. The voice that followed carried quiet venom. "Truly, humans are so cruel." The shackle fell away, a symbol of confinement shattered, and with it, the gates to destruction began to open. The shattered shackles clattered against the scorched stone floor, the restraints that once suppressed their power now nothing but useless metal. One inmate lifted the broken band high, his voice filled with venom. "To think they'd jab mana crystals into our necks to kill us if we disobeyed. Humans are truly cruel." Around him, other prisoners, men with hardened eyes and scarred bodies, rose from the rubble. Their gazes burned with the same hatred. "Ain't that right, boys?" The man sneered, and the gathered inmates growled in agreement. He continued, his words seething with years of bitterness. "After the cataclysm, all we did was use the powers given to us to gain what we wanted. But the Hunters Association branded us as criminals, threw us into chains, and caged us like beasts. Now, I say it's time we get revenge. 100 prisoners stood shoulder to shoulder, their uniforms glowing in the firelight, their eyes gleaming with malice. From D rank to B rank, their power was not to be underestimated. The man's voice thundered above them. Release all the fury you've bottled up during this long oppression. Show them what our wrath can cause. The crowd erupted in cheers, the air thick with rebellion. At the heart of it all, one figure sat with a cruel grin, the flames dancing across his scarred face. His voice rang like a commandment, cold and merciless. Trigger the dungeon break. The man leaned forward, eyes glinting with feral delight. His name spread like a curse through the inferno, Huang Dong Suk, an inmate of Jisan prison. The uprising had begun. The shrill wail of sirens split the night sky, echoing across the city like a harbinger of disaster. From the steel towers above, red lights flashed, bathing the streets in an ominous glow. A voice boomed from the emergency broadcast system, urgent and unwavering. A massive prison break has occurred in the Jisan prison. The warning rippled through the empty streets, bouncing between skyscrapers as tension thickened. Nearby civilians, please evacuate immediately in accordance with the hunter in charge. Cars screeched as families fled. Windows shuttered, doors locked, and silence fell where life once moved freely. But amidst the chaos, a single home stood quiet, its hallway empty, shadows stretching long under the pale moonlight. Then, a spark flared against the steel door. Flames licked greedily at the handle, eating through metal as if it were paper. The fire grew hotter, brighter, until the lock gave way with a hiss. Heavy footsteps echoed inside. Figures emerged through the smoke, clad in torn prison uniforms, eyes gleaming with menace. One of them sneered, stepping further into the hall. "Isn't this place empty?" Another prisoner chuckled, brushing soot from his scorched hand. Must have run after hearing the alarm. The air shifted, thick with the stench of smoke and bloodlust. The monsters had arrived, not beasts from a dungeon, but humans who had long since lost their humanity. The men gripped their coats tightly, nervous tension thick in the air. But will we really be able to fight against the Hunters Association? There's an S rank in there. Another man scoffs, voice low but steady. Did you not hear the plan? What could an S rank possibly do if we were to take over the city and get hostages? He smirks, holding up a glowing stardust between his fingers. The golden light flickers in the dim room. Plus, we got this star fragment that Dong Suk Hyungnim got for us. He leans closer, eyes sharp. Why else would the Hunters Association spread rumors just to make this thing illegal? It's because they're scared. Scared that their authority might be reduced if everyone gets stronger. The man hesitates. I guess, if it's what Dong Suk Hyungnim says. A sinister grin spreads as the thought takes hold. A looming shadow fills their minds. Dark, crimson, powerful. We'll have an S rank on our side too. Then another man's voice echoes. Hey, get over here. This place is a liquor gold mine. But it's a 30-year-old Macallan malt, though. One of them rushes toward the shelves, lifting a bottle with delight. Ah, seriously. We have to finish up here fast and leave. Another curses under his breath, staring at the bottle. Holy shit. Isn't that worth a few thousands? I can't just go by and ignore that, can I? Unseen by them, a young boy hides inside a locker, his terrified eyes peeking through the slits. His fingers tremble around his phone. I need to report them quickly. He dials with shaky hands, but the fear in his wide eyes only deepens as the line flickers to life. Then suddenly the man found him. The bottle tipped forward in the man's hand, crimson liquid glinting under the flicker of firelight. His grin twisted, mocking, as he dangled it in front of the trembling boy. Do you want some? The boy froze, the stench of alcohol mixing with smoke and blood as laughter echoed in the darkness. And then, an eruption. The city skyline roared alive with flame, towers of fire clawing at the heavens. Explosions cracked like thunder, sending glass and debris raining down. The restraints that once bound the inmates lay shattered, and the air carried the weight of chaos. From the rooftop above, a lone figure stood unmoved, his silhouette carved against the inferno. His voice was calm, almost amused. What of you? His name whispered through the chaos. Huang Dong Suk. C-rank fugitive. A man whose very words bent the will of others. His presence fueling the riot below. With just a single word from me, he muttered, eyes gleaming. Even the high-grade inmates are causing a riot. He bared his teeth in a smile, flames reflecting in his eyes. That's the power I, Huang Dong Suk, have. But before the pride in his voice could fade, another presence stirred, measured, sharp. Let's get moving while the fugitives are buying time. Dong Suk's smirk faltered as his gaze shifted. The man beside him dared to speak, but his words carried no fear. Don't lecture me when you're just a lackey of my younger brother. The response came swift, unshaken. I am not your younger brother's subordinate, but rather commissioned for this instead. From the haze of smoke stepped a sharp-eyed figure, aura thrumming with dangerous calm. Kong Taeshik, B-rank awakener. For a moment, silence. Dong Suk's jaw tightened, his lips curling into a wordless snarl as the fire's glow painted his face in red. Tension climbed. Huang Dong Suk grabbed Kong Taeshik by the collar, glaring down at him. You said you're a B-rank, didn't you? Are you looking down on me as well, just because my rank is low? Taeshik's eyes glinted coldly, his thoughts sharp and venomous. Acting all tough, when he's just a coward who couldn't even eat the star fragment because he's afraid of the side effects. Should I just kill him? In the shadows, another presence stirred, voice low and rumbling. The figure crouched, eyes glowing crimson. Challenging the Hunters Association? I don't care. That's just an excuse for those inmates to start up a ruckus. As long as you bring my older brother out of that ruckus, and to me, your commission ends here. The crimson glare burned hotter, the warning clear. You're aware of the consequences should you fail, yes? Back on the firelit rooftop, Dong Suk's growl cut through the smoke. Are you going to answer me? Kong Taeshik's gaze flickered, his voice calm, but edged with caution. I can't afford to have an S-rank as an enemy. He forced a thin smile, bowing to circumstance. Yes, I'll guide you as you wish. Meanwhile, on a helipad high above the city, rotors hummed. Hunters gathered, their armor gleaming under the dawn light. Hunter Choi stepped forward, eyes resolute. It's my first time being dispatched to a battle with you since the cataclysm. Hunter Wu with a calm expression. I can't just stand by and watch the civilians take any more harm. What happened to the restraints that the inmates were wearing? One voice demanded sharply. The reply came grim and steady. Someone destroyed the prison's administration center. In addition, nearby hunters of the association have received unidentified assaults, some even left in near-death conditions. The realization settled like frost in the man's eyes, his tone heavy. To think that the administration center, assigned with an A-rank guard, would be destroyed, considering that the villains at hand are also using star fragments. He raised his hand to his face, his gaze narrowing behind his glasses. It seems that someone powerful might be intervening. Meanwhile, at the helipad, the hunters had gathered. The rotor blades of the helicopter spun idly, whipping the air as the hunters stood in rigid silence. As I thought, one voice murmured, grim and certain. There was a ringleader behind the villain incident. A presence entered, the weight of it undeniable. Boots struck the concrete with calm authority. You're here, came the greeting, clipped but respectful. All eyes turned toward him. His silhouette broke into view, dark hair swaying in the winter air, his armored frame heavy with presence. Thank you for your cooperation, Hunter Lim Taegyu, Chairman Wu declared, his words laced with both gratitude and relief. Lim Taegyu's expression did not falter. His eyes, sharp as steel, cut across the rooftop toward the horizon of fire. Behind him, Hunter Park Dujene. Unseen amidst shadow, the mind of a Dujene churned with bitter clarity. His jaw clenched, and his voice growled low. It's currently impossible for me to face those S-ranks. His eyes gleamed, golden malice sparking within. Did Sung Suho fail to predict this outcome? The thought burned like poison. He replayed the past in his mind, the day the Hunters Association declared star powder illegal, and how he believed its spread would be crushed. But then, who would have thought that even the high-grade awakeners themselves would chase after star fragments, enduring the side effects just for a taste of power? The memory flashed before him, shadowed figures with glowing eyes, their bodies writhing under the stardust's corruption, yet still grasping for strength. Thanks to that, he sneered. I can observe the situation at hand from afar. How about, his voice rose, dripping with malice. I take my time and wait for Sung Suho. Suho boots struck the earth with a thunderous crack. Energy rippled outward, the ground fracturing beneath him. Flames danced at his heels as he broke into a run, his movements tearing through the city, leaving shockwaves in his wake. And above, Suho's voice pushed forward, strained but resolute. I thought I could get there immediately if I used beast possession. His body surged with borrowed speed, his vision blurring past shattered buildings. His heart thundered as if to tear through his chest. Gray, his thoughts trembled, burning with desperation. Just hold on a bit longer. The beast within roared, amplifying his stride. The world bent into streaks of green and gold as his figure launched skyward. Faster, harder, closer. The wind tore through the night sky, carrying with it the streaking blur of a figure leaping from rooftop to rooftop. His speed left arcs of lightning trailing in the air, every stride splitting the silence like thunder. Below, the city lay in chaos, flames devouring streets, buildings cracking, explosions echoing like war drums. Is this the place? The words ripped from his throat, sharp with urgency. His silver hair glinted under the storm, eyes blazing with determination as his body launched forward, slicing through the blackened skyline. A faint gasp left his lips as his gaze locked onto the epicenter of destruction. The shadows obeyed. Screams tore through the silence, blood-curdling pleas for mercy spilling out into the night. Help, please. I'll do anything. But mercy never came. Death's hand had no patience for bargaining. His heart thrashed inside his chest as the voices reached him. Desperate, dying cries, the sounds of humanity being extinguished. His breath caught. Are these the cries of people dying? His mind reeled. Was it the bond skill that cursed him with this heightened clarity, this unbearable awareness of every last scream? The ground split beneath his feet as he launched forward. He couldn't wait. The damage will only spread as time passes. Hesitation will cost lives. Wind howled as his body sliced through the city, rooftop to rooftop, faster, harder, a comet streaking through steel and glass. A blur leapt beside him, gray, faithful as ever. Together, they crashed through shattered walls, falling into a corridor thick with blood and smoke. His knees hit the ground, the stench clawing at his throat. What the hell? His voice cracked low. Bodies littered the floor. Crimson pooled against the walls. Eyes widened in shock as the prisoners turned to him. Confusion painted across their faces. A dog and a guy fell from the sky? His jaw clenched. Gray padded forward, flames licking softly at his fur. Nice work, Gray. He steadied his breath, rising to his feet. From here on out, I'll take care of it. But the men laughed, the gleam of blades flashing in their hands. What? Are you a hunter too? What can you possibly do when you're about to pass out? A hiss split the air. A shadow. A blur. The man's sneer froze, then cracked into terror as his knife shattered before it even touched flesh. What the? The walls shook with the sudden, violent impact. Screams ricocheted through the hall. If you escaped, his voice was low, trembling with restrained wrath. You should have just run. His eyes lifted, sharp as a blade. Droplets of blood slid down his face as his words carved through the silence. Why are you hurting people? The corridor quaked as the weight of his fury filled the air, and for the first time, the predators in front of him understood. They were no longer the hunters. The night split apart under the force of his arrival. The suffocating weight of the night pressed down on him as the chaos around grew sharper, clearer, voices breaking, screams clawing at his ears. I'll only say this once. The voice of death rumbled, footsteps echoing like a drumbeat of inevitability. We're short on time. A heavy boot crushed against a man's face, pinning flesh and stone alike. The darkness seeped around his figure, alive, whispering dread into the bones of every man that faced him. You have only two choices. His eyes burned like black fire. Pass out quietly, or resist and die. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 YT. The chapter begins. The world shifted. By the river, beneath the warm glow of the sun, young Suho's voice pierced the calm of the water's rippling surface. Grandpa. The old man, his figure strong despite age, turned slightly, his hands working as he caught the fishes. The boy's eyes lingered not on the man's movements, but on the countless scars carved across his skin, lines of pain and history intertwined. "Why do you have so many scars, Grandpa?" the boy asked, innocence shadowed with curiosity. The old man paused, then gave a faint smile as though remembering long-forgotten days. He raised his arm, tracing the jagged lines on his body. "Ah, you mean these?" "They're badges," he replied calmly. "This one," he pointed to his side, "I got while saving a 7-year-old child from a burning building. And this one," his hand moved lower, "came when I stopped a drunk from causing trouble." The Suho's wide eyes followed every mark. Then his voice trembled. "But why, Grandpa? Why would you go so far as to hurt yourself just to save other people?" The man looked down at his grandson, a shadow of pride flickering in his gaze. Slowly, he knelt, placing a reassuring hand on the boy's head. "It's not that I'm unafraid of getting hurt," he said softly, his tone steady as steel. "It's just, my body always moved first, before I could even think." The sunlight glinted off his scars as if honoring his words, each mark a testament of instinctive sacrifice. The scene shifted. The warmth of the river faded into the chilling air of a broken battlefield. Suho's figure loomed over beaten criminals, his eyes sharp and unyielding. His voice carried like thunder through the darkened hall. "You have two options." The inmates, their bodies trembling, lifted their gazes to the monarch's son. Shadows coiled at his feet, restless and hungry. "Quietly get yourselves knocked out." Suho's tone dropped, his foot pressing one prisoner's head firmly into the cracked floor. His words were cold, final. "Or resist." His gaze sharpened, the weight of death pressing into every soul present. "And die." The silence that followed was suffocating, a single heartbeat stretched thin under the dominance of his aura. Every scar, every shadow, every word, it all carried the weight of the monarch's bloodline. The walls shook with the aftermath of the strike, fragments of concrete still tumbling from the ceiling. Wide eyes locked onto the figure who had just moved, too fast, too brutal for them to comprehend. "Did you see that guy's kick, just now?" One of them whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Another swallowed hard, the words falling from his lips like lead. "Is he a high-rank hunter?" The question hung in the stale air, heavy with dread. But bravado tried to mask fear. A smirk twisted on one man's lips as he steadied his hands. "What's the worry?" Confidence into his tone. "We have star fragments." The words were followed by a grotesque grin, the glint of madness in his teeth as the drug's influence burned through his veins. The promise of borrowed power made him reckless. The ground erupted in a violent shockwave, light and force exploding outward. Dozens of prisoners' roar of power tearing through the hall. The air itself trembled, vibrating with unnatural strength. One man staggered to his feet, eyes glowing unnaturally as veins bulged along his temples. His voice broke out, trembling with manic ecstasy. "I'm overflowing with power." Another bellowed beside him, his laughter wild, eyes blazing with the same twisted fire. "Right now, I feel like I could take on an A rank. No, even an S rank." Their roars echoed, frenzy feeding frenzy, as the drug coursing through their veins devoured what little sanity they had left. But amidst their madness, a low voice cut through, calm and cold as steel. "I guess." Suho stepped forward, his shadow stretching across the cracked floor, his gaze like a predator's. "That's a no on getting yourselves quietly knocked out." From the darkness, a voice sneered inside his mind. "Why are you even asking?" His head tilted ever so slightly, the whisper digging deeper. "They've taken the star fragments. That means they're going to resist." "He is Lee Min-sung." The words dripped with venom, laced with accusation. "Are you seriously hesitating again? While right now, this very moment, innocent people are dying at the hands of these escaped inmates." The shadow within hissed with mockery, its presence coiling around him like chains. "Right. I shouldn't have expected some dull-ass character like you to kill anything. What was the point of your class change? You're still just a brat inside." The voice roared, echoing in his skull, merciless. "Here, go try it out." A vision split the air, his chest burning with the memory of that fatal wound. "Put a clear hole through their guts, just like how you killed me." The voice crescendoed, every syllable an unrelenting hammer. "Hurry, show it to me." Eyes glowing red with madness, Min-sung laughed in his face. And then, impact. A deafening crack split the silence as his fist drove into the prisoner before him. The body collapsed in an instant, skull smashed against the concrete floor, blood spraying outward in a sickening burst. The others froze. Their bravado shattered as their comrade's body twitched, lifeless, at his feet. Their eyes widened in terror, the weight of reality pressing down on them. One finally managed to scream, voice shaking. "Why you?" He lunged, muscles swollen with borrowed strength, swinging wildly. But Suho was already moving. His fist blurred, meeting flesh with a sickening crunch. In one clean strike, the prisoner's arm bent grotesquely, bone shattering under the sheer force. The fight had begun, and so had their nightmare. The gang member barely had time to flinch before the assault came. Slashes of purple energy tearing at his defenses, his body staggering under the barrage. "Huh," the other man gasped, his limbs trembling as fear replaced his bravado. He stumbled back, veins pulsing with the artificial strength of the drug. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why couldn't I see it? I definitely took a star fragment. But his words were swallowed by impact. A monstrous blow hurled him across the concrete, his body crashing into the wall with bone-shattering force. Dust and blood mixed in the air as Suho's shadow loomed, his glowing eyes unblinking. From behind, the prisoners attack Suho with thunderous speed. But before the attack connects, Suho's strikes landed. The man's scream echoed, abruptly silenced as Shadow's spears tore him apart. Suho didn't flinch. His fist tightened, the aura of a predator surrounding him. Blood sprayed across the ruined street, the crimson painting every surface. From behind him, another voice cut through the stillness, mocking, cold, too familiar. "You've changed so much in such a short period of time," Min-sung said, stepping closer with a smile that dripped with malice. "Isn't that amazing?" Suho's shadow stretched across the bloodied ground. "Anyway, you could have just subdued them. Was it fine for you to kill them all like this?" Blood dripped onto the pavement, pooling beneath the mangled corpse. The words that followed cut sharp as blades. "How can you call yourself a hunter when you can't even discern between magic beasts and humans?" A cold voice echoed in the wreckage. "Looks like you've become a monster too." Baru appeared at Suho's call, his wings twitching with anticipation. "Baru." "Yes, young monarch." The ant knelt, its voice vibrating with hunger. "Eat the villains and read their memories." Suho's eyes hardened. "I need to know who the ringleader is, and why they're attacking civilians instead of running away." With a hiss, Baru darted forward, his claws slicing through the air. His cautious voice reached out, heavy with concern. "Young master, is everything fine?" Suho's eyes remained steady, his breath calm despite the weight pressing on his shoulders. He answered without hesitation, his tone unwavering. "Yeah, it's all good." Baru lingered in silence, his great eyes reflecting doubt and loyalty. Then, with a voice deeper than the shadows themselves, he spoke again. "I understand your desire to save people, but is it fine for you to continue to operate without hiding your identity?" The question cut through the air, hanging heavy. Suho's gaze shifted toward the horizon, his expression hardening. "Truth be told," he muttered, lowering his eyes toward the fallen prisoner lying among the rubble. "I did come here to save people, but once I started to think about it, I got irritated." His words carried the simmering weight of frustration. Now, when everyone is supposed to be preparing to fight against the apostle of Iterum, problems between awakeners continue to rise. If things keep going this way, it'll be too overwhelming. The thought of division among those who should be united gnawed at him. He clenched his fists tighter. "In this state, all we will end up doing is being a drag on my father." Determination blazed in his eyes, sharp and unyielding. He straightened his back, his voice firm and resolute. "So I won't hide any longer. I'll step up to unite everyone." Visions flashed before him, the monarch's descendants moving in the shadows, the hunters preparing their blades, the villains waiting for chaos to spread. The remaining monarch's descendants, hunters, villains. But Suho's vision stretched even further. Items, and even magic beasts. "I'm going to gather all the power in this world that can stand against the Iterum." His eyes burned with the reflection of his own shadow, the dark glow of purple energy sparking behind him. "With my own strength, no matter what." Baru's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he asked, "Are you saying you'll make everything in this world submit to you, young master?" But Suho turned his head slightly, his tone firm and precise. I'm talking about comrades, you know. The word carried weight, neither dominance nor tyranny, only conviction. For that to happen, I'm going to have to clean up the villains here first. And to confront the countless others hiding in the city, I'll have to face them with numbers as well. His shadow loomed long across the broken earth, a promise carved into the darkness itself. The air grew heavier. His shadow stretched unnaturally across the broken street as purple light seeped from his hand, surging with quiet menace. The weight of his decision, his resolve, pressed into the world. I won't hesitate anymore. Dark mana crackled violently, wrapping around his arm like a storm ready to devour everything. His hand lowered slowly, fingers spreading wide. His command left no room for doubt, no pause for mercy. Arise! The ground trembled, the air shuddered. And then, the silence was split by the screech of tires. The car swerved violently, rubber tearing against asphalt as panic gripped the driver too late. A blazing orb of fire arced through the dusk sky. It struck. The world erupted in flame. The car was swallowed whole, metal shrieking and glass shattering as the explosion consumed it in a storm of heat and destruction. The inferno climbed high, roaring like a beast, before collapsing into a mangled wreck of fire and ash. The prisoner stood still, his eyes cold, his expression unmoved. He exhaled slowly, almost bored. Unfortunate bastards. The evening sky burned with the last traces of sunlight, its glow mixing uneasily with the flicker of fire already licking at the streets. The prisoner stood calmly amidst the chaos, his sharp eyes catching the gleam of headlights cutting recklessly through the smoke. To think they'd be driving through now, of all times, he muttered, voice low, tinged with irritation rather than surprise. His gaze sharpened as the car swerved between broken debris, engine growling with ignorance of the battlefield it had stumbled into. Behind him, a companion's voice cut through the crackling blaze. Miho, are you okay? Her voice is steady and resolute. This much is nothing. I suppose we can't demand reimbursement for losses against these mongrels, right? The voice was dry, a cold remark to himself, as if speaking of inevitability. The wreckage behind him gave one last groan before collapsing, sending burning debris into the air. Among the shards, a massive car door ripped free, propelled like a cannon shot. It whistled through the smoke, spiraling with destructive force, a fiery projectile tearing across the sky. The ground trembled as it smashed into the building, exploding in sparks and shattered pavement. The prisoners on the wall flinched, but one man only narrowed his eyes. His voice was low, almost amused. A car door. Before the words even settled, two shadows stepped forward from the flames. Their footsteps were heavy, unhurried, as if the fire itself parted to let them pass. The blaze illuminated their forms, hunters forged in battle, not mere survivors of the chaos. Beck Yunho's expression hardened as he walked, the golden glow of his aura flaring. What a mess in the middle of our family trip. And beside him, with hair like a crimson banner dancing in the heat, came Beck Yunho. Her eyes were sharp, unyielding, her hands already weaving into a ready stance. The Vice Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild, her presence burned as brightly as her father's. It's a relief this happened while we were around, she said, her voice steady with conviction, like a soldier reporting for duty. Beck Yunho let out a low chuckle, the feral smirk of a man ready to bare his fangs. Yeah, if we're late, your mom's going to give me an earful. Father and daughter, bathed in flame and power, stood side by side, predators awakened, their arrival turning the battlefield into a stage for something greater. The White Tiger Guild had entered the fray. The fire roared in the streets, heat distorting the air as the wreckage burned. From within the blaze, a figure emerged, tall, broad-shouldered, his every step carrying the weight of authority. Flames coiled around his body like a living mantle, reflecting in his sharp eyes. Beck Yunho's voice cut through the crackling inferno, steady and resolute. Let's get this over with quickly. The aura of a predator leaked from him as his hand transformed, nails elongating into deadly claws that shimmered with golden light. His presence was overwhelming, announcing not just strength, but dominance. Beck Yunho, Guild Master of the White Tiger Guild, an S-rank awakener. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with unconscious bodies. Hunter Beck's voice broke the silence, calm yet edged with disbelief. How many inmates did they say there were again? Miho responded, her tone steady amidst the chaos. I believe it was approximately 500. The White Tiger Guild members stood among the carnage, their presence imposing. Beck Yunho's voice rumbled as he looked around at the devastation. "We might get scolded by your mom for being late to the family event." Beck Miho's voice was steady as she relayed the urgent news, her eyes sharp despite the chaos around her. "The Hunters Association chairman himself is coming in for support, and he's bringing 3 S-rank hunters with him. They'll get here in about 10 minutes." Her words hung heavy in the air, the promise of overwhelming reinforcements enough to shake anyone listening. Opposite her, Hunter Beck, with burning golden eyes, listened intently, his gaze unflinching. "There was a report," he muttered, his deep voice rolling like distant thunder, "that Sung Suho, who's been wanted for suspicions of star power distribution, might be here." A shadow flickered across his face, his brows furrowing as if trying to recall a long-buried memory. "Sung Suho," he repeated under his breath, his tone thick with a strange recognition. "I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." The firelight glinted against his sharpened features, as if foreshadowing that the name he spoke would soon ignite something far greater. But even in jest, duty came first. His expression hardened. "Well, the safety of the people comes first. Let's begin the rescue, Miho." The golden glow of the sun reflected off Beck Yunho's silver hair as he leapt into action. "This reminds me of when you were a firefighter," she muttered, the old days resurfacing for a moment. Yet before they could move further, something sinister stirred. Yunho's eyes sharpened, glowing with feral intensity. Suspicion grew heavy in his voice. "Miho, was there any news of a dungeon break nearby?" Her answer came quickly. "I don't think there was anything like that." And then Yunho's gaze locked onto a figure. A silhouette, dark and monstrous, radiating killing intent. "Then what's that inhuman creature over there?" The shadow stepped forward, black energy curling around its form. Its presence alone brought dread. Somewhere nearby, a girl, bloodied, trembling, tears streaming, washed with wide, terrified eyes. "Hurry and run," gasped a wounded hunter, coughing blood, barely standing. His body shook as he shielded her, refusing to collapse. "Mina!" He whispered her name, the last bit of strength holding him upright. He fell forward, pierced and bleeding, his body still acting as a barrier. His voice was nothing but a hoarse whisper. "Holding out this long, just to protect one girl." The villains sneered, their twisted grins full of mockery. "Were you guys dating? Must be nice, huh? Getting to date someone in your party." The girl's sobs grew louder, her heart shattering. "Young Hyun Appa?" But the bloodied man growled through clenched teeth, refusing to show weakness. "Quit sniveling." The villain's blade sliced through the air, aimed mercilessly at the trembling girl. His words dripped with cruelty. "You'll be meeting him soon, anyway." But before the strike could land, shadows surged. Darkness erupted from the ground, swallowing light whole. A single command broke through the chaos. "Arise." The fallen body of young Hyun, who had given his life to protect her, twitched. And then, engulfed in black flame, he stood once more. His form twisted into that of a shadow warrior, glowing eyes blazing with violet fire. The girl's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face. "Young Hyun, Appa." The enemies reeled back in shock. "What the hell? The dead guy just popped back up?" From the shadows, Suho's calm voice resonated, guiding the reborn warrior. "Seeing how you responded to the summon, it must mean you wanted to protect that woman as well." Extending his hand, purple aura spiraling, Suho's words thundered with authority. "I'll give you the power. So protect what's dear to you, even in your final moments." The shadows responded. Armor formed across the resurrected warrior's body, glistening with otherworldly energy. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Belt. Creation grade, rare. Type, armor, waist. Defense +2. Agility +4. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Shoulder Guards. Creation grade, rare. Type, armor, upper body. Defense +28. Health +5. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Sword. Creation grade, rare. Type, sword. Attack +55. Agility +5. Effect skill, piercing enhancement. Ignores 10% defense upon attack. Fully equipped in shadow-forged gear, the warrior gripped his sword, his body surging with newfound strength. In a flash, he lunged forward, blade wreathed in violet flames. The strike pierced straight through the enemy, ripping apart the silence with a deafening roar. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as the villain screamed in agony. The resurrected Young Hyun had returned, not as a man, but as a weapon of shadows. A violent clash erupted nearby as shadow soldiers engaged another wave of villains, their blades cutting through the chaos. Suho didn't hesitate. His hand stretched outward, the commanding authority of the shadow monarch flowing through him once more. Arise! From the corpses sprawled across the ground, dark mist swirled and shadows began to writhe. The fallen villains trembled as their lifeless bodies obeyed his call, rising again, their eyes glowing with that unmistakable violet flame. Suho's voice echoed like a vow to the night. You are to search for other villains from here on out. The shadows bowed in unison, their forms spreading into the darkness like hunters unleashed. Baru hovered close, his crimson gaze unwavering. Just as you'd planned, the shadow soldiers are starting to increase in numbers. A faint smirk tugged at Suho's lips. At this rate, we'll soon be able to sweep up all the villains in the city. Baru's voice resounded with unrestrained pride. Behold, this is the greatness of the authority of shadow that my liege possesses. Suho glanced at his loyal shadow, shaking his head slightly. You're right. I thought it was useless before, but it's pretty amazing. Baru straightened with satisfaction, his voice brimming with devotion. Oh, you're finally acknowledging it, young monarch. Suho's eyes softened briefly as he looked upon the swirling shadow at his feet. It's an incredible power. Baru's voice carried a hint of concern as he looked at the lone shadow warrior still lingering nearby. Are you going to leave that shadow behind? Suho's gaze softened, his answer calm but resolute. Yeah, since he's going to disappear in a day, I want to let them have a proper farewell. The shadow warrior stood silently beside the trembling girl it once swore to protect. Its form flickered faintly, the violet aura of death and loyalty burning like fading embers. Baru tilted his head, watching his young master with curious eyes. You seem like a completely different person compared to when you were facing the villains. Suho blinked, almost surprised by the observation. A faint, dry laugh escaped his lips. Really? Was I that different? But as his eyes fell back on the shadow soldier, its trembling frame and the raw emotion etched into its fading existence, something within him stirred. His pupils widened, reflecting the violet flames curling off the soldier's body. For a brief moment, Suho could see it: sacrifice, grief, and an unyielding will to protect. Emotions so human, yet carried now by a being of shadow. And in that instant, he understood. The streets were littered with the aftermath of battle, but Suho's gaze remained sharp, scanning the horizon. Suho narrowed his eyes, his fists clenching at his sides. A large number of shadow soldiers were defeated just now. Beside him, Baru's calm voice carried a note of concern. I hope you find him this time, the ringleader behind this commotion. The figure tore through the shadow soldiers in one single strike. The man grits his teeth, his eyes burning like flames, his aura radiating like thunder. What's with all these black magic beasts? Huang Dong Suk snaps, unease breaking his bravado. I've never heard of monsters like these before. From behind, Kong Taeshik underlings scoffed nervously, voice strained. Oi, problem solver. Get going and clear them up already, will ya? Taeshik's voice dripped with arrogance as he stood amidst the shadows. This wouldn't have happened if we'd left quickly. But his lips curved into a confident smirk, his aura flaring as the dark energy from the star fragment coursed through him. Quit fussing about it. After consuming a star fragment, I'm stronger than an A rank. I wouldn't possibly lose to these D and C rank magic beasts. His eyes glimmered with certainty, his body radiating overwhelming power. To him, these shadowy creatures were nothing more than gnats. Yet, as the tide of shadow soldiers surged around him, their movements shifted. The air trembled. One by one, the beasts lowered themselves to the ground. Their heads bowed, not in defeat, but in reverence. The man stiffened, his confidence faltering. They're suddenly starting to kneel? A chill crawled up his spine, for the realization struck him. This wasn't submission to him. It was submission to someone else. The shadows advance, their hollow eyes glowing, while Suho stands behind them all, his presence suffocating. Baru's sharp chitter fills the air as he hovers at Suho's side. Young monarch, It seems you've hit the jackpot. Suho narrows his eyes, watching the man squirm. So, you must be the head of the escaped inmates. He speaks the name like a verdict. Huang Dong Suk. Dong Suk sneers, trying to mask the dread creeping into his chest. What's a brat like you doing, being all disrespectful? Suho's eyes don't waver. He takes a step forward, his shadows tightening like a noose. You must be the one who summoned all this chaos. I have a question for you. Do you know about the apostle like Lee Min-sung did? The tension thickens. Dong Suk tries to play it cool, raising his hands slightly as though in peace. Whoa, calm down a bit. If you want to talk, keep your distance. His smirk returns, sly and taunting. If you're talking about the apostle of the Iterum, I know them well. His eyes gleam with mockery as he leans forward. It's that, you know? Summoner-type hunters typically have low body grades. They're defenseless when separated from their summonings. He chuckles darkly. Aren't they like a cult? And then, with sudden force, Kong Taeshik lunges forward. But before the strike connects, Suho's body moves, quick as lightning, barely dodging the attack. The clash of their power ringing across the plaza as dusk paints the battlefield in fiery hues. Kong Taeshik eyes wide in disbelief, sweat rolling down his cheek. Huang Dong Suk's face twists in surprise, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as Suho's cold gaze pierces through him. Suho's voice cuts like a blade. I see. So you're completely unrelated to the Iterum. The villain's composure cracks, his lips tightening, but Suho steps closer, seizing his collar with unyielding force. His tone sharpens, low and deadly. Then tell me, how did you obtain the star fragments? Suho's eyes glowed with a cold, merciless light as he stood before Huang Dong Suk, the air crackling with the weight of his presence. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. Why did you attack the city? Huang Dong Suk's heart pounded as fear gripped him. He had faced countless hunters, but this boy's aura was suffocating, monstrous. This kid, he's not an ordinary summoner type. He tried to muster defiance, but his voice trembled. If you lay even a finger on me, my younger brother won't let you. Before he could finish, Suho's hands surged like fangs of darkness, piercing through his shoulder. The ground cracked beneath their clash, shock waves rattling the air. Suho leaned closer, his tone unyielding. I don't care whether your younger brother is an S rank or not. Answer my question. Blood gushed from Dong Suk's wounds as he screamed in agony. My brother got me them. The star fragments. I don't know anything else. His face twisted in desperation, his arrogance stripped away. Suho's shadow loomed darker, merciless. So you killed all those people, just for that? Dong Suk coughed blood, eyes wide with terror. I had no particular reason to attack the city. I just found it entertaining to see those guys follow my commands. In the distance, Kong Taeshik cursed under his breath, realizing the truth. He's dangerous. I have to run away, even if it means abandoning Huang Dong Suk. But then a familiar gaze snapped toward Kong Taeshik, golden eyes glowing with an inhuman brilliance. The air turned golden, and from behind him, colossal spectral eyes opened, glaring down like a divine judgment. Twin daggers gleaming in his grip, humming with raw power. Kong Taeshik froze, sweat dripping down his face. What's this? The apostle stepped forward, his voice ringing with lethal finality. Before the S ranks arrive, I want to observe your skills and show you mine. The sun dipped low over the city, painting the battlefield in a deep golden hue as the chaos momentarily stilled. The apostle's form trembled, his body consumed by a radiance not his own, his eyes glowing with a feral hunger as the power surged violently through him. His lips curled into a snarl, muttering words like an oath to himself. Be faithful to your impulses. His voice cracked like thunder. Kong Taeshik, the name itself carried a weight of condemnation, echoing through the street as Kong Taeshik erupted forward, golden light bursting out with destructive force. The ground fractured beneath his steps as his body blurred, his skill activating. Skill, camouflage. In an instant, he vanished into streaks of light, reappearing at inhuman speed, his assault raining down with a flurry of slashes and blows that carved the air itself. Sparks scattered as blades of power clashed, each strike shaking the earth. But Suho's body moves, quick as lightning, barely dodging the attack, the clash of their power ringing across the battlefield. But the strikes landed on Huang Dong Suk. Huang Dong Suk faltered, their breaths catching at the sight. Huh, gasped Huang Dong Suk, blood dribbling down his chin, eyes wide in disbelief. The battle had escalated beyond their comprehension. The horizon burned crimson as Suho's silhouette stood tall amidst the chaos. From the shadows beside him, Baru's voice rang with urgency, trembling with recognition. Young monarch, I just felt it, the energy of the apostle of the Iterum. Suho's voice echoed. They're controlling the body of someone who took a star fragment again. The realization settled like a stone in the pit of his chest. Suho straightened, his fist tightening, his expression unwavering. Fine, he muttered, the word low but filled with lethal resolve. His gaze locked on Kong Taeshik as the air trembled with power. I had something to say to you anyway. And with that, the battlefield once again braced for a clash that would shake its very foundation. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. A piercing scream splits the air as the battlefield trembles. From the shadows, a figure dashes forward, his body wreathed in lethal intent. His speed is terrifying, the earth itself quivering as the grass bends in the wake of his momentum. His eyes glow with a murderous gleam, a blade drawn back, ready to strike with merciless precision. The ground shudders as his presence surges closer, unseen yet deeply felt. A sudden clash erupts, blades of golden light colliding violently against the shadow soldiers. Sparks and shockwaves tear through the air, the shadows staggering under the ferocity of his assault. Suho stands at the center of the storm, his body tense, his aura dark and commanding. His sharp eyes narrow, glowing faintly purple, as he observes the battlefield. The camouflage skill of an assassin-type hunter, he mutters inwardly. The golden arcs slice through the air faster than the eye can follow. Suho's heightened senses pick up faint footsteps, an assassin's presence slipping around him. Although I can faintly hear the steps due to my sense stat, all I can do is dodge. I can't retaliate. His body shifts, weaving through the deadly strikes, every movement precise, leaving no opening. Yet his opponent remains hidden, attacking with relentless speed. Meanwhile, high above in a flying vessel, the apostle watches silently. He sits with arms crossed, eyes burning with quiet intensity as the chaos unfolds below, the city bathed in the dying glow of sunset. Currently, Kong Taeshik's power simmers at the higher thresholds of rank, his aura sharp, refined, and deadly. Against such might, Suho's current state seems insufficient, his strength not yet enough to topple an opponent of this caliber. But Suho's eyes do not falter. His breath steadies, the chaos around him fading as his voice cuts through the silence. Apostle of the Iterum, you're listening, aren't you? The words hang heavy in the air. From the shadows, something stirs. A quiet, questioning response ripples through the apostle, his expression betraying unease. Suho's gaze sharpens, his tone steady, unwavering. I wanted to talk to you again when the opportunity came. Images of shadowy beasts flicker around him, writhing and restless, their presence tethered to his will. Suho's voice grows colder, resolute. Up until now, I've moved without revealing my existence. For one reason, his thoughts echo within, louder than the roars of the battlefield. Because if you learned about me too soon, it would have been a risk too dangerous to take. But clarity strikes him now. The truth he had been circling finally takes form. Why is someone who calls themselves the invader from outer space hiding in the shadows, never revealing themselves? Why use star fragments as pawns to control others? His eyes narrow, violet lights sparking at the edges. Doesn't that mean the apostle of the Iterum revealing themselves would be a risk as well? The shadows around him shiver, answering his accusation with silence. Suho continues, his words like sharpened blades. But then, after Lee Min-sung's incident, you began to reveal yourself. Slowly, piece by piece. He watches as the energy writhes, as if the very world reacts to his deduction. For someone who had been hiding to suddenly appear, it can only mean one thing. You're preparing something. The battlefield trembles as Suho steps forward, his aura unraveling into a storm of shadow energy. The words slip from his lips, burning with both challenge and revelation. Tell me, are you Like me, a being who grows? His voice reverberates like a vow. I won't hide myself any longer. Shadow energy coils around him like a living beast, and Suho's presence towers, dark, radiant, and unyielding. From the depths of swirling shadows, a commanding voice echoed, laced with power and certainty. So you'd better come out. The air split apart as dark energy flared, and Suho emerged, wrapped in a violent aura, his body pulsating with malicious force. Shadows writhed around him, as if dragged into existence by his will alone. Suho's gaze sharpened, violet light flickering in his eyes. The tension shattered in an instant. Blades clashed, darkness sparked. His movements blurred as he attacked, his strikes reverberating like thunder. With each clash, arcs of shadow energy erupted, shaking the battlefield. And then, a chilling notification pierced through the chaos. Notice, level up. Suho's lips curved into a deadly smile as his power surged. Shadows coiled tighter around him, and his killing intent swelled, drowning the air. His voice cut through the battlefield, calm yet merciless. Come at me, apostle of the Iterum. The words struck like a blade through silence. Elsewhere, high above in the hovering aircraft, tension brewed. The apostle stirred, sensing the surge of energy. His name was called, hesitant, questioning. Hunter Park Dujene, but his reply was cold and dismissive, hiding the storm behind his eyes. It's nothing. Yet deep within, his resolve wavered, as though the words Suho had just spoken carried a weight he could no longer ignore. The golden glow in his eyes narrowed into a sharp gleam as he whispered with a shadowed grin. Sung Suho. His voice was like a hiss, dripping with malice, as though savoring the name. Meanwhile, beneath the burning horizon, Suho raised his hand with calm authority. The battlefield trembled as he spoke the word of dominion. Arise. From the ground, dark smoke surged upward, coiling into monstrous forms. Two figures began to emerge, their twisted silhouettes bound by shadows. Their faces froze in shock, unwillingly dragged back from death. Suho's voice was cold, unwavering. You said you two were the ringleaders behind this mess. Do you even know how many people died because of you? The shadows roared as the violet light wrapped tighter around them. Suho extended his hand, dark energy flowing like a torrent. So take your punishments. His words echoed like a verdict from a judge. With the decree cast, his power surged violently. You're going to have to fight for me from now on. Shadow creation. A tidal wave of darkness swept the corpses. Wrenching screams tore through the air as they twisted under his command, their resistance drowned by Suho's will. The night itself seemed to kneel before him. But then, something strange stirred, an unfamiliar pull. His eyes widened slightly. Purple light erupted from the shadows. What is this? His breath hitched for the briefest moment. Before his eyes, the shadows were no longer just bodies. They were extracting power, items, essence itself. The shadow is drawing out the items itself. Darkness coiled, ripping the remnants of the fallen into armaments, their screams lingering as their forms solidified into new might at Suho's command. Suho's eyes narrowed as he examined the shadowy essence coalescing in his grasp. This one's a rare grade, he murmured, as the shadow solidified into a black cuirass glimmering with dark energy. A notice appeared before him. Shadow item, Swindler's armor. Creation grade, rare. Type, armor, cuirass. Defense, +30. Health, +4. Before he could finish, another item began to emerge from the shadows, this time radiating with a far greater intensity. And this one's a heroic? First time getting that grade. The item pulsed with killing intent, revealing itself as a dark, ominous ring. Shadow item, Killer's ring, unsealed. Creation grade, heroic. Type, accessory, ring. Agility, +10. Effect, skill camouflage level 1. Mana cost, 200. Conceals your physical body and temporarily obscures all traces of your presence. 10 mana consumed every second camouflage is active. A new notification flared. Notice, creation grade heroic for shadow items has been unlocked. More windows cascaded before his vision. Notice, you are able to imbue names into the items to make them special items. Notice, would you like to name it? Accept/decline. Suho paused, Recalling. Imbuing a name? Right, didn't the shadow item contract have that kind of effect? Another system explanation followed. Skill, shadow item contract level 1. Class exclusive skill. No mana required. The skill bearer can imbue a shadow item with a unique name to make it a leveling item. Only applicable to heroic grade or higher. Item stat increase value, 30%. His eyes glowed with determination as he raised the ring, declaring, "Create name, Kira." The air crackled, shadows roaring around him as the ring pulsed with newfound life. Notice, a manual has been created for shadow item name imbuing. The details flooded in. A shadow item imbued with a name is able to level. It will be bound to the first wearer. Other players unauthorized to equip. A level will be added to the item, and its experience shared with the wearer. As it grows, its stats during its time as a shadow soldier will be shared. The finalized description emerged before his eyes. Shadow item, hero level. 1. Creation grade, heroic. Strength, +3. Health, +3. Agility, +13. Intelligence, +3. Sense, +3. Effect, skill camouflage level 1. The ring glimmered darkly as he slid it onto his hand. Power surged up his arm, shadows curling around his fingers. A faint glow lingered on Suho's ring as he clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. He muttered to himself, astonished by the discovery. A level appeared on my item, and the stats of its shadow soldier state will be shared with me. The realization hit him hard. If I can get items higher than heroic grade, I can grow stronger much faster. A sharp breath escaped his lips as a thought surged in his chest. With this ability, I'll be able to reach my father a bit sooner. But before the hope could fully take root, the ground trembled violently. A massive, clawed hand tore through the earth, its aura bursting with terrifying force. In an instant, the air erupted with chaos. Suho's shadows clashed violently against the monstrous force, their dark figures shredded apart by overwhelming strikes. "What's wrong, young monarch?" Baru's voice echoed with concern. Suho's reply came low and steady, gaze fixed ahead. "Something is defeating all the shadow soldiers over there, and it's approaching me." A bead of sweat trailed down his face, but his resolve hardened. "It's coming." With a thunderous crash, the colossal beast surged forward, smashing through the plaza with raw fury. Debris exploded around them as the creature landed before Suho, its roar shaking the very sky. The young monarch braced himself, eyes glowing with shadowy fire. The true battle was only beginning. The ground shook violently as the colossal white beast slammed its paws onto the earth, its golden eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Dust and debris scattered as its aura surged outward, shaking the battlefield. "I ran all the way here after seeing a black pillar," the beast growled, its voice low and guttural, vibrating through the air. Its eyes narrowed, studying Suho intently. "A hunter? What are you?" Suho's gaze sharpened. The creature's intelligence was clear, it spoke. He clenched his fists, shadows flickering faintly at his side. "A talking magic beast? What's it doing here?" But the beast smirked, revealing rows of jagged teeth. "You must be mistaken. I am not a magic beast. I am the guild master of White Tiger Guild, Beck Yunho." Suho's eyes widened slightly in realization. So this person is the White Tiger Guild master. It was mentioned that he was an S rank with a rare transformation ability. Beck Yunho stepped forward, his massive beastly form towering over Suho. His nose twitched as he sniffed the air, then his face twisted into a grimace. "I smell the thick stench of blood from you. What are you?" "I'm a hunter here to save the people." Suho's voice was steady, unwavering. The beast's golden eyes glinted. "What's your name?" "Sung Suho," he replied firmly. "I know the Hunters Association is after me, but I'm innocent." Beck Yunho threw his head back and laughed, a booming sound that rattled the air. "So you were him. How bold of you to openly lay out the fact that you're wanted." His laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes narrowing with sharp focus. "Suspicions of distributing star powder, was it? We even happen to have a member in the White Tiger Guild who suffered damages thanks to star powder." His monstrous jaws snapped, flashing his teeth as he loomed closer. "If you really are innocent, how are you going to prove it?" The tension thickened as Beck Yunho's aura pressed down on Suho, But Suho didn't flinch. His voice is calm yet cutting. Could we save this for later? I do happen to be a bit short-handed, so it's a relief that an S-rank hunter is here. His eyes gleamed with determination as the battlefield trembled around them, shadows swirling at his command. Suho looked up, unflinching. Up and go save the people. Beck Yunho's towering beast form loomed over Suho. Are you even aware of your position? With calm conviction, Suho replied. Still, a hunter should save people first. Beck Yunho's golden, beastly eyes widened, a flicker of recognition and surprise cutting through his hardened expression. Memories stirred, echoes of a voice, long ago. If we hesitate for even a second, people who could have survived may lose their lives. So instead of contemplating what choices we'll make the necessary choice first. Then contemplate how to make it the correct choice. Isn't that our job as the rescue squad? Beck Yunho's breath caught. His beastly gaze sharpened, then softened. Wait, he muttered, realization dawning. He studied Suho's face intently. No wonder I've heard that name somewhere. A deep chuckle escaped his throat, turning into booming laughter. Sung Suho, that was the name of the grandson the captain always used to brag about. Beck Yunho's beastly features faded as his transformation receded, and a broad, astonished grin spread across his human face. Your Captain Sung Ilhwan's grandson. The evening sun dipped low over the city, staining the sky and river in crimson hues as soldiers patrolled the bridge with unease. Their boots struck the pavement with weight, their voices betraying the fear they tried to suppress. Squad leader, will it be possible for us to take care of the rampaging awakeners by ourselves? One asked, the trembling edge in his tone cutting sharper than his rifle. Not even bullets work against them, he muttered, gripping his weapon tighter, knowing it was nearly useless. Orders bound them, yet dread gnawed at their hearts. Well, what else can we do? We gotta follow orders. Still, the air felt strange, charged with something unnatural. Haven't you noticed? The atmosphere of the city's been off for a while now. Yeah, came the reply, heavy with unease. It feels kind of chaotic, right? Then the silence shattered. The bridge trembled beneath the sudden roar of chaos. A monstrous figure surged into view, claws slashing with blinding speed, scattering prisoners and steel alike as though they were nothing. Flames and destruction followed in its wake. And then, Suho burst forward from the shadows, his aura flaring violet, eyes burning with resolve. He met the prisoners head-on, fists colliding with a force that split the air itself. After finishing the prisoners in the battlefield, Suho and Hunter Beck stood silently. Amidst the storm of violence, Hunter Beck's eyes gleamed with recognition. A deep, rumbling laugh escaped its maw. To wield such power with just a summoning skill, as expected of Captain Sung Ilhwan's pride. Suho's gaze narrowed, realization dawning. And then came the words that tied bloodlines and generations together. You're quite amazing too, Guild Master Beck Yunho. S-rank hunters really are different, after all. A booming laugh echoed through the carnage. Just call me uncle. The battlefield crackled with energy, past and present intertwining in the firelit dusk. The battlefield is in chaos, fires raging and debris scattered everywhere. Suho's voice echoes. For now, I've been noisily ransacking the whole place. As you ordered, he says, flames crackling across his form. Beck Yunho turns, golden eyes burning with conviction. But won't the villains just hide then? A heavy pause follows before Beck answers, his voice firm and unwavering. Seems like you're just a newbie of the rescue squad. Suho mutters under his breath. But I'm not in the rescue squad. Beck clenches his fiery fist, eyes narrowing with purpose. Our job isn't to get the villains, right? It's to save the people. The ground shakes as Beck slams his foot down, unleashing a shockwave of power that ripples through the city. Dust and heat explode outward in a fiery dome. The more we show our presence, the harder it will be for the villains to act, he roars. This way is much better if we consider the safety of the people. Suho looks up at him, realization flickering in his gaze. Definitely, from a certain point, I've only been thinking about taking down the villains. He stares at Beck, watching the way he carries himself, a man who shoulders the weight of an entire guild. So this is a guild master, whose job is to oversee an entire guild. Beck turns suddenly, his intense expression breaking into something almost casual. Suho, do you happen to have a girlfriend? No. Suho replies flatly, caught off guard. Beck beams, his golden eyes lighting up with mischief. That's good. My daughter happens to be single as well. This is a great opportunity to become in-laws with Captain Sung Il Hwan. Suho's eyes widened. What? Before he can answer, the whir of rotor blades cuts through the sky. A helicopter descends rapidly, kicking up dust. Inside, the Hunters Association chairman watched closely. Yes, Hunter Beck Miho, comes the firm reply from inside. Beck Miho stood on the ground, red hair whipping violently in the wind, eyes locked on the chopper. It has been confirmed, she declares, her voice carrying the weight of authority. The city square trembled under the weight of chaos, yet amid the storm, order was being restored. Groups of frightened citizens and wounded hunters were ushered to safety, guided by determined hands. The chairman's voice echoed, firm yet humble, great work. You evacuated the dispatched hunters and the ordinary citizens. But the reply came with quiet resolve. I only did my job as a hunter. From the shadows, black figures lurked between the panicked crowd and the wreckage of destruction. Their eerie forms twisted like smoke, faceless and unknown. Wu's eyes narrowed on them, suspicion tightening. I see black figures in between the villains committing acts of terrorism. Yet the uncertainty remained. I'm not sure either. It's hard for me to discern them at the moment. A blade of tension cut through the air. The seasoned hunter, his expression carved with decisiveness, stepped forward. Then it should be fine for me to eliminate them, yes? But before the words could settle, his body surged forward, leaping with lethal grace into the blazing sky. I'll wipe them out along with the villains. Gasps followed as his power flared like a burning comet. Wait, a desperate voice cried, but it was too late. Lim Tae-gyu had already unleashed his attack. His arrows of destruction carved the horizon, streaking through the heavens like judgment itself. From the safety of the helicopter, the chairman's eyes widened in alarm. Hunter Lim Tae-gyu. The words trailed, dread weighing them down. Well, that's... The hunter descended like a spear, eyes gleaming with unshakable focus. In the chaos below, the black shadows marked in red like cursed targets, every single one illuminated in his sights. Dozens of bullseye marks shimmered across their dark forms, the atmosphere crackling with impending annihilation. The heavens opened, and the earth braced for ruin. Lim Tae-gyu spiraled downward, his weapon glowing with furious brilliance. The city beneath bathed in crimson crosshairs. With a roar, he released his fury, the ground shaking with the promise of devastation. The skies above the city shatter with a deafening roar as a massive surge of energy tears through the horizon. A blinding streak of power descends like a meteor, slamming into the earth below with an eruption that rattles the entire battlefield. The shockwave rips through the streets, scattering shadows like leaves in a storm. Once advancing with unshakable confidence, recoil and terror. Their bodies convulse as the searing light pierces their darkness, and anguished shrieks echo through the burning city. They crumble and collapse, their forms consumed by the brilliance of the strike. Suho, eyes sharp and unflinching, stands amidst the chaos. His gaze shifts to the side where Beck Yunho, still in his monstrous transformed state, narrows his glowing eyes. Suho's voice rumbles, low yet firm. Is that? Beck Yunho doesn't answer, but his steady expression says enough. Beck Yunho's lips curl into a confident snarl. Don't worry. He's on our side. The battlefield quakes with anticipation, the arrival of a powerful ally turning the tide in this war of shadows. Suho's lips curved into a faint smile, relief flashing across his face as the battlefield shifted. The S-rank hunters have come as reinforcements from the Hunters Association. That's great. But the battlefield is far from over. Through the haze of smoke, the whisper of death seeped into his ears. Found you, sung Suho. For a heartbeat, the world stilled. A chilling vision struck him. Lee Min-sung's portrait framed in white flowers, incense smoke curling upward. A funeral altar. The suffocating voice echoed again. If only you hadn't distributed the star power. The sky erupted with a violent blast of red and blue energy. It collided like the clash of gods, tearing apart the horizon. Suho's heart pounded as he staggered back, barely bracing himself against the raw force of the attack. His instincts screamed. He twisted, just as a lance of pure energy shot straight toward him like a spear of judgment. The shockwave rippled through the battlefield, cracking the air apart. Suho darted aside, his body moving on reflex, yet the attack pursued with unrelenting speed. His eyes widened in alarm. Beck Yunho's fist crashed forward, his monstrous strength splitting the air as his body swelled with power. The impact reverberated like thunder, a reminder of the hunter Beck that lurked within him. Suho stood by, watching intently as the battle between conviction and misunderstanding grew heavier with every word. From across the shattered ground, Hunter Lim's voice cut through, sharp and unyielding. His eyes gleamed with cold suspicion as he demanded an answer. "Hunter Beck Yunho, why are you with a wanted criminal?" His gaze flicked towards Suho, the weight of judgment heavy in his tone. Beck's expression hardened. "There seems to be a misunderstanding. Let's talk this out first." He stepped forward, his massive frame looming protectively near Suho. Yet Hunter Lim refused to listen, his stance rigid, his voice venomous. He's the one who refused his chance to talk, who defied the association's summons and ran away. Sung Suho is a villain. Yunho's brow furrowed, his teeth clenched in anger. Calling him a villain out of nowhere. His eyes flared with fire, his voice thunderous. "I get that you're confused because of Lee Min-sung, but Suho has been trying to save people." But Hunter Lim's conviction only grew colder. His bow gleamed as he pointed it directly at Beck. "What's your relationship with him, Beck Yunho?" His words sliced through the tension like steel. Beck's silence lingered for a moment, his golden eyes narrowing with restrained fury. But before he could speak, his muscles rippled, his body blazing with flames of power. "Seems like words won't get through your skull." His voice was low, guttural, animalistic. The hunter Beck surged forward as his form exploded with blazing energy, the ground trembling beneath his feet. With a terrifying grin, he growled, "I'm going to have to calm you down first." The clash of overwhelming auras shook the battlefield. They are colliding in a storm of destruction. Suho steadied himself, eyes darting between the titanic figures of Beck Yunho and Lim Taegyu, both refusing to yield. His chest tightened with urgency. If they continue like this, the entire city will be reduced to ash. A fiery explosion ripped through the ground, scattering debris as shockwaves rippled outward. Flames painted the sky a blazing orange while shadows writhed in retaliation. Suho clenched his fists. "What should I do? How can I stop this?" Then, from within the inferno, a calm but commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Everyone needs to calm their heads." Figures emerged, standing tall against the backdrop of fire and ruin. S-rank hunters, their presence alone enough to silence the battlefield. Hunter Choi's eyes narrowed with disapproval as his voice carried over the chaos. What are two hunters doing in the middle of a crisis like this? The words hung heavy in the burning air, their weight pressing down as both sides faltered, caught between combat and command. Suho's breath caught. His eyes widened as he counted them. There are so many S-ranks. Even the association chairman, Wu Jinshul, is here. Relief washed over him. Finally, a chance to end this madness without more bloodshed. Beck Yunho exhaled, relief evident in his tone. "Looks like I can finally get some words in. You see, Suho's apparently the grandson of the captain I'm indebted to. I can vouch for him." But before the words could settle, a sharp interruption came. "Huh." Beck's hopeful smile froze as another voice rang out, firm and unwavering. Hunter Beck Miho stepped forward, her fiery gaze fixed on Suho. "Just because he happens to be related to someone you knew during your time in the rescue squad. You're aware that's not exactly convincing, right?" Beck Yunho's expression faltered. "Miho." And then, as if to hammer the point further, another figure emerged from the shadows of authority. Hunter Choi Jong-in, his glasses glinting coldly in the firelight. His voice echoes, "I agree with Hunter Lim Taegyu. There's no reason not to arrest a fugitive who has betrayed our trust." Even Hunter Choi Jong-in. The tension in the air thickened as the battlefield fell silent for a brief, fragile moment. Dujene's sharp gaze cut through the fading embers of battle, his golden eyes unwavering. "It looks like the other hunters are of the same opinion as me," Lim declared coldly. Are you going to defend a criminal all because of your personal feelings, Beck Yunho? Hunter Lim's fiery aura flared, his stance unwavering. But the words that followed carried a weight sharper than steel. Back off while you still can, Beck Yunho. His voice thundered, each syllable ringing with finality. If you don't, I'm going to have to crush you first. Yunho clenched his fists, his muscles tensing under the blazing glow of his transformation. The air between them was seconds away from igniting. Yet amidst the rising storm, Yunho's voice cut through with calm determination. Still, it would be best to talk things out. The echo of another voice followed immediately, firm and commanding. I, too, think a conversation is in order. From the shadows of the burning street, a figure emerged, his presence alone silencing the chaos. The hunter's eyes widened as they straightened instinctively. Wu Jinchul, the chairman of the Hunters Association, stepped forward, his imposing frame catching the dying light of the sunset. The battlefield itself seemed to recognize his authority. Chairman Wu Jinchul, gasped Yunho, the weight of the man's presence pressing down on everyone present. The chairman's gaze locked onto Suho, his eyes sharp, piercing, unyielding. Can you prove your own innocence? Hunter sung Suho. The words struck like a hammer, demanding truth in a moment where the world itself felt like it was holding its breath. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. The air was heavy with tension, the battlefield still trembling with the aftershocks of chaos. Chairman Wu Jinchul's voice echoed in his own thoughts. He had been wondering, why had he regained the memories of his past life? Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence at all. Perhaps Hunter Sung Jinwoo had foreseen this very moment. Jinwoo must have known he would one day leave this position behind, stepping away from the world he had carried on his shoulders. With the looming cataclysm threatening humanity, someone had to be prepared to take his place. Someone who could stand against the war that was coming. And at the heart of it all stood Suho, facing it not as the son of the Shadow Monarch, but as a hunter who bore the weight of battle alone. Jinchul's eyes locked on him. Hunter Sung Suho, he asked aloud, his tone grave. Can you prove your own innocence? The flames cast deep shadows across the ground. Even if Wu Jinchul lost every ounce of trust he had earned over the years, he knew one thing with certainty. He had to stand at Suho's side. Arresting him after everything he had done would not only be unjust, it would be wrong. Hunter Sung Suho arrived faster than anyone, Jinchul declared, his voice firm. He rescued civilians before any of us could move. To arrest him now would be too harsh a sentence. Gasps rippled among the hunters. Hunter Choi's eyes narrowed. I've known Association Chairman Wu for a long time, his thoughts raced. But it's my first time seeing him make such a wrong decision. Lim Taegyu's eyes narrowed, sharp with suspicion. Can he not see, he thought. I'm ready to fight at a moment's notice. Or does he have a reason to defend Sung Suho, even at the risk of antagonizing the Reaper Guild itself? The crackle of energy filled the air. Then came Suho's voice, steady and resolute. There's no need to fight, everyone. The shadows around him surged, pooling at his feet as a familiar, ominous aura spread outward. His figure rose like a silhouette against the chaos, his presence impossible to ignore. I'll prove my innocence, Suho said, his words ringing with a deadly promise. His eyes glowed with violet light, shadows crawling around his form like living flames. Though, he added, the power pulsing stronger with every breath, the method might be a bit violent. The battlefront roared with clashing power. From the fiery haze, the chairman shouted desperately, his voice strained with urgency. Wait, Hunter Sung Suho. But across the battlefield, Lim Taegyu's expression twisted, eyes blazing with vengeance. His blade gleamed under the inferno's glow as his voice cut through the chaos. Did you think I'd let you get away again? In an instant, the air split with blinding force. Lim Taegyu surged forward, unleashing a devastating strike that ripped through the ground, light streaking like a comet. Suho braced himself, the storm of energy crashing against him. His teeth clenched, eyes fierce, yet the sheer weight of the attack hurled him back. Suho, Beck Yunho roared, panic seizing his features as his comrade was flung across the battlefield. The dust hadn't even settled before the shadow fell over Suho again. His foot slammed down, sending shockwaves into the earth, eyes burning with ruthless intent. Suho's pupils narrowed, his breathing heavy. The enemy towered above him, wreathed in that ominous aura. Raising his weapon, Lim Taegyu's form seemed almost monstrous under the firelight. His bow, jagged with crackling energy, hovered with merciless precision. The shadow key connected to the Lim Taegyu side. Then, visions pierced Lim Taegyu's mind. Images of Sung Jinwoo, the shadow monarch, flickered through him like echoes carved into his soul. Memories long buried, fragments of battles, allies, and oaths, flared to life. His grip faltered as realization dawned, yet his rage did not wane. Hunters gasped as his aura convulsed violently, shadow and flame entwining around him. "Hunter Lim Taegyu," someone cried. Across the chaos, Suho pressed a hand to his shoulder, breath ragged. His body trembled as a searing sensation tore through him. His right eye ignited with an otherworldly glow, the mark of shadow bursting awake. From the sidelines, Baru's eyes widened with shock. "Young monarch," the words rang out, heavy with recognition. "Could it be," Baru muttered in disbelief, "that you're trying to make us all regain our memories?" The battlefield froze. The storm of shadows had only just begun to stir. The battlefield roared with fire and fury as Suho steadied his resolve, sweat streaking down his face, but his eyes unwavering. He thought to himself, if a hunter who lived through the same era as his father could regain the memories of the past world, then surely they would understand his words, his fight, his truth. That was the only way forward. But for that to happen, he had to act, now. In a flash of motion, Beck Yunho lunged forward, fists shattering the ground as he clashed with relentless power. The air trembled from the collision, shockwaves rippling out across the battlefield. Then, Choi Jong-in's cold, calculating gaze pierced through the chaos. His eyes glowed with a dangerous light as Suho charged straight at him, his body engulfed in surging violet and black aura. Jong-in narrowed his eyes, muttering under his breath, already measuring the threat. Flames erupted violently around them as Suho closed the distance. The firestorm engulfed the battlefield, its heat searing the very air. Beck Yunho shouted in alarm, his voice echoing, "Suho!" Jong-in's eyes sharpened, his tone darkened, flames curling around his body like a mantle of judgment. Just as Hunter Lim Taegyu warned, he's certainly dangerous. A flicker of surprise flashing as Suho barreled through the storm with reckless determination. "To think he'd come straight at me." All of a sudden, Jong-in muttered. But Suho's eyes burned brighter, desperation and conviction merging into one. His thoughts thundered, "Please reach." His aura burst outward, twisting violently as he pushed everything into his strike. But then Hunter Dujene and Hunter Beck Yunho attacked Suho with deadly force. The battlefield burned with tension, embers glowing across the faces of the hunters. One by one, their gazes hardened, each of them feeling something awaken deep inside. Suho stood amidst it all, his lips cut and blood trailing, but his will unshaken. His body trembled under the weight of what he was attempting, but his eyes never wavered. Choi Jong-in's expression shifted from confusion to shock, his breath catching in his throat as the haze of forgotten lifetimes parted. Flames reflected in his eyes, but it was not just fire he saw. It was the shadow of a past world resurfacing. Hunter Choi's eyes sharpened, a faint glimmer of recognition stirring. He clenched his fists as if remembering a power long buried. Amid the burning battlefield, anxious voices rang out. "Hunter Choi Jong-in." Miho called desperately, eyes fixed on the fiery chaos. Suho, battered and weary, dropped to one knee. His breath was ragged, his body pushed to its limits. He clenched his fist as flames flickered in his reflection, whispering to himself with quiet resolve, "I've done all I can. Now, all that's left for me is to wait." But the chaos didn't relent. From across the scorched ground, Miho's furious shout cut through the air. "You bastard!" Rage twisted into desperation as Hunter Lim's memories began to stir violently. He staggered, clutching his head, eyes glowing with recognition and pain. The clash of worlds and past lives echoed in his trembling voice as the truth began to bleed into him. "What are these memories?" he muttered, his gaze locked on Suho. as if the young monarch's very presence had triggered a flood of revelations long buried in time. The battlefield, already drowning in fire and tension, seemed to tremble under the weight of resurfacing truths. "Hunter Lim Taegyu," a voice called out, uncertain, but filled with realization. Lim's hand twitched toward his bow as his mind reeled. "A skill? No, this isn't a skill," he muttered under his breath, voice trembling. "It feels like I've remembered something I should have never forgotten." Hunter Choi's tone hardened, the weight of truth sinking in. "I had it with me this entire time." He clenched his teeth, eyes burning with clarity, the heat of his rediscovered power coursing through him. "How ridiculous," he spat, almost in disbelief of himself. And then, with flames curling against the sky and the battlefield rumbling beneath their feet, the unthinkable happened. Memories cascaded like wildfire, and even Hunter Choi Jong-in stood stunned, realization flashing across his face. The war of the past was no longer forgotten. It had returned, carried in their blood. Choi Jong-in's sharp voice cut through the roaring flames, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Can you tell me yourself what you did to us, Hunter Sung Suho?" Suho slowly straightened, his body still trembling but his gaze unwavering. The firelight flickered across his face as he answered with a calm, almost relieved tone. "What a relief. Looks like we can finally talk." His voice carried across the battlefield, steady and resolute. "Those are your memories from before the world went through a reset." The word struck the hunters like a thunderclap. "A reset," Choi Jong-in muttered, his brows furrowing as disbelief spread among those gathered. Suho nodded firmly, his expression shadowed, yet unwavering. "This world has gone through a reset once. That's why it was able to maintain its peace until the cataclysm happened." Hunter Choi's gaze hardened, piecing the puzzle together. "The world reset. Don't tell me. Is it related to Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" For a moment, silence hung heavy. Then Suho's lips curled faintly, his eyes meeting Jong-in's with quiet admiration. "To think you'd infer it was related to my father the moment you regained your memories. You really are amazing, Hunter Choi Jong-in." Shock rippled through those nearby as Jong-in's whisper escaped, almost involuntary. "Father." Suho's voice carried once more, steady and solemn. "I don't know anything about my father as a hunter. I just know he's always shouldered everything by himself. Even now, he's holding back the forces of outer space's invasion by himself. I've been fighting against the invader from outer space to help my father." The hunters shifted uneasily, the impossible truths settling in their hearts. Their minds screamed doubt, but the memories stirring within made denial harder by the second. One voice cut through the murmurs, deep and unwavering. "All of Hunter Sung Suho's words are true." The gathered hunters turned as Woo Jinchul stepped forward, armored and resolute. His expression bore the weight of conviction as he admitted, "I, too, am a hunter who has memories of the past life. The reason I was able to quickly make the Hunters Association when the cataclysm occurred was all thanks to the memories I had of living as a hunter." The battlefield, once filled with hostility, was now drowned in a heavy silence as truth clawed its way into every soul. The battlefield quieted for a moment, flames flickering in the distance as all eyes turned to Suho. His voice cut through the tension, steady and resolute. He urged them all to listen first, to hear the truth he carried. Time seemed to stretch as the hunters, those who had regained fragments of their past lives, gathered closer. Conversations sparked, fragments of knowledge and questions interwoven with disbelief. Suho spoke of the invasion of the outer gods, the Iterum, and of the apostle who now walked the earth under their command. He revealed the dark truth of star powder, a poison sown by the apostle to spread chaos and destruction. The weight of his words pressed upon the hunters. Faces hardened with realization. Each incident, every unnatural tragedy they had endured, traced back to the hand of the Iterum. The truth settled heavily, and when the death of Lee Min-sung was mentioned, a wave of silence fell over them. Eyes narrowed, breaths caught, another piece of the puzzle locking into place. But amid the grave revelations came another question. Why had Suho not spoken of this sooner? Why had he carried the burden in silence? Suho answered with the honesty of one who had been tempered by fire. He feared that his existence would become his father's weakness, that the enemy would use him as a weapon against Jinwoo. So, He chose silence, waiting until he grew strong enough to stand on his own. His admission rippled through the crowd, and for a moment, disbelief gave way to a new understanding. Someone spoke, reminding them that Suho, too, was a hunter who could level up, just like his father before him. Then came another revelation, cutting deeper than the rest. A name spoken aloud, Cha Heian. One of the hunters revealed her ties to Suho. Suho's eyes widened, shock and wonder flashing across his face. "You mean my mom?" he asked, his voice trembling as if the weight of that truth threatened to shatter him. The hunters watched in silence. The firelight danced on their armor and faces as the enormity of what was unfolding settled into their hearts. Suho stood in the middle of it all, his resolve unshaken, his voice unbroken, casting aside doubt and fear to reveal his truth. And in that moment, within the silence that followed, his presence blazed like a beacon. His courage, his decisiveness, his defiance. Sung Suho was no longer just a hunter caught in the tide of chaos. He was a force destined to shape the coming war. A heavy silence weighed over the battlefield as thoughts clashed behind guarded eyes. The apostle's voice echoed within. "I can't let him do as he pleases." The next fragment must quickly arrive. From the sidelines, Hunter Beck and Hunter Miho stepped forward, their presence cutting through the tension. Flames danced against their silhouettes as one of them spoke, his tone carrying both relief and uncertainty. "It's great that the misunderstanding around Suho got cleared, but I don't know what's exactly going on right now." The group stood gathered in the glow of firelight, their gazes fixed on Suho. The confusion in their hearts was evident, the unanswered questions pressing down like a storm. I guess it could be confusing if you don't know the context." The golden eyes narrowed, a faint, dangerous smirk curling. "Then, why don't I check the memories of the past world of the other people here as well?" The apostle's face stiffened, the air tense as Suho met that piercing gaze with unflinching calm. All of them stood in the faint glow of evening light. Suho's voice echoes. He began, but another voice cut through the moment. "Chairman," Hunter Choi urged, steady and deliberate, "I don't think that's a conversation meant for this place." But doubt was already festering. Sung Suho has a history of fleeing already. Even if he fled to save people, he would have to take responsibility for that himself. One by one, the accusations sharpened like blades. He deceived the association with false registration. He joined raid parties linked to every incident involving star powder. And above all, didn't he murder Lee Min-sung? Hunter Lim's words struck like chains, heavy and damning. With everything Hunter Choi Jong-in said, Suho's sentence should already be decided. "We have to arrest him first." Agreement rippled through the chairman. "That is the right decision. By all accounts, it would make sense to arrest him." His stood firm, eyes steady with conviction. But wouldn't Suho have had a reason for all his actions? The question hung in the scorched air, fragile but defiant, daring to pierce through judgment and doubt. The tension in the air thickened as all eyes locked onto the one who held the key, Sung Suho. His voice rang out with quiet authority, proposing a bold course of action, to dive into the memories of the past world. Around him, the gathered hunters watched with unease, their positions encircling Suho like stars drawn into orbit. His gaze hardened as he raised the key, the faint gleam of it catching the light. He didn't just speak of uncovering his own truth. He spoke of unearthing the hidden pasts of every soul standing there. Whispers of doubt rippled through the group. "My memories of the past world?" Hunter Beck muttered in disbelief. The very thought felt unnatural, something pulled from the depths of impossible magic. Miho's voice broke the silence, trembling with concern. "Even if the world became strange after the cataclysm, something magical like that doesn't make sense. Father, won't this be dangerous?" The weight of hesitation pressed on them, yet before it could fracture their resolve, his powerful voice cut through the uncertainty. "I trust Suho." The declaration shattered doubt like glass, solidifying the path forward. The world quivered as the key stirred with power. Black and violet energy coiled outward, forming a dome of shifting shadows that enveloped them all. Suho's expression stayed firm, his grip unwavering, while others struggled to brace against the tide of energy. "I told you not to act first and think later." Miho cried out in frustration, yet it was too late. The process had begun. One by one, hunters felt something foreign pressing against their minds. Hunter Beck clutched his temple, his body trembling as fragments of forgotten lives cascaded into his consciousness. "It's so strange," he whispered, voice breaking as visions clawed their way back into existence. "It's so strange." His face twisted between pain and awe as the past began stitching itself into the present. From Suho's vantage, the echoes of countless lives seeped into the air around them. Forgotten warmth, battles long fought, sacrifices made, all of it poured back with overwhelming force. "To think," one hunter murmured through clenched teeth, "that the memories I had forgotten would feel this warm." But even amidst the quiet reverence, unease slithered into the gathering. The apostle's sharp gaze narrowed. "Quite troublesome," he muttered under his breath, masking suspicion beneath calm words. This world had been reset once before. The apostle, cloaked in quiet calculation, observed from the edges. "That key wouldn't react to me," he thought, his golden eyes flickering with dangerous clarity. "I am not a being of this world. Should that be revealed, I'd fall under suspicion." His lips curled slightly, concealing his unease. The stage was set. The veil of forgotten history had been torn open, and now every secret, every truth buried by the reset, was beginning to claw its way into the light. A heavy silence settled as thoughts churned within him. "What should I do?" his mind whispered. "Should I begin a war with the believers I've gathered?" But even as the idea surfaced, it crumbled. He knew the truth. Even with thousands of followers, his current strength could only replicate the chaos of the prison escape, not more. His decision would have to be sharper, more deliberate. Beside him, doubt flickered in Miho's eyes. She clenched her fists. "Nothing's coming up for me," she admitted, frustration cutting her voice. "Huh." Suho's gaze snapped toward her. His confusion deepened. "That's strange. You should have been recalling the memories of the past world." Slowly, he summoned a familiar presence. Baru. The insectoid shadow emerged, his aura sharp and unwavering. His voice echoes. Could there be others like her? Others unable to recover their past memories? "What's with this weak-looking bug?" Miho scoffed. Baru's temper flared, fire in his eyes as he snapped. "Who are you calling weak? I'll tear you apart." "Enough," Suho's voice cut through, steady and calm. "Just continue explaining, Baru." Baru's tone shifted, commanding the air with grim weight. "The past world is made of events 20 years ago, even in this timeline, when mana still existed." Images surged into their minds. The era before the cataclysm, hunters rising, dungeons spawning. Baru's mandibles clicked as he continued. Peace had smothered mana's presence 2 decades ago. It is natural, then, that some factors differ now. Baru's head inclined. Indeed, it is likely this woman was not born in that past world. Her eyes widened. "Me?" The words struck harder than steel. She trembled, staring at her own hands. "I wasn't born." The revelation spread further. Park Dujene, standing nearby, frowned. "I don't remember anything either. Could it be I didn't exist in the past world either?" Tension thickened. Eyes turned to him, waiting for his conclusion. Hunter Beck faced his daughter, her desperate voice echoing. "Father, did I really not exist in the past world?" His throat tightened, and hesitation cracked his voice. About that, under the crimson-stained sky, the battlefield grew quiet, though the air still carried the weight of devastation. A voice broke through the silence, calm yet firm. "Don't you think it's amazing?" The figures turned, and there stood Chairman Wu Jinchul, his presence heavy with authority. Suho recognized him instantly, his eyes widening. "Chairman Wu Jinchul," he muttered. The chairman gazed at the horizon as if he could still see the echoes of Jinwoo's choice. "This was the peace that Hunter Sung Jinwoo chose," he said solemnly. "Countless people who were never even born in the previous world are now living and enjoying their lives." The reminder struck Suho deeply, and he turned, eyes locking on the familiar broad back of his father. His voice trembled, filled with reverence. "Father." Suho stood there, unmoving, his silhouette dark against the fading light, as if carrying the weight of eternity. Suho's thoughts sharpened. "Everyone," he said, his tone cutting through the stillness. "If the outer gods were to invade us in our current state, this world would be destroyed." A hush fell over them. Faces hardened, hearts tightened with the truth they already knew but dared not speak aloud. Suho pressed his hand to his chest, determination burning in his eyes as he looked at each of them. His voice carried the weight of both desperation and hope. "Could you lend me your powers?" The plea lingered in the air like a spark, ready to ignite the resolve of those who listened. The city buzzed with quiet whispers as the aftermath of chaos settled. News broadcasts filled the streets, voices crisp and confident. The Jisan prison villain escape incident that had caused national uproar is nearing its end, one reporter declared. Only 1% of fugitives remained unidentified. The swift resolution, she explained, was thanks to the rapid response of the Hunters Association. Onlookers recounted their fear. Many testified that if not for a mysterious shadow shaped like a human, the destruction would have been far worse. The broadcast continued. "We have also received information that this shadow human was, in fact, the skill of a hunter, confirmed to belong to none other than the E-rank hunter, Sung Suho." His face filled the screens, alongside the dark silhouette of shadow at his side. The anchor's voice grew firmer. Mr. Sung Suho, who arrived first on the scene to aid civilians, testified that he reawakened in that moment of crisis. Footage of Suho, battered yet resolute, played. The narration pressed on, weaving him into the image of a hero. The moment he sacrificed himself for others, he obtained the power to protect through reawakening. With those powers, Hunter Sung Suho became the savior of countless lives. But in a dim room, a figure leaned forward, eyes glowing crimson in the dark. His lips curled into a sinister grin as he muttered Suho's name. Sung Suho. Elsewhere, Suho watched the broadcast in disbelief, his fists tightening. "Everyone," his voice trembled with frustration. "What's this fake news about reawakening?" Around him, murmurs filled the Hunters Association office. Some dismissed it casually. "We decided it was better this way. Reawakening is rare, but not impossible. People will accept it." But Suho's thoughts burned hotter. They weren't lies meant to protect him. They were chains meant to shackle him. Chairman's voice cut sharply through the haze of tension. "But I had no intention of hiding it." His sharp gaze locked on Suho, piercing through the air. "You weren't about to announce to the whole world that you're a leveling hunter, were you?" Silence weighed heavy. "Only chaos follows those beyond the rules," the chairman warned, his voice grave. "Everyone will judge Sung Suho however they please. And the appearance of an irregular will only sow hostility." Suho's jaw clenched, his eyes steeling as the words pressed into him. The chairman's warning echoed, but Suho's resolve refused to falter. "There are 3 goals you mentioned." The memories in his mind echo. He declared that his first goal was his own growth, a promise to rise in strength until he could stand beside his father in the war against the outer gods. The second was to unite the hunters of this world, gathering them as one force to push back the looming threat. The third, and most dangerous, was the elimination of the apostle of the Iterum. As Suho's words settled, his determination shone through. After achieving these 3 goals, he would finally lend his strength to his father, who had been waging war alone. His resolve was unshakable. In the present, Choi Jong-in reminded him that enthusiasm alone would not suffice. To unite the hunters and sway the world, Suho would need more than power. He would need influence and a careful image. Suho listened intently, the weight of the advice pressing on him. Jong-in warned him to be cautious with his public image and to learn how to move the hearts of people, shaping their will as much as his strength would shape battle. Suho silently agreed. He couldn't do this alone. To succeed, he would need to rely on the strength and trust of others. Looking at hunters, he asked directly if this council meant hunters were willing to stand with him. With calm certainty, Hunter Beck affirmed it. Suho was not just anyone. He was the grandson of Sung Il-hwan, the son of Sung Jinwoo, the beacon of humanity. But more than bloodline, it was Suho's actions that had moved him, and so he pledged the support of the White Tiger Guild. Then came Hunter Choi, his voice steady with conviction. Acknowledging even Sung Jinwoo's struggles against the Iterum, he admitted his own limits but could not stand idly by while Earth faced destruction. The Hunters Guild would lend their aid as well. Watching these alliances form, Chairman Wu silently reflected, Suho had done it. He had won the trust of both Beck Yunho and Choi Jong-in. Now, the stage was nearly set. All that remained was one final piece. The air in the room grew heavy, silence pressing down like a weight. Hunter Beck's gaze lingered on Hunter Lim, his lips parting as if wrestling with an unspoken question. Finally, his voice cut through the tension, low and deliberate. "Is it true that you killed Lee Min-sung?" Gasps rippled through the room. Hunter Beck's eyes widened as he turned sharply toward Lim Taegyu, disbelief and urgency in his voice. "Hunter Lim Taegyu." But Suho did not flinch. His expression was steady, his reply firm, unshaken. "Yes, I did." The single confession hit the chamber like a thunderclap. Hunter Beck's shout of "Suho" echoed, but Suho's calm demeanor made it clear. He carried no regret. Suho's eyes narrowed, the memory flashing vividly in his mind. Exactly what was with his appearance at that time? He was possessed by the apostle of the Iterum, while under the effects of star power. Hunter Lim muttered. His voice hardened. "Why did you approach him?" Suho's voice was unshaken. "I confirmed he was cooperating with them, so I tried to get information from him." "Suho." Hunter Lim's next words were almost a whisper. "Why did he cooperate with the Iterum?" Suho's reply came, tinged with frustration. "I don't know." Inside, Hunter Lim's thoughts churned. He knew. He knew Suho hadn't done anything wrong. And yet, he kept pressing. His jaw tightened. "Why am I even asking these questions?" His eyes lifted, haunted, as Suho spoke again. "Are you perhaps wondering about Lee Min-sung's final moments, Hunter Lim Taegyu?" His voice was quiet, but it pierced through the silence. In his final moments, he was laughing. Lim Taegyu's breath caught. "What?" His voice cracked, disbelief twisting his face. He was laughing? Memories surged, the vision of Lee Min-sung's grotesque form, warped by star power and the apostle's control. That cruel laughter echoed in Suho's mind, bitter and hollow. "I still don't know why," Suho admitted. "Whether it was out of satisfaction or emptiness after giving up everything. But what I felt was, even at the end, he hadn't lost himself. I hate to admit it, but even in his final moments, he left a deep impression on me." Hunter Lim's eyes trembled. Shock gave way to something else, something deeper, unspoken. He exhaled. A bitter chuckle slipped from his lips, his expression hard yet conflicted. "Lee Min-sung, that same old egotistical bastard." His hand lifted, brushing through his hair as he finally looked back at Suho, resolve replacing doubt. "We, the Reaper Guild, will cooperate as well." In the quiet tension of the room, Chairman Wu's eyes sharpened with resolve. With the cooperation of 3 massive guilds now secured, the atmosphere shifts, the air thick with the weight of what lies ahead. Their gazes lock onto Suho, whose unwavering sincerity has stirred something deep within their hearts. Though he may not yet rival the presence of Hunter Sung Jinwoo, there is a fire within him that mirrors his father's unyielding spirit. In those fierce, defining moments, Suho's determination feels all too familiar. He stands tall, a figure casting the shadow of his lineage, yet carrying a storm uniquely his own. With steady conviction, Suho addresses them all, his voice cutting through the silence. He declares the beginning of their path forward, a plan that will ignite winds of change across the world. The guild leaders exchange silent thoughts, recalling Sung Jinwoo's battlefield, and recognizing that this young man's decision is about to summon winds of its own. Winds heavy with the scent of blood, carrying not just to the Hunters Association, but across the entire world. The winds of blood have begun to rise. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. The skies churn dark and heavy, a storm of mana looming over the shadow dungeon. Beneath the oppressive weight of that sky, Suho's ragged breaths echoed, sweat dripping from his chin as his muscles trembled with exertion. His fists clenched, body screaming in pain, but his voice remained steady as he counted. 98, 99. With a final, guttural roar, he pushed his body past its limit. 100. An eruption of power burst forth, shadows whipping violently around him, cracking the earth beneath his feet. The system's cold declaration followed, its golden frame materializing before his eyes. Daily quest, trained to become a formidable combatant, has been completed. Another window appeared instantly, its glow demanding his attention. Notice, You have received a reward for completing a quest. Check your reward. But Suho was already collapsing backward, chest heaving. His companions moved in swiftly. Amit's hulking frame loomed protectively, while Gray barked sharply, alert and loyal. You were struggling so much at first, Amit rumbled, his deep voice echoing like stone grinding against stone. Yet now, you're able to fully carry out my training alone. Suho managed a weak smile, pushing himself up despite the pain radiating through his arms. At this point, my body feels heavy and uncomfortable if I don't do them. Good work, Amit. From nearby, Essel's eyes watched him closely. Her thoughts stirred as she regarded him. The young monarch has changed so much since I last saw him, not only his body or mana, but even the way he carries himself. Suho shook the dirt from his clothes, his resolve cutting sharper than ever. Then, I got stuff to do outside. See you. Essel tilted her head, her gravelly tone questioning. You're leaving already, young monarch? Suho adjusted his stance, his eyes fixed forward. Yeah, I think I'm going to get busier from now on. 'Cause I'm going to remove a field-type dungeon. Essel's eyes widened slightly, her voice betraying a flicker of surprise. A field-type dungeon? The scene shifted to the past, Suho standing tall within a darkened council room, the shadows of the Hunters Association looming around him. His voice was steady, unwavering as he explained the conversation. I had a talk with the higher-ups of the Hunters Association yesterday. As a way of preventing star power factories from being created as well, I asked them to cooperate with me in removing the field-type dungeons in Korea. They were exasperated, saying the other guilds would object. The memory sharpened, Suho's words cutting through the smoky air of that meeting. But I made a condition and was promised their cooperation. The portal world opened with a dark, ominous light as Suho stepped forward, determination burning in his gaze. So I'm going to have to try my best to fulfill that condition, he muttered, his voice resolute. From behind him, Essel rushed forward, her face filled with urgency. Let me help you then. You're going to call us too, right? She pleaded, her eyes shimmering with fiery resolve. Gray at her side barked fiercely. Suho gave her a steady look and nodded. Got it. With that promise, he turned and stepped into the swirling darkness of the gate. Essel reached her hand out toward the fading silhouette. I'll call you guys when I need help. Suho's voice echoed back as the portal swallowed him whole. Young monarch, Essel whispered under her breath, watching the vortex dissipate into silence. The scene shifted to a new battleground, a sprawling space, vibrant yet ominous. D-rank field-type dungeon. Catchison Field, the notification announced, heralding the beginning of yet another trial. In the dungeon, murmurs filled the air. Miho whispered among themselves, her voice sharp with doubt and curiosity. Just what could our guild masters be thinking? Miho questioned, her tone edged with frustration. To think they'd suddenly hand over the ownership of all field-type dungeons to one individual, especially when they know how much it affects guild earnings. A hunter's eyes narrowed as he hissed the name. Who the hell is that hunter called Sung Suho supposed to be anyway? Beside him, Miho's voice echoed. And it's not like he's making us A ranks or higher to participate. He only called us to fill up the spots for clearing the D-rank dungeon. Sung Jihun's grin widened. I've been rather piqued by him. A hunter who can strike, mine, and haul everything all by himself. Aren't you curious? But suspicion remained heavy. Must be an exaggeration, Miho replied, crossing her arms with disdain. Her thoughts twisted darkly. Even father, getting all energized in those so-called memories of the past world. Nearby, Jihun listened quietly, his expression unreadable. A hunter who levels, huh? He thought. Let's see if Guild Master Choi Jong-in's words are true or not. From the shadows, the apostle's golden eyes gleamed, unblinking, watching everything in silence. The ground trembled violently, a quake echoing through the mountains. Hunters on standby turned sharply, eyes narrowing. Could this quake be? Miho muttered. It hasn't even been an hour since he entered, Jihun replied, disbelief in his tone. Their answer came swiftly. Out of the dust and chaos, Suho emerged, his figure steady, his aura commanding. Behind him, shadows swirled like an army of the dead, their presence suffocating yet awe-inspiring. Looks like I kept you all waiting, Suho said, his voice calm, almost casual. He explained without pause. I was able to take down the boss pretty fast, but it took me some time to mine and carry out the essence stones. His words rang with certainty, the weight of his strength undeniable. The hunters stared, stunned. I want to go through 3 more places today, Suho continued, his tone firm and commanding. So how about we move to the next field-type dungeon? Murmurs spread among them, disbelief and awe intertwining. Even if it may have been a D-rank dungeon, it only took him an hour by himself, Jihun thought, his face paling. Just who is this guy? The question hung heavily in the air. Meanwhile, back among the guild masters, unease grew. They walked in tense silence, their thoughts filled with doubt. Hunters, entrusting all the field-type dungeons our guild's own. Was that really the right decision? Zhang Yin questioned grimly. Choi's gaze hardened. An endless fount of essence stones and materials from magic beasts. As he continued, Hunter Beck's voice echoed. You really are the incarnation of greed, Guild Master Choi Zhangyan. If the world were destroyed by the Iterum, there'd be no value in these field-type dungeons or money. A heavy pause followed before Choi spoke, voice low. That being said, it was surprising. The person who most enthusiastically recommended entrusting the dungeons to him would be the master of the guild that possesses the most. I suppose you must have felt a bit sorry for him. Lim's voice broke the silence, firm yet heavy with conviction. He said that the factories to create star power were discovered in field-type dungeons. I'd do anything to eliminate those stimulants that left Li Minsung in that state. But doubt still lingered in the room. Choi muttered, I shadowed. But what if, just by chance, those outer world invaders are the same kind of breed as the monsters back then? Would there really be anything we could do? A dark image filled their minds. Towering beasts, monstrous figures, claws dripping with malice, eyes glowing with hatred. The weight of that question pressed against them like a curse, leaving silence in its wake. A heavy silence lingered, broken only by the slow exhale of Hunter Beck with fiery eyes. His gaze burned with unease, shadows of doubt flickering across his face. You're all getting quite concerned, came the deep voice of Wu Jinchul as he walked ahead, his back broad and commanding. That's unlike you. The guild masters turned to him, their expressions sharp, as if waiting for some reassurance. Chairman Wu Jinchul, one of them called carefully. But Jinchul didn't slow his stride. His words were cold and resolute. Aren't you aware by now? This isn't something we can avoid, even if we wanted to. His conviction struck the others into silence. The weight of his words was undeniable. With a calm certainty, Jinchul's voice deepened. Suho will be able to do it. Yet, in the shadows of their minds, doubts lingered. The dissolution of guilds, the surrender of precious dungeons, it was no small matter. Opposition would rise like a tide. Hunters who knew nothing of the past would never believe in an invasion from outer space. It won't be easy to persuade people like them, Hunter Choi murmured. Persuade, Suho repeated, his thoughts racing. A flicker of an idea lit within him. At the long table, eyes turned toward the unspoken possibility. The faintest smile curved the lips of the one who had realized it first. There's one thing that comes to mind. His tone was low, almost reverent. National levels. The name alone carried the weight of legend. Images flashed before them. Monsters of strength not bound by nations, but rivaling them. Thomas Andre, the colossal power of the USA. Liu Jigang, the blade of China. Siddharth, the indomitable force of India. Hunters who stood apart, unmatched, commanding the awe of the world. If Suho were to become one of them, Chairman Wu whispered, trembling with the enormity of the thought. That would be his true power of persuasion. And in that moment, the words echoed like prophecy. National level. The room falls into silence as Suho's voice cuts through the tension. In that case, 1 month from now, his gaze hardens with unwavering determination. I'll become a hunter powerful enough to persuade any other hunter. The declaration echoes in the chamber, leaving the gathered hunters in awe. Wu Jinchul steps forward, his presence commanding respect. So let's just focus on our battles right now. His footsteps resound as he opens the door, his expression resolute. Inside the vast chamber, the glow of the council lights cast long shadows across the faces of those gathered. Representatives from every corner of the land sat in solemn silence, their expressions a mix of caution and resolve. From the Azure Cloud Guild of the Yangtze region to the Wam Guild of Yangdong County and the Daesong and Dacheng guilds of the Hoseo region, all had come together, voices united in this rare moment of agreement. Their decision was clear, their purpose unwavering. For Suho's growth. The words echoed through the hall, not as a simple declaration, but as a vow. A vow to nurture the boy who carried within him the legacy of power and the burden of destiny. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dungeon, Suho steps through with fierce resolve, his fist gleaming with power as monsters swarm around him. His movements are sharp, each strike unleashing waves of destructive energy. Shadows rise and fall at his command, tearing through the battlefield with merciless precision. The ground quakes as Suho leads his army of summoned warriors through the dungeon, leaving devastation in their wake. Two hunters stand in disbelief as they witness the overwhelming sight. Hunter Beck Yunho. Are my eyes working properly? Jehun mutters, astonished. Beck Yunho narrows her eyes, her lips tightening. That's my line. Within 2 short days, the impossible has been achieved. Suho stands tall, his shadow soldiers looming behind him like an army of darkness. Miho's calm voice carries the weight. In just 2 days, the total number of field-type dungeons I've cleared and finished mining is 2 D ranks, 4 C ranks, and 2 B ranks. The hunters gape in disbelief. One of them clenches his fists, his admiration tinged with fear. Not only is it impressive he did it all by himself, most of all, his voice trails off, unable to fully capture the enormity of Suho's achievement. I can feel his mana growing every time he clears a dungeon. His gaze sharpened, fixed on Suho, who stood surrounded by his looming shadow soldiers. So there really is a hunter who can level up. Suho clenched his fist, purple energy coursing through his veins, the crackle of power alive in his palm. The system's truth resonated within him. The metric for measuring mana rank is MP. And mine, it's rising. His eyes narrowed, a steady realization anchoring him. Shadow authority feels easier to wield now that my mana has grown. From behind, Baru's wings fluttered lightly, his loyal voice eager to serve. Young monarch, may I help? He asked, bowing deeply. Allow me to compare your mana with the hunter over there, the one who bears the rank of S. Suho's hand rose calmly, dismissing him. It's okay, Baru, he said firmly, his eyes fixed on the faint golden aura radiating from hunter nearby. I feel it. I already know. From a distance, the apostle stared back at him, watching, calculating. But his gaze pierced like a blade. The cavern grew still, each breath filled with unspoken tension. Later, the quiet of the night returned. Under a deep indigo sky, Suho stepped into his home. The shadows receded, leaving him in the stillness of the ordinary. The faint creak of the door, the sound of his footsteps against the floor, mundane, yet grounding. He slipped off his shoes, pausing for a moment, lost in thought. Silence lingered. His gaze hardened, but only faintly. He walked deeper into the dim light of the house, shadow trailing closely at his heels. The air shifted, heavy, suffocating, like the silence before a storm. Suho's eyes locked onto the shadow creeping from the corner of the room. From the darkness, a figure emerged, radiating malice cloaked in red flames of murderous intent. A wicked grin stretched across the man's face, sharp and cruel, as his deep voice echoed. You're finally here, sung Suho. It was Huang Dong Suk, an S-rank villain, his presence alone enough to twist the air with hostility. His massive hand reached forward, not as a greeting, but as a declaration of violence. The confrontation Suho could not avoid had finally begun. The shattered photo frame lies broken on the floor, the glass glittering like sharp fragments of memory. A cold voice sneers in the dim light. What a shame, if your family had arrived first. I was planning on making them go through the same thing I did. From the shadows, Huang Dong Suk steps forward, his eyes burning with murderous intent, his heavy boots grinding the photo deeper into the shards. He spreads his arms, muscles coiled with sinister power. You're finally here, sung Suho. Suho's expression darkens, his jaw tightening as an icy rage flickers in his eyes. The air vibrates with tension, a predator and prey circling in silence. Yet it's unclear who is which. Dong Suk's smirk widens, revealing the twisted pride of an S rank who knows his own strength. This guy is. Suho's thoughts sharpen. His gaze narrows, recognition cutting through him. The S-rank awakener. Huang Dong Suk. The memory of Wu's words surfaces. He's the biological younger brother of the Jisan prison incident's ringleader, Huang Dong Suk. Rumors say he orchestrated everything to free him. Huang Dong Suk is one of the strongest S-ranks in Korea. The warning echoes in Suho's mind. Run if you ever encounter him. Dong Suk chuckles, his sunglasses catching the faint glow of his aura. His presence feels suffocating, pressing down like a storm. But Suho stands firm. Are you here to avenge your brother? But what now? I'm not the one who killed him. Your brother was killed by Kong Tae-shik. Dong Suk's grin freezes, then twists darker. He mutters under his breath, astonished. What's with this kid? He even knows about Kong Tae-shik. His laugh echoes, vicious and sharp. I don't care. I didn't come to avenge my brother. I was just pissed that someone like you sabotaged my plan. Suho's voice cuts through, low and unwavering. You're beyond saving. Let's move somewhere else, Huang Dong Suk. But Dong Suk's body ignites with crimson energy, his aura erupting like a wildfire. His fists flare with killing intent as he steps forward. Why should I listen to you? He roars. In an instant, Suho's fiery strike collides with a wall, the wall trembling under the shockwave. The building rattles, red light bursting outward like an alarm to the world. Two overwhelming forces locked in combat, and the city trembling under their fury. The tension in the air thickened as Suho's calm voice broke the silence. My uncle happens to be quite the worrywart. It won't even take 5 minutes for the security company and hunters to gather here. Are you still not going to move? Huang Dong Suk's lips twisted into a mocking grin, his eyes glowing with malice. Shitty brat. The scene shifted to the night sky above the sprawling building complex, its walls trembling faintly from the growing clash within. Inside the ruined hall, Suho and Huang Dong Suk faced each other like predators about to strike. Dong Suk adjusted his stance, his tone laced with cruel amusement. Seeing how you aren't withering before me, the talk of you going through a reawakening must be true. Did you get S-rank or something? Suho's gaze sharpened, his voice steady, cutting through the tension. I won't know until I get reassessed. But I wanted to ask, how did you obtain the star fragments? Dong Suk's eyes gleamed dangerously, his laughter echoing in the hollow space. What? You need a stimulant. Why should I tell you? That stuff's tough to get nowadays. But Suho's thoughts raced as his eyes narrowed. He's not getting them from the Iterum. Dong Suk's aura flared, his words dripping with arrogance as crimson energy erupted around him. Only weak bastards rely on things like stimulants. You must be real excited after reawakening as an S-rank by sheer luck. But let me teach you a lesson since you seem so unaware. Not all S-ranks are the same. His body ignited in a blazing storm of red energy as he charged forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Suho's eyes followed his movement, his heart steady. He looks much stronger compared to Lee Min-sung. In a way, this would be my first time fighting in S-rank. Clenching his fist, Suho's determination surged. I want to see. Lightning crackled around his arm as he launched himself forward. His strike aimed directly at the rampaging Huang Dong Suk. The clash of their powers split the air, shaking the building with the force of their collision. The ground split open with a thunderous crack as Huang Dong Suk's heel smashed down, sending jagged rocks and shockwaves flying. Suho was hurled backward, his body colliding against stone with bone-rattling force. Gritting his teeth, he let out a sharp gasp. Dong Suk's eyes gleamed red with violent delight, his voice cutting through the chaos. Are you seriously trying to brawl with me when you're just a summoner type? Bring out that dark human, or whatever it is. The S-rank villain charged again, fists glowing with crimson rage, the air trembling with each step. Suho steadied his stance, watching every movement, refusing to falter. The stone shattered. Walls cracked. Their collision shook the building. But Suho stood his ground, his fists clenched, his aura blazing. He didn't answer. His silence was defiance. Huang's monstrous figure loomed through the dust, his red eyes glowing with malice. But when Suho's strike finally connected, it was met with nothing but a cruel grin. That tickled. With savage speed, Dong Suk countered, his arm a blur as it smashed forward, his power overwhelming, his killing intent suffocating. The room became a cage of destruction, echoing with the roar of clashing blows. The ground cracked and trembled beneath the force of their clash, dust and debris scattering into the air. Huang Dong Suk sneered, his voice dripping with mockery as his strikes pressed harder. Are you really trying to beat me with pure strength? Even if you used every ability you had, that would be impossible. Suho gritted his teeth, every impact sending shockwaves through his arms. Inwardly, he admitted it. He could certainly feel the overwhelming difference in raw strength between them. But then, his eyes narrowed, recalling a memory etched deep within him. But he steadied himself, body glowing faintly with shadowed energy. The memory of standing against something far greater, far more terrifying than this man, burned in his mind. Broken walls, collapsing towers, the suffocating presence of monarchs. Compared to that, this pressure felt hollow. I don't feel the same pressure I felt back then. Dong Suk lunged forward, his fist a crimson blur of destruction. Suho braced. Dong Suk's lips curled into a vicious grin. Must be real cocky to think about other stuff in the middle of this fight, huh? The two figures crashed into each other, the battlefield quaking with each strike. High above, the night sky seemed to split open, the storm of their battle flashing across the darkened horizon. The night was split by the rumble of destruction, dust and debris clouding the battleground. From below, Dong Suk's glowing eyes widened. You bastard, when did you bring out your weapon? From the smoke, Suho emerged, blade in hand, shadowed power whispering at the edge of his aura. The battlefield grew tense, silence swallowing the chaos for just a moment, until the voice of Baru echoed softly from the shadows. Are you okay, young monarch? Suho exhaled slowly, sweat beating down his temple. His eyes locked on his opponent. Looks like it's still a bit difficult to fight an enhancement type S rank without any of my abilities. As Dong Suk's form advanced through the dust, Suho clenched his fist, his mind sharp. Honestly, I'd like to invest all of my save points into strength, but since I have to use them elsewhere. His voice trailed, his gaze steady, as the ground beneath him trembled once again. The battlefield trembled as he straightened, his aura flaring to life. Then, Suho's voice cut through the silence, his shadow-armored form stepping forward. Let's get serious now. The ground exploded as his power surged. A colossal shadow armor wrapped around him, gleaming with otherworldly energy. His voice echoed. Shall we start round 2, Huang Dong Suk? Then calm notifications echoed in the void. Shadow item. Minotaur helm, creation grade, rare. Shadow item. Hira, creation grade, heroic. Shadow item. Cockatrice pauldron, creation grade, rare. Shadow item. Crimson mane cuirass, creation grade, rare. Shadow item. Lizardmen boots, creation grade, rare. His status window blazed into existence. Name, Sung Suho. Level, 42. Strength, 185, plus 20. Health, 341, plus 10. Agility, 100, plus 20. Intelligence, 71, plus 10. Sense, 94, plus 15. Suho's eyes glowed as he clenched his fist, darkness swirling tighter around him. I'll fight you with my full powers now. Dong Suk scoffed, his arrogance flaring. You think you can beat me just by putting on all that crap? But in his mind thought raced. Where did those items even come from? But his words faltered as a dreadful ripple of darkness rolled through the air. His pupils shrank. That dark ripple, it's memories of past surgeries in his mind. On top of a building, Jinwoo's calm voice pierced the suffocating silence. What about greed? Since you died being greedy. His gaze sharpened, commanding the shadows themselves. What do you think? Do you like it? Huang Dong Suk. Then, beside him, a monstrous shadow loomed, its form twisting, radiating deathly power. Half of Dong Suk's body lit up in eerie purple flames as the shadow's skull-like face mirrored his own. The once proud S-rank's breath hitched, his arrogance cracking. His name echoed in the void, twisted and swallowed by shadow. Huang Dong Suk. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. The air crackled with dark energy as Suho stood still, his armor glowing faintly with a violet aura, each fragment pulsing like a heartbeat of shadow. His eyes burned softly with cold determination, the reflection of black fire dancing in them. He took a quiet breath. The energy around him swirled, fierce, heavy, and regal, yet he remained unmoved. This really isn't my style, he thought, his voice calm amidst the chaos. It's way too bothersome. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. I should have item appearance set to off. In front of him, Huang Dong Suk's frame tensed. The S-rank's arrogance seemed to wither, replaced by something foreign, confusion. Suho tilted his head slightly. Huang Dong Suk. But the man didn't respond. His eyes twitched, his breath quickened. He gripped his head as if something inside was clawing its way out. His veins pulsed violently, crimson lights spreading beneath his skin like molten fire. The world around him blurred, and then shattered. Images flashed through Dong Suk's mind. Distorted faces, twisted memories, a shadow standing tall in the dark. The aura, that suffocating darkness surrounding Jinwoo, ripped through his sanity like a storm. He screamed as the vision flooded him, seeing himself fall before that same black radiance long ago. The ground cracked as his knees buckled, his breath uneven, his heart seized by a memory that was entirely his own. Hallucinations, his mind reeled. No, the moment I saw that black haze, someone's memories poured into my mind. His eyes widened, trembling in disbelief. No, not just someone's memories mine. Suho's gaze hardened. The atmosphere thickened, shadows crawling at his feet like living flame. Dong Suk's pupils shook as realization struck him. Those eyes. Cold. Fearless. The same eyes that had once looked down on him with quiet, merciless disdain. I know those eyes, he gasped, his voice breaking. I know the name of the man who looked at me with those eyes. His trembling lips curled into a snarl. How did I forget? His scream split the silence, shaking the air itself. Sung Jinwoo. The name echoed like thunder through the ruins, raw with madness and hatred. Suho's brows knit together in confusion. Why does Huang Dong Suk know my father's name? Behind him, Baru hovered silently, eyes gleaming faintly in the violet haze. Greed. The shadow murmured darkly. It seems he's recalled his memory of the previous world. Suho's gaze sharpened. Greed? What do you mean by that, Baru? The air grew heavier still, a storm of power and revelation just beginning to rise. Baru's voice dropped low, almost reverent, yet edged with unease. Huang Dong Suk wasn't on the best terms with my liege in the previous world. The wind whispered through the broken battlefield, carrying the faint hum of lingering mana. Eventually, Baru continued, his gaze sharpening. He was killed by my liege and became known as the Shadow Soldier. Greed. The word hung heavy in the air, greed. Suho's eyes shifted back to Dong Suk, whose body trembled violently, the dark aura around him pulsing like a dying heartbeat. He seems to have remembered his memories of the past life, Baru muttered, his tone deep with realization. Suho frowned. Can he regain his memories without a shadow key? Baru's antennae twitched as he hovered closer. Considering Wu Jinchul remembered the previous world all by himself, I believe it's possible. Dong Suk's lips curled into a snarl, his eyes burning crimson. Sung Jinwoo. He spat the name like venom, his rage twisting his features. Sung Suho. For a moment, flashes of memory crashed through his mind, fragments of a shattered photograph, Jinwoo and Cha Han holding a baby. Come to think of it, his thoughts raced, that family picture at that kid's house. The pieces clicked together with horrifying clarity. His pupils were constricted. Sung Suho must be Sung Jinwoo's son. He continues. Why is Sung Jinwoo? Why is that monster not working as a hunter in this world? His thoughts grew darker, feverish. By chance, if Sung Jinwoo is unable to act for some reason. A malicious grin twisted across his face. This is my opportunity. With an explosive surge, Dong Suk lunged forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. His fist collided with Suho's guard, the shockwave tearing through the air like thunder. The dark human. It's the necromancer skill that Sung Jinwoo used on me. He remembered every fragment now. The terror, the humiliation, the despair. Even if this kid has a similar ability, he hissed through clenched teeth, he's still just a novice. His aura flared, eyes burning with hatred. This is the perfect opportunity for me. Shadows of the past crawled through his mind. Jinwoo's towering silhouette, the cold command in his eyes, the memory of kneeling before him in defeat. I remember, hazy as it is, Dong Suk growled, trembling. The memories of serving Sung Jinwoo as his slave. His fists clenched, power rippling through his veins like molten fire. The feeling of being forced to become his subordinate after groveling to him. Flames of vengeance burned in his gaze, his teeth grinding. As the price of those humiliating moments, he bared his teeth, screaming with fury. "You will lose a son," sung Jinwoo. Lightning flashed across the field, his killing intent exploding like a storm. Suho, unshaken, tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable behind the faint glow of his aura. His voice came calm, cold, and quiet, slicing through the chaos like a blade. "What's got you so scared?" he said as their powers clashed again, the ground trembling beneath them. His eyes locked onto his enemies. Huang Dong Suk. Blood dripped down Huang Dong Suk's arm as he roared forward, his muscles bulging with fury. His body trembled from the strain, torn between rage and terror, yet he charged anyway, desperate, unrelenting. Suho's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he slashed his arm through the air, purple lightning crackling from the shadow energy surging around him. The two forces collided, red and violet, a violent symphony of power that split the ground apart. The clash painted streaks of light across the darkness, carving flashes through the blackened battlefield. Dong Suk's growl deepened as he lunged again, blood splattering with each step. Suho met him head-on, the ground fracturing under their combined might. The impact echoed like thunder, a storm of energy and willpower clashing without restraint. Dong Suk's eyes widened mid-strike, disbelief cutting through his fury. "This kid," he thought, feeling the tremor in his arm as their strength collided again. He suddenly got stronger. Suho's shadow flared violently, waves of darkness pulsing from his skin. His calm expression didn't waver. If anything, his focus deepened. Baru's voice lingered faintly in his mind. The countless shadow items created from running field-type dungeons. Suho raised his glowing hand. The purple fire licked across his fingers, condensing into form, weapons and armor rising from his shadow like liquid darkness. Their stat-increasing effects, Baru's words continued, and even the summoning mechanism which allows my liege to summon them through shadows without opening the item window. Suho's gaze sharpened. "If I can make use of them." His hand clenched, and the darkness obeyed. Blades of shadow erupted around him, whipping forward in a storm of black light. They sliced through the air, colliding against Dong Suk's arms and tearing open new wounds with every impact. Dong Suk staggered, his breath ragged, his vision blurring. Suho advanced without hesitation, every movement precise, every step heavier with power. "He's bringing out weapons at will." Dong Suk thought in horror. Did Sung Jinwoo have this kind of ability too? Baru's wings flickered faintly beside the battle, his eyes glowing with awe. "I can feel it," he whispered. "The young monarch is growing, even in the midst of battle." His gaze darkened reverently. Not only his level, but his skills, his instincts, even his understanding of power itself cannot be measured. Suho leapt forward, his aura blazing like a second sun. Baru's voice trembled with pride. "My liege, I, Baru, may dare say." As Suho's blade drew another arc of shadow light through the air, the ground shattered beneath them both, and Baru's words resonated like a vow carried by the storm. "It won't be long until I get to witness you, along with the young monarch." Huang Dong Suk screamed, his body twisting under the weight of the clash. Suho's strike cut through his guard, the black aura swallowing his form. A splatter of blood, a brief silence, and then a gasp. Dong Suk fell to his knees, his face battered, blood dripping down his chin. Through his blurred vision, he saw it, Suho's silhouette standing tall amidst the smoke, the faint glimmer of wings unfurling behind him, drenched in shadow light. A godlike image burned into Dong Suk's fading sight. His final thought trembled on the edge of dread. Those eyes just like Sung Jinwoo's. The echo of battle still trembled through the ruins. Suho stood tall, his blade lowered slightly, dark smoke curling from its edge. His chest rose and fell with calm control, violet energy flickering like a living flame around him. Across the battlefield, Huang Dong Suk staggered, blood dripping from his mouth. His body screamed with pain, but his rage burned stronger than reason. He slammed his foot down, the ground caving beneath his heel. "Damn it," he growled, his voice breaking with fury. He roared, bursting forward with all the strength left in his body. The air exploded around him as he launched himself upward, rubble scattering in his wake. Each movement carried desperation, the need to escape the humiliation of defeat. To think that kid was this strong, it was beyond my expectations. His thoughts raced. I'll need to head back for now and readjust myself. He clenched his fists tighter, his pride twisting in his chest. This isn't running away. His body blurred into a streak of red light, darting through the collapsing ruins. I'm only preparing to kill him for sure. His teeth gnashed together as dark strategies filled his mind. I'll ambush him when he drops his guard during his everyday life, or I'll kidnap the people close to him and threaten him. A cruel smile cracked his bloodied face. No matter how strong you are, sung Suho, it'll be useless. But as he turned, his red aura collided with something, a gust of overwhelming power. The light from Suho's shadows surged again, the pressure crushing through the debris like a wave. Dong Suk's breath hitched, his pupils shrinking as the ground gave way beneath him. The air screamed. The earth split. And in the next moment, a deafening blast struck him squarely, sending his body crashing into the distance, ripping through walls and stone. The sound of his impact echoed through the hollow battlefield, followed by silence. Dust and light drifted through the shattered air. When the smoke cleared, Suho stood unmoving, framed by the ruin, calm amidst destruction. His wings shimmering faintly in the lingering violet haze, gazing at Dong Suk. The battle had ended. The storm had bowed to the shadow. Huang Dong Suk's bloodied hand trembled as he gripped his side, the pain crawling up his ribs like fire. Shit, he spat, glaring up at the towering shadow in front of him. Suho stood silent, his blade resting loosely in his hand, the calm before an inevitable end. Dong Suk's breath came in ragged bursts. Are you going to make me your slave as well? His laughter was hoarse, laced with defiance and madness. Try it then. His lips peeled back into a grin, crimson eyes burning through the dark. I'll resist as desperately as I can to kill you. His voice grew darker, venom dripping with every word. You? And sung Jinwoo too. The name echoed like a curse, shaking the air between them. Suho's gaze sharpened, his tone steady but ice-cold. What a greedy dream. He lifted his sword slightly, the shadows curling tighter around him. There's no way you could reach my father when you couldn't even beat me. A pulse of violet light ran down the length of the blade, his words ringing like judgment. Try it, Suho said quietly, his expression unreadable. Although, he tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as faint light flickered across his face. I don't know if you can even have those kinds of thoughts anymore. Dong Suk's eyes widened in disbelief, then fury. His voice rose in a guttural scream, every ounce of hatred erupting at once. Sung Suho. The world seemed to fracture at the sound of his roar, a crimson blaze flooding the battlefield. The next moment, Huang Dong Suk's scream was cut short by the deafening crack of impact. A massive wave of energy erupted outward, splitting the ruins apart, and when the dust cleared, only Suho stood, bathed in the glow of red and violet light, his blade lowered, the shadow of his father flickering faintly behind him, silent, watching. A faint shimmer pulsed through the air, a familiar system notification echoing in the silence. Notice, level up. The words glowed bright, suspended in midair like divine commandment. Then again, level up. Skill. Increased strength has leveled up. Dust drifted in the pale light as Suho stood over Huang Dong Suk's motionless body. Cracks webbed through the shattered ground, the aftermath of power unleashed. Suho's gaze lingered on the fallen hunter. Huang Dong Suk. His voice was calm, but heavy with something colder than pity. To think he managed to recall his past life without a shadow key, he exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing. That must mean he hated my father that much, right? Baru hovered at his side, silent for a moment as violet embers flickered around them. Suho turned slightly. Baru, what do you think about turning into a shadow soldier? The insect king's gleaming eyes lowered in reverence. I think it's an honor to be able to serve you, my monarch. His thoughts echoed in his mind, yet filled with unwavering loyalty. Becoming a shadow soldier is like a punishment, Baru continued. It's like having to fight as a loyal soldier even after dying. The air rippled faintly around them as Suho's eyes shifted back to the corpse. They retained their sense of self, Baru went on. They can think, act, and choose, but their shadow equipment only has power imbued within it. It's like leaving only the karma of the body, even after the soul is gone. Suho's expression darkened as he gripped his black blade. His hand trembled slightly, not from hesitation, but resolve. He took a single step forward, shadows stretching beneath his feet. Arise! The command echoed like thunder through the silence. A surge of violet light burst forth, spiraling upward as darkness swallowed the air. But then, the energy faltered. You have failed to extract a shadow. Suho exhaled through his nose, expression unchanging. You have 2 more attempts. He stared down at the broken body before him. As expected, he murmured, You're resisting, huh, Huang Dong Suk? His eyes began to glow faintly again. Arise. Another eruption of shadow light. Again, resistance. You have failed to extract a shadow. You have 1 more attempt. Baru's wings fluttered sharply, his voice rising in outrage. Greed, you scoundrel. How dare a weaselly soldier like you resist the young monarch? Suho, however, only smiled faintly. His voice was calm, almost amused. Must be your final shred of defiance. He knelt beside the corpse, his hand once again enveloped in dark flame. Go ahead, he whispered. Resist all you want. Darkness swirled again, pulling at the very air around Suho. His aura burned like liquid night, violet shadows twisting and crawling up his arms. His voice cut through the silence, calm, cold, resolute. No matter how deep your rage and hatred run, I have no intention of trying to understand a villain like you. The shadows trembled, eager, restless. His expression hardened, eyes glowing faintly with that ethereal purple light. Right now, I only need strength. Power pulsed outward, cracking the ground beneath him as his words deepened, almost like a vow. And I'll make you use it, even if it's by force, for the sake of the world, Huang Dong Suk. He raised his hand. The darkness responded like a loyal tide, rushing forward. His command rolled out, quiet yet absolute. Arise. The final word reverberated through the still air, devouring the light itself. A few moments later, the chaos outside began to fade. Far beyond the ruins, headlights cut through the smoke. A black car screeched down the cracked road, tires grinding against the rubble-strewn path. The once silent ruins trembled as the vehicle came to a halt in front of what remained of a shattered structure. The building where the explosion had erupted. Tension filled the air. This is it, said Hunter Choi as they rushed out. The abandoned building where the explosion happened. It's close to Suho's house, Wu added, his voice urgent. Hurry, he might already be fighting the intruder. Their boots slammed against the ground as they sprinted toward the dust-filled ruins. We lost contact after the alarm went off at Suho's house, Chairman Wu said, breathing heavily. The wall was blown open. There's no doubt there was an intruder. And then, through the haze, a calm voice called out to them. Oh, what are you 2 doing here? Suho stepped into view, his silhouette outlined by the lingering mist and faint violet glow. His presence was steady, unfazed. Suho, they shouted in relief. He glanced toward them, his tone casual, almost light. Ah, looks like the Hunters Association was notified too. So you're safe? What happened? Where's the intruder? Suho replied calmly. It was Huang Dong Suk. The 2 hunters froze, eyes widening. As expected. So it was the S-rank villain, Huang Dong Suk. Suho nodded once. It was close, he said softly, almost to himself. But it's all over now. One of the men looked at him, hesitant. Could it be that Huang Dong Suk's now? Suho's lips curved faintly into a small, knowing smile. Yes. Suho stood beneath the fading glow of his shadows, the aftermath of battle still crackling faintly in the air. His violet aura pulsed once, like a heartbeat of victory. He looked down at his arm, the dark energy swirling and shaping itself into something solid, something alive. I won. The words left his lips quietly, yet carried the weight of triumph. His arm gleamed, now encased in a newly formed gauntlet of pure shadow. The armor breathed with faint, malevolent energy, jagged and regal, radiating the essence of power once belonging to his fallen enemy. Notification. Shadow item, greed, level 1. Creation grade, heroic. Type, gauntlet. Lines of data shimmered before his eyes, the system whispering its details. Stat manifestation, 10%. Attack plus 280. Strength plus 14. Agility plus 10. Sense plus 10. Health plus 11. Intelligence plus 7. Effect, active skill, smash. Mana cost, 400. A devastating blow that deals massive damage to solid structures, plus 200% damage to solid objects. A gentle breeze brushed past as the night sky dissolved into dawn. The storm had ended. Morning light filtered through a sea of clouds, pure and calm, a sharp contrast to the chaos that had come before. The sound of murmuring voices rose steadily as crowds gathered outside a towering building. The Hunters Association Mana Measurement Center bustled with energy, packed with hopeful faces and restless hearts. Inside, a faint hum filled the air, the mana detector glowing faintly, awaiting its next subject. One young man stepped out from the testing chamber, his shoulders slumped. Another hunter's voice echoes beside him. Just D rank after awakening? Come on. Cheer up, he said, half-heartedly. You can still work as a miner. No need to risk your life in the gates. The room was filled with quiet frustration, the sound of disappointment settling like dust in the air. 4 D ranks, 2 E ranks so far, a voice muttered from the side. Then, a man leaned forward with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. All right, I've got a good feeling about this one. After all these duds, it's about time a winner popped up. Kim Pan-suk, 37 years old, unemployed awakener. He cracked his knuckles as if revving up his luck. I'm not even hoping for S rank, he muttered to himself. Just an A rank, maybe B. That's enough. His fingers twitched nervously. I'm not dreaming of overturning the world, just enough to live better than this. The staff called. Next person, please prepare for measurement. Kim Pan-suk's grin widened. My turn's after this guy. His eyes landed on the calm figure sitting beside him, Suho. If he ends up a dud too, Mr. Sung Suho, come in please, the examiner called. Suho rose quietly. Okay. It still feels kind of awkward, he thought, suppressing a smile. Behind him, Pan-suk clenched his fists, whispering under his breath. Please, let him beat rank. Then, the results screen blinked. Kim Pan-suk, measurement result, E rank. The man's face twisted into disbelief as the light faded from the monitor. The sun blazed high above the glass tower, its reflection cascading down the sleek walls of the Hunters Association headquarters. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, reporters shouting, cameras flashing, the buzz of breaking news filling the air. Another S-rank hunter for South Korea, someone cried out as Suho stepped into the light. Click after click, the sound of camera shutters filled the lobby. And he's a reawakener. Apparently, he's the hero from the Dujene prison incident. It's a scoop. The flashbulbs flared like lightning, illuminating Suho's calm, unbothered face. He stood poised before the sea of voices, their excitement crashing like waves against his silence. Mr. Sung Suho, how does it feel to become an S-rank hunter? A reporter called out. Suho blinked once, his lips curling into a faint, easy smile. From the upper floors, Woo Jinshul watched the chaos unfold through the glass window. His expression was unreadable. Suho's now an S-rank hunter, as promised. In the meeting room, across the conference table, Choi leaned back in his seat. Well, it was already expected, he said, his tone composed. With his growth speed, he might become a national-level weapon before we even realize it. He adjusted his glasses. With this, we've set the foundation, he said firmly. Time to move on to the next step. Driving back all the remaining field-type dungeons in Korea, he continued, uniting the remaining guilds, and eventually, uniting hunters around the world. The weight of the plan hung heavy in the air. To think we have to do all this, Choi murmured, just to prepare for Hunter Sung Jinwoo's return. I can't even imagine how long that'll take. Hunter Beck murmured. The problem is, while we and Suho are working toward that goal, his tone darkened. The Apostle of Iterum won't just let us be. Woo Jinshul's gaze hardened as he stared down at the bustling plaza below. Apparently, the star powder, star fragments, which the association declared illegal, is still evolving and spreading. He clenched his hand slightly. It's as if they know all our movements, slipping through every net we cast. If they're hiding close to us, he said softly, hiding their identity, then we'll have to start narrowing down who we can truly trust. His tone carried the cold edge of resolve. Because our enemy seems far more cunning than we can imagine. A silent pause followed, the kind that carried foreboding weight. Outside the building, the apostle stood among a group of civilians, his golden eyes watching the new S-rank hunter, Suho. The faint glint of something sinister shimmered beneath his calm demeanor. The air shimmered. A faint vibration coursed through the ground. Then, without warning, a rift tore open nearby, swirling violently in shades of deep blue and black. Wind howled as the portal expanded, devouring light itself, spinning into a massive vortex. The gate pulsed, alive, a new calamity, awakening. In the depths of an ancient ruin, shadows crawled across cracked stone. The air was thick with the scent of blood and dust. Before a towering corpse of a slain beast, figures stood, humanoid. Their golden halos flickered faintly above their heads, glowing like corrupted divinity. They moved with mechanical precision, cutting deep into the creature's flesh with blazing blades of light. The sound of their strikes echoed through the hall, wet, rhythmic, relentless. Each swing burned brighter with that unholy aura, purple flames licking their weapons as they tore into the remains of their enemy. Enough. The apostle's voice carried a calm finality that silenced the chamber instantly. The followers stopped mid-motion. The hall fell quiet, save for the slow drip of blood pooling beneath the monster's corpse. The silver-haired man descended a step, his crimson aura pulsing faintly. Gather up now. One by one, the haloed figures knelt before him, their movements synchronized, their eyes hollow, empty vessels bound to his will. The man's gaze swept across them, sharp and knowing. After Li Min-sung, he thought darkly. A-rank hunters can no longer resist the star fragments. He paused. The problem is, his golden eyes narrowed. They aren't refined enough to turn an S-rank into a believer yet. The thought burned in his mind, both frustration and challenge mingling in his expression. After Suho became an S-rank hunter, he's been expanding his sphere of activity. He started recruiting other hunter guilds since that day. He's proposing a territory conquest game to me right now. Suho's aura surged violently, filling the room with tension. A game where the side with the more powerful awakeners wins. Now that Suho's recruiting all of Korea's S ranks, the apostle's jaw clenched. Getting believers only in Korea would be pointless. He looked down at his kneeling followers, a sea of golden halos trembling in reverence. Do I have any chance of winning in a direct fight? Instead of the game he started? His thoughts darkened, the golden glow of his eyes intensifying. Right now, with his growth rate being impossible to measure, I might not win, even if I use all my believers. A crimson haze hung in the air, thick with tension and unspoken hunger. Once the fourth fragment arrives, his voice trailed off, swallowed by the hum of power that filled the air. The fourth fragment, he whispered again. His lips curved into a quiet, determined smirk. My goal of possessing the authority held by darkness has started leading me towards Suho. His golden eyes sharpened, their edges glowing like molten metal. I want to win this game. He clenched his fist, power swirling faintly around him. The power of the fourth fragment that'll be here soon. He paused, then smiled grimly. No, the light around him flared, brighter and hotter. Even the fifth fragment's power. Even if I have to make that mine. His eyes gleamed with fervor. I want to win. Then a sound of footsteps echoed behind him, slow and deliberate. Oh, Hunter Park Dujene, the voice echoed behind him. A figure appeared in the doorway, a woman in sleek battle gear, her expression shifting from disbelief to sudden relief. It really is you, she gasped. I never thought I'd run into you inside a dungeon. Her laughter trembled as she stepped closer, exhaustion and adrenaline blending in her voice. Thank God. I got separated from my party, you see. I'm so lucky. But before she could finish, before her words could even fade, a streak of red light flashed through the air. Blood splattered. Her body convulsed mid-sentence as a blade of crimson energy pierced through her chest. The apostle lowered his arm slowly, his hand still faintly smoking with mana. His golden eyes flickered once. "The Reaper Guild owns this dungeon," he said calmly, watching her collapse to the floor. "Not just anyone can come in here." He was amused. "Who are you?" She coughed, blood trickling down her cheek. Her hand trembled. "You've got good instincts." As her body fell still, her voice echoed, one that was not entirely human. Her dark figure began to rise from the shadows, her form twisting and solidifying into something monstrous. "Still," she said with a grin that split across her jagged face, "isn't it a bit rude to attack someone out of nowhere? Did you grow up in a place without basic greeting manners?" "Hunter Park, Dujene." The apostle's expression hardened. "Or rather," she said coldly, "should I say, apostle of the Iterum? I asked you who you are." The apostle's voice echoes in disbelief. The air grew heavy, thick with mana. The creature's body began to morph, its face splitting, reforming, until her voice thundered, echoing through the chamber. "Me?" she said with a grin. "I'm Arsha." In her hand glinted a blade, silver, delicate, and sharp enough to slice through the silence. She smiled faintly, eyes gleaming with poise and mystery. "Guess you could say I'm a resident of this world," she said softly, twirling the dagger between her fingers. "And I'm here to make you a proposal." Her words hung in the air, dangerous, elegant, and filled with promise. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. The red glow from the walls pulsed faintly like a heartbeat, painting the floor in waves of eerie light. Before a wall of corpses twisted into unnatural shapes, a low, controlled voice broke the silence. "Who are you?" The apostle stood firm, his eyes gleaming gold through the dim light. Around him, his subordinates, marked by glowing halos, waited, blades ready, their breathing shallow in the charged air. From beyond the mist, a figure emerged, graceful, confident, and calm. Her long black hair flowed behind her like a living shadow. "I'm Arsha," she said, her tone smooth and measured. "Guess you could say I'm a resident of this world, and I'm here to make you a proposal." The apostle's expression hardened. He said nothing, but his gaze sharpened, as if trying to pierce through the woman's intent. "How do you find out about me?" he finally asked, his voice low and edged with suspicion. Arsha tilted her head slightly, an almost playful glint in her eyes. "It was a coincidence," she replied softly. "I was investigating the origin of a stimulant called stardust." The name alone seemed to stir the room. The faint whisper of movement rippled among the haloed soldiers. She continued, her tone steady but laced with something darker. "So, I went to the distributor, Lee Min-sung." Images flickered through her mind. Dim rooms lit by bottles and smoke, the stench of desperation and mana corruption thick in the air. "I found something interesting," she said, her voice dropping lower. "In the process, I learned there was someone called the Apostle of the Iterum." The man's gaze turned cold. His power flared faintly, distorting the air. But Arsha didn't flinch. She smiled, almost as if she had expected it. "My subordinates specialize in gathering information, you see," she said lightly, glancing toward the darkness above. The faint buzzing sound echoed. From the shadows, winged insects began to descend, hundreds of them, their carapaces glinting red and black under the flickering light. The man's eyes narrowed, tracking their movement. A moment later, a single golden streak sliced through the air. But before the air could settle, the haloed soldiers surrounding him moved. Their blades ignited with radiant energy as they rushed forward. The sound of steel met flesh, the light of mana bursting like sparks in a storm. Arsha's body staggered backward, blades piercing through her torso. Blood spilled across her white dress, staining it a deep crimson. And yet, she smiled. "Attacking me," she said weakly, her voice steady despite the blood bubbling in her throat, "is pointless." Her crimson eyes glowed, pulsing faintly. "This is just a clone." Her body began to decay, melting into green light and smoke as her expression turned unreadable. "You're afraid I might reveal your identity to everyone, aren't you?" she murmured. The last fragments of her fading form flickered with emerald fire. "Don't worry," she said, her lips curling into a knowing smirk as her voice turned to an echo. "I'm here to help you." The faint shimmer of green light still clung to the air as Arsha's cracked form smiled through the decay of her clone. Her voice carried through the smoke, smooth and composed. "Here's a gift," she said, her eyes glowing faintly red through the disintegrating flesh. "To prove I'll be useful." From in her hands, a radiant golden shard emerged, its brilliance piercing through the shadows around them. She placed it in the man's hand with a soft, deliberate motion. "I enhanced the star fragments circulating in the market," she said, her voice low and steady, like a whisper of temptation. "I bet you could brainwash even an S-rank awakener with this." The man's eyes narrowed as he studied the light. The soul fire of the mist burned stronger in this fragment, he thought, his golden gaze reflecting its light. But it's more stable. To think she managed to control such a complex spell. For the first time, there was a flicker of something like acknowledgement in his expression. Arsha leaned closer, her tone turning sultry and conspiratorial. "I'll supply you with enhanced star fragments from now on," she said softly. Her lips curved into a faint smile. "In return, let's take down Suho and the monarch of shadows together." The man's expression darkened. "Why are you helping me?" he asked slowly. "When I'm an invader of this world." Arsha tilted her head. "You're so rigid," she said lightly. "Just because I'm from this world, do I have to be on its side?" Her voice danced between mockery and allure. He didn't look amused. "Don't think you can dodge the question." His eyes gleamed like burning amber. "If you wanted to help me, you could have come while Lee Min-sung was still alive." Arsha chuckled softly, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "You know," she said with a playful sigh, "girls don't like guys who question every little thing." She stepped closer, the sound of her heels echoing softly on the dungeon floor. "It's entirely up to me whose side I take." Her tone grew colder now, more deliberate. "Isn't it obvious I'd choose the side that benefits me?" She turned, her silhouette bathed in the fading red light. "I'm a descendant of a monarch, just like Suho. But I've come to the conclusion," she said, her voice dipping into a low whisper, "that I can't exist alongside him, the descendant of the monarch of shadows." The apostle's gaze sharpened, studying her closely. "Does that mean you have strange powers like him too?" Arsha paused, her hair flowing in the storm of her own rising mana. "If you mean shadow authority," she said, her tone calm but edged with pride, "then no. But I have another power." Her eyes burned red, the corners of her lips curling into a slow, predatory smile. "For example." Her words hung in the air like a promise or a warning. The earth trembled. From the shadows, something massive stirred, its claws scraping stone, its breath carrying the stench of decay. The creature's body was a grotesque fusion of muscle and rock, its eyes glowing with a demonic red light that pierced through the haze. The apostle turned slowly, his expression hardening. He narrowed his golden eyes. "Did we not kill all of them?" As if in answer, the creature lunged, a blur of muscle and teeth and toxic green aura. The air screamed as it moved, trails of corrosive energy spiraling around its form. From within its gaping maw, a new sound rose, something alive yet unnatural, like flesh being reborn. The dead were rising again. And standing at the heart of it all was Arsha. Her dark energy pulsed outward in waves, threading through the monster's flesh like a puppeteer's strings. "As the descendant of the plague," she said softly, her lips curving into a smile, "I can do this too." "How about it?" she said, her tone both playful and sharp. "You know what they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." She took a step closer, her voice dripping with calculated charm. "If we join forces, we could both benefit from each other. Don't you think?" The apostle said nothing. His golden eyes burned with unreadable intent, reflecting the light of the cursed heart in her hand. And then, lightning. A surge of blue energy erupted around her feet. The dungeon floor cracked as the air warped and twisted, forming a vortex of pure power. Electric tendrils coiled upward, surrounding her like a storm given form. With one sharp motion, she stepped into the maelstrom. A deep hum filled the space. And then, with a flash of light, she was gone. Moments later, a portal split open elsewhere, its edges sparking with wild arcs of energy. From it, Arsha emerged, calm, graceful, a dark queen returning to her throne. "Arsha, you're back," A voice shouted from beyond the rift, her long dark hair flowing like ink in the dim light. A small voice called out first, eager and bright. How did it go? Did the negotiation with the apostle of the Iterum go well? It was Pia, her eyes wide and glimmering like an excited child's, her energy barely contained as she bounced in place. Arsha's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Yes, she said smoothly, her tone calm and confident. He said he'd help. Pia's face lit up with joy, her small fists pumping the air in triumph. I knew it. Arsha, you're amazing. Thanks, Pia, Arsha replied softly, her gaze briefly distant. She turned slightly, looking toward the faint image still lingering in her mind. Park Dujene, the apostle of the Iterum. His face was cold and unreadable, but his power, unmistakable. Park Dujene, she murmured under her breath, her expression unreadable. The apostle of the Iterum, her voice carried a strange calm, as though speaking a thought to herself rather than to anyone else. All I did was answer his questions about this world. He agreed to cooperate easier than I expected. A faint smile flickered across her face. It makes sense, though. The monarch of shadows must be a threat to their ambitions. Arsha's eyes gleamed red. Who cares? She said with a small laugh. The system must have a reason for these orders. As she spoke, the air behind her distorted. Crimson glyphs appeared like cracks in the void. Her body stiffened slightly, the familiar pulse of power thrumming beneath her skin. Then, the darkness came alive. Quest notice. Quest. Path to becoming a monarch. 4. Objective. Form an alliance with the apostle of the Iterum. Reward. Progress toward the awakening of monarch authority. Her heart pounded once, twice. Now then, there's not much time left. She looked down at Pia, whose innocent eyes blinked up at her in confusion. Arsha smiled faintly, but there was no warmth in it. Only purpose. For us, descendants, she said, her voice low and steady. To become monarchs. The scene shifted. Morning sunlight poured gently over the city. A quiet office building stood among the streets. Inside, papers rustled as a man's hand slid a document across a desk. This is the best offer we can make, he said firmly. For this A-rank gate raid. Across from him sat a tall man with golden hair. Can you join forces with our famed guild? The negotiator asked hopefully. Huang Suk, freelance hunter. I don't participate in raids that are A-rank or higher, he said flatly, his voice calm but absolute. The hunter exchanged uneasy glances. But that's a waste of your S-rank talent, one of them exclaimed desperately. If you join our guild, you can definitely. Huang Suk's gaze flicked up, silencing them before they could finish. No matter the offer, he said quietly, I'm not willing to take that kind of risk. He leaned back in his chair. Please leave. The two hunters hesitated, frustration and disbelief written across their faces. But you're one of the few S ranks in Korea, one protested. Isn't an A rank dungeon manageable for you? Huang Suk's voice grew softer, but there was weight behind it now. I have nightmares of magic beasts every single day. His hand trembled slightly. Hordes of them surround me and tear me apart. My arms, legs, torso. He paused, the words catching. They gnaw away mercilessly. The room fell silent, the brightness of the day suddenly seeming far too harsh. Huang Suk sat motionless, his gaze distant and hollow. What's the point of being in S rank? He muttered, his eyes hidden in shadow. If I'm a hunter who trembles at the sight of magic beasts, the words hung in the air like a confession. He stared down at his shaking hands. His lips trembled as he whispered, I really hope you won't come again. The door clicked softly behind him as the guild representatives left, their footsteps fading into the hall. For a long moment, Huang Suk remained seated in silence, then slowly stood, facing the window. Light poured over his form, but it did little to reach the emptiness in his eyes. He clenched his jaw, trying to breathe through the tightness in his chest. But in the next instant, the image flashed before him again, a vision carved deep into his nightmares. Damn it, the creatures, their twisted faces, gaping maws, and glowing red eyes. The sound of flesh being torn apart. Down the corridor, the guild representatives descended the stairs, the weight of disappointment heavy in their steps. Sunbae, are we really just gonna leave like that? The woman hunter asked, her voice uncertain. The other hunter sighed. You saw his eyes. What's the use of an S rank who can't fight? The woman frowned, looking back up the stairs, but something in her gut told her it wasn't just fear that haunted that man. That man, she murmured softly, her voice trailing into silence. Back in the room, Suk turned at the faint creak of the door opening. A tall figure stepped inside, shadows cutting sharp lines across his cold expression. You're... Suk began, recognizing him almost immediately. The S rank from the Reaper Guild. I heard the Reaper Guild had a reputation for being rude, Suk said bitterly, masking his unease with sarcasm. How can you just show up unannounced? Park Dujene didn't flinch. I came because I heard there was an S-rank hunter who trembles before magic beasts. Suk's expression darkened as the tension in the room thickened. Are you here to pick a fight? The apostle's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't need your help, Suk said flatly, his voice rising with the tremor of pride and frustration. So get out of here. The tension snapped like a live wire. Lightning flared to life around Suk. Raw, blinding energy that cracked through the air and scorched the ground beneath his feet. His eyes gleamed with restrained fury as the surge of blue light flooded the room, distorting the very air. Stop, he warned, his voice low but echoing like thunder. Unless you want to be fried by my lightning, he said, his hand raised, veins glowing faintly blue. I suggest you keep your distance. Park Dujene didn't flinch. Instead, he took a single step forward, his golden eyes glinting in the stormlight. And in an instant, the world ignited in gold. The floor cracked under their feet as the light swallowed them both. Don't worry, Hunter Suk, came Dujene's calm, cold voice through the blaze. Suk coughed, staggering, the storm around him faltering. From now on, he said as golden flames danced between his fingers, your opponents won't be magic beasts. The glowing shard in his hand pulsed once, the same eerie hue as the star fragment Arsha had crafted. Its power hummed like a heartbeat, thrumming with dark promise. Suk fell panting, his breath ragged. Dujene stood above him in silence, his gaze cold, a predator observing his prey. His golden eyes gleamed faintly as he turned away, the last traces of energy dissipating into faint sparks. Darkness, sung Suho, the descendant of the monarch of shadows. Images flashed before him, Suho's shadowed figure facing Arsha's infected magic, two bloodlines colliding in a clash of light and rot. These new variables, he murmured, are changing the flow of the entire situation. They were so focused on foreign threats, the apostle said quietly, his golden eyes narrowing. They failed to see the cracks forming inside. Then his expression hardened. I'll make sure, he whispered. A faint smile curved his lips, cold and deliberate, to make good use of those cracks. The faint hum of his power filled the silence, the sound of something ancient and inevitable awakening from within. High above, the control tower stood tall and serene, its mirrored windows glinting against the clouds. Inside, the low hum of machines filled the air, the rhythmic tapping of keyboards, the calm voices of air traffic controllers exchanging coordinates and confirmations. Everything was ordinary, until static crackled through the headsets. This is KAL 472. Control tower, please respond. He pressed his earpiece tighter. Yes, go ahead. The pilot exhaled slowly. Currently at flight level 350, he said, his tone uncertain. Coordinates north XX, east XX, over the skies near South Korea. I have a question, his voice echoes. At this altitude, is it possible for snow to fall? The question caught the controller off guard. Of course not, he said, puzzled. It doesn't snow above the clouds. The pilot's grip on the control yoke tightened. His voice dropped to a low whisper. Right? That's what common sense says. He glanced out the cockpit window again and froze. Then how? The pilot murmured, his eyes widening in disbelief. Should I explain this? Through the howling winds, the impossible gate opened before him. A massive spiral of glowing mana, swirling deep into the heart of the heavens. That's, he whispered, his words caught halfway between disbelief and dread. A gate. Clouds churned violently, spiraling in unnatural formation. A vast vortex of blue energy tore open the sky, twisting the air into chaos. It wasn't a storm. It was a gate. A gate. The operator shot up from his seat as alarm lights flared red across the room. Everyone turned toward the monitors in alarm. A cold wind seemed to crawl through the room, as if the world outside had suddenly turned hostile. A violent snowstorm is forming around the gate, the pilot shouted. His panicked voice broke through the comms. At this rate, we might crash. Initiating emergency land. Then the line went dead. The room froze in a silence thick with fear. Only the faint hiss of static filled their headsets. The man slowly lowered his hand, turning toward his stunned colleagues. "Captain," he called out softly into the dead line. No answer. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure tore through the freezing storm, eyes glowing blood red, fangs glistening beneath streaks of black lightning. Its roar thundered through the heavens as another followed behind it, and another. But before the monster could attack, violet light erupted from below. The sky cracked with sound as the beast was torn apart, bound by the same power that once ruled the shadows. Lightning burst across the sky as the beast were torn apart, their form disintegrating into dark fragments that scattered like ash on the wind. And standing amidst that storm of destruction was him, Suho. The air warped around his presence. The black aura of shadow magic coiled along his body like living smoke, pulsing with purple light. In his right hand, the skull-faced gauntlet of greed gleamed, menacing, alive, whispering power. Suho looked down at his armored arm. "Ah," he muttered. "I still haven't tried out greed's skill." The dark armor shifted as if responding to his voice, shadow flames curling outward. He could feel the increase in his strength, muscles tightening, energy surging through every fiber of his being. "I can feel my stats increasing after equipping greed," he thought, his gaze flickering as information streamed before his eyes. A translucent window opened in the air, glowing faintly in gold and black letters. Shadow item. Greed, level 0.1. Creation rank, heroic. Type, gauntlet. Stat manifestation rate, 20%. Attack power, plus 280. Strength, plus 28. Vitality, plus 22. Agility, plus 20. Intelligence, plus 14. Perception, plus 20. Effect, active skill smash. Mana cost, 400. Delivers a powerful strike that deals massive damage to solid structures. Damage to solid objects increased by 200%. Suho tilted his head slightly, intrigued. If its manifestation rate rises with level, he mused aloud, his eyes glinting faintly. Could I reach S-rank stats eventually? The thought lingered, electric with possibility. Then his focus shifted back to the fading remains of the dungeon. "Since the mana stone mining is finished," he said calmly, "I'd better wrap things up before the dungeon collapses." Suho's gaze sharpened. "My shadow soldiers can only last a day," he reminded himself. "I need to turn them into shadow items if I want to keep them permanently." He opened his inventory. A vast darkness appeared behind him, swirling with hundreds of shimmering icons. Stored shadow items, 340/340. "First," he said quietly, "I'll release the lower-ranked ones among the stored items." A pulse of violet light rippled outward as several shadows flickered out of existence. "Then recreate new ones using the soldiers I gained here." His voice dropped to a whisper as the mana swelled violently around him. The darkness responded. Shadows twisted, rose, and swarmed, converging into his hands. The cavern filled with purple light as Suho's aura erupted skyward. Skill shadow creation has leveled up. The chance of creating higher-ranked items has increased. The wind roared, shadows spreading in all directions. Weapons began to materialize from the darkness. Spears, swords, halberds, shields, each pulsing with shadow energy. Suho looked around, momentarily caught off guard. Before him, a vast arsenal hovered midair, circling him in silent orbit. A storm of blades made from the abyss itself. Each one hummed faintly with power, awaiting its master's command. The dungeon shook under the pressure of his aura. In that quiet moment, Suho stood alone in the void, bathed in violet light. The monarch's heir, mastering the art of creation. He looked over them with quiet satisfaction, his voice low and analytical. As the skill level rises, high-grade items are definitely appearing more often. His gaze sharpened as he examined the shapes around him. Axes, spears, and swords of all kinds, each pulsing faintly with mana. The proportion of common-grade items has decreased, he murmured, calculating. With this, I might be able to get heroic grade or higher items too. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Let's see, what will I get this time? He reached out toward one of the floating weapons, the air trembling with tension, then his eyes widened. Another gauntlet? Suho let out a dry sigh as he inspected the new creation. I'm glad I got a hero-grade item. But why another gauntlet of all things? He raised both arms, the two demonic gloves pulsing with violet fire. It hasn't even been long since I got greed, he muttered, shaking his head slightly. The twin gauntlets shimmered in the dim light, each one fierce and alive, both exuding power, yet almost mocking in their similarity. It's a shame you can't customize the appearance of hero-grade gear, he mused with a hint of humor. They all look so dramatic. The shadows shifted around him again as he compared the gauntlets. Compared to the manticore I just got, greed seems to have higher stat bonuses, he concluded. I'll just store it for now. With a flick of his hand, the excess weapon dissolved into smoke, fading into his inventory. Moments later, the dungeon gates dissolved behind him. Suho stepped back into the open world, the wind brushing across his face. The hum of vehicles and the low murmur of guild staff filled the air. Thanks to the Hunter Association convincing the other guilds, he thought, I can keep clearing field-type dungeons. His eyes narrowed slightly. Still, I haven't been able to find the Stardust Factory in any field dungeons. Did they anticipate my movements and relocate ahead of time? His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling out, breaking through the haze. Great work, Hunter Sung Suho. A man in a yellow helmet hurried toward him, holding a tablet. This time's field-type dungeon is. But before he could finish, a sharp notification tone cut through the air. Suho's phone vibrated in his hand. He glanced down at the glowing red message. Summons. Hunters who receive this message, please report to the Hunter Association immediately. Hunter Association, he muttered, brow furrowing. Did something happen? Moments later, the scene shifted. The sunlight glinted off the polished marble of the Hunter Association's headquarters. A heavy silence hung in the air, the calm before a storm. Inside, an emergency meeting was already underway. Every guild leader representing South Korea had gathered around a single long table, faces grim, tension simmering in the air. Park Jong-soo, guild master of the Night Order, sat among them, glancing around nervously. All the guild leaders representing South Korea are gathering, he thought uneasily. I'm the only A rank here. He swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile. No, maybe I got called because I'm an A rank, he reasoned to himself. One voice broke through, calm yet commanding. I'm sure you all know why this emergency meeting was called, right? Beck Yunho, guild master of the White Tiger Guild, leaned forward, his amber eyes narrowing. His presence carried the weight of a man used to combat, to blood and power. Across from him, Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild adjusted his glasses, his tone analytical, controlled. It's probably because of the gate that appeared over South Korea's airspace. A faint murmur ran through the room. Heads nodded in agreement. None of them needed further explanation. Lim Tae-gyu, the calm yet sharp-eyed master of the Reaper Guild, spoke next. So this meeting is to determine the gate's ownership? The words hung in the air like a challenge. Then, a booming laugh broke the silence. We of the Myeongseong Guild will be taking this gate. Ma Dong-wook's voice rumbled through the chamber, his massive frame shaking with laughter. The man was a walking wall of muscle and confidence, his bravado impossible to ignore. But then his grin shifted toward Lim Tae-gyu. Come to think of it, I heard Master Lim has some good news, he teased, his tone playful but edged. You recruited the S-rank hunter Lee Eun-suk, didn't you? How'd you convince that stubborn man when our guild couldn't, no matter how hard we tried? All eyes turned to Lim Tae-gyu. Unfazed, he exhaled slowly, leaning back in his chair. It wasn't me, he said evenly. It was Hunter Park Dujene who achieved that. I just happened to have capable guild members. The statement was modest, but his faint smirk said otherwise. And then, the doors opened. Sorry for being late. Every head turned as Suho entered, slightly breathless but composed. His shadow aura, though dormant, seemed to hum faintly beneath his skin, the quiet echo of immense power. "I was finishing a field-type dungeon," he said with a small, apologetic smile. Whispers rippled instantly through the room. S-rank hunter Sung Suho, someone murmured, disbelief mixing with awe. The unaligned S-rank hunter, the one who bore the shadow of a legend, had arrived. Suddenly, a deep voice called out, filled with warmth and recognition. "Well, look who it is. Isn't that Master Sung? Good to see you." Suho turned, blinking in mild surprise as the towering figure of Ma Dong-wook strode toward him. "Huh? I'm not a master, though," Suho replied awkwardly, scratching his cheek. "Park," Jong-soo muttered. "Hunter Sung Suho, you're still unaffiliated, right? Join our Night Order Guild. I promise you'll be treated like royalty." Before Suho could answer, another voice chimed in smoothly. "Or perhaps the Myeongseong Guild would suit you better." Choi Jong-in muttered under his breath. "This feels familiar." Suho froze for a moment, a small sweat drop forming at his temple. He laughed lightly, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I appreciate the offers, but I'll have to decline. I have no plans to join any guild." As Suho moved to his seat, he waved casually. "Hello," Choi Jong-in murmured. Once again, he had turned them all down without hesitation. He looked around the table and noticed something he hadn't before. "Now that I think about it, I'm the only one here without a guild." His gaze lowered slightly in thought. "Maybe creating my own guild would make it easier to recruit others," he murmured, a faint spark of ambition glinting in his eyes. "I should seriously consider founding one." But before that thought could settle, the door to the conference room opened with a quiet click. Two figures stepped in, chairman of the Hunter Association's Woo Jin-cheol and a woman with sharp, professional eyes. The atmosphere shifted. "Master Wu." "Late again," Dong-wook called out with a grin. "And your expression doesn't look too good either. Got a stomachache or something?" Woo Jin-cheol's tone was calm, though his eyes betrayed the tension he carried. "My apologies," he said evenly, placing a data file on the table. "It took some time to organize the information." "Thank you all for responding to the association's summons," he said. He stood, facing the gathered elites. "As I'm sure you're all aware, a gate appeared above Korean airspace yesterday," he began. "It was first discovered by the pilot of a passenger aircraft in flight," Wu continued grimly. "But the plane was caught in the surrounding mana and crashed, causing many casualties." A grim silence fell over the room. The Hunter Association quickly dispatched A-rank hunters to measure the gate's mana output. However, he paused, letting the gravity of his next words sink in. The mana emanating from the gate far surpassed that of an A-rank gate. The hunters exchanged uneasy glances. For the first time in a long while, fear flickered across the faces of South Korea's strongest. Woo Jin-cheol's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Thus, we've classified the gate that appeared in the skies as S-rank." The words sent a visible shockwave through the room. Ma Dong-wook's eyes widened, his confident grin collapsing into disbelief. Even Suho froze for a moment, his expression darkening as the realization sank in. "S-rank," he muttered quietly. "Isn't this the first S-rank gate since the Great Cataclysm?" The room was utterly still, the kind of silence born not from calm, but from dread. Choi Jong-in's voice trembled as he buried his face in his hands. "The thing we feared most has finally happened." Suho glanced at him, sensing the weight of the man's fear. Even the mighty hunters, veterans of countless battles, now looked shaken, their composure fractured. Even hunters who remember the past looked terrified, Suho thought, his heart tightening. Are S-rank gates really that dangerous? Then, as if to break the tension, he tried to smile faintly. "But if we all prepare together," he said, "surely we can handle it, right?" From the shadows at his side, a small figure emerged, Baru, his ever-loyal companion, glowing faintly with dark light. "That will be difficult, my lord," the ant-like shadow intoned gravely. Suho blinked. "Huh." Baru's tone was unwavering, heavy with a knowledge born of experience. Even if all this strength were gathered, it would amount to nothing more than food for ants. "Baru," Suho gasped, instinctively stepping back. The room went cold. Ma Dong-wook's body stiffened, A shiver raced down his spine as he stared at the small creature. That's the summoned creature everyone's been talking about. Hunter sung Suho's familiar. Then his eyes widened further, his body trembling beyond his control. Why is my body shaking all of a sudden? The immense pressure Baru emitted was invisible yet crushing, a primal fear that no human instinct could suppress. Baru, what do you know to be making the atmosphere this tense? Suho muttered. You want to get back in your shadow or what? But Baru's voice echoed with chilling certainty. This Baru knows better than anyone. Suho's gaze sharpened as the shadow's tone deepened. Because the ruler of the S-rank gate that appeared in the previous world was none other than me, Baru. A dark, fiery vision flashed behind Baru, monstrous red eyes glaring from the void, countless and full of malice. The silhouette of a colossal armored being emerged from the darkness, wreathed in crimson flames, a king among nightmares. The room froze in horror as the revelation hung in the air, the memory of an ancient, world-devouring catastrophe reborn before their eyes. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. The conference room hung in uneasy silence, the air thick with disbelief. Baru floated beside Suho, his dark, smoky form radiating quiet menace, the echo of a past no one could fully comprehend. For the boss of the S-rank gate in the previous world, Baru began, its calm voice carrying easily across the room, was none other than I, Baru. Gasps rippled among the guild masters. Even Choi Jong-in and Ma Dong-wook stiffened in their seats. Baru's eerie purple glow flickered, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Baru was the boss of an S-rank dungeon? Suho thought to himself, eyes wide in disbelief. A creature so powerful that even S-rank hunters once feared him. His gaze turned toward the small, floating Baru. Choi Jong-in leaned forward slightly, his analytical mind piecing the details together. Come to think of it, he murmured, that summon. It's similar to the ant hunter sung Jinwoo used to summon. All eyes turned toward Baru, who tilted his head, crimson light gleaming in his hollow eyes. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, his voice thundered across the room, cold and proud. After witnessing a predator such as myself, you seem to have instinctively realized that you are nothing but prey. The mana in the room thickened, the lights flickered, and the sound of crackling magic filled the air as Baru's form flared with violet flame. Now that you know, beg for your lives and prostrate before me, the predator, you weaklings. Before things could spiral further, Suho slammed his hand. Why are you threatening people on our side? Baru froze midair. Then, lowering his head, he stammered, my apologies, young monarch. I hadn't felt this sense of superiority in a long time, so I... Choi Jong-in adjusted his glasses, visibly shaken but curious. If what it said is true, aren't you able to clear an S-rank gate with this summon? Suho shook his head. That's going to be difficult. I may not know how strong he was in the past, but he lost all his powers. He's useless now. Baru's eyes dimmed for a moment, and his small, trembling voice whispered, young monarch. Across the table, Park Jong-soo blinked in confusion. I can't quite understand what they're talking about, he muttered under his breath. Likewise, Ma Dong-wook replied flatly. Choi Jong-in leaned back, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. A single experience is worth more than 1,000 explanations. He turned towards Suho. Hunter sung Suho, could you help those two regain their past memories as well? Suho's expression turned solemn. Of course. The room darkened as shadows coiled around his hand, the same ominous violet aura spiraling outward. Past memories? What are you? Park Jong-soo's words cut off in a strangled gasp as the light engulfed them. The air vibrated with energy. The floor shook. Purple flames danced like spirits as Suho extended his hand, and his power enveloped their minds. In an instant, visions from another lifetime, a different world drenched in blood, monsters, and despair, flooded their senses. Their eyes widened as screams tore free from their throats. The power of the Shadow Monarch's air had awakened their past once more. Wu Jinchul's voice broke the heavy silence, calm yet laden with gravity. It takes 7 days for a dungeon break to occur after a gate appears, he said, fingers interlocked before his face. If a dungeon break happens in that S-rank dungeon above Seoul, he continued, looking up slowly, the damage will be uncontrollable. The word struck like thunder. Even the most seasoned guild masters stiffened. If a dungeon break occurs midair, won't the magic beasts just fall to their deaths the moment they come out? Wu Jinshul shook his head. The association did launch an investigation into that. His eyes darkened. But we've confirmed something far more concerning. The gate's altitude has been dropping ever since it appeared, he revealed, voice low and grim. At this rate, Jinshul continued, on the 7th day, when the dungeon break would occur, we've calculated that it'll be right in the middle of Seoul. A stunned silence filled the room. A moving gate, Park Jong-soo muttered, brows furrowing. Then we have no choice but to clear it. The thought alone sent a ripple of unease through the room. Beck Yunho exhaled sharply, his jaw tight. We're supposed to face those foreign enemies, the Iterum, right? But we're already struggling just to manage an S-rank gate. He clenched his fist. Judging by how he defeated the S-rank hunter Huang Dong Suk, he thought silently. Suho has the potential to surpass us all. His eyes hardened with quiet acceptance. If this keeps up, we'll only become a hindrance to him. How long has it been since I felt this helpless? Then Hunter Lim's voice echoed. The subjugation of the S-rank dungeon in the previous world was only possible because he was there. After all, Choi Jong-in's voice carried softly through the room, completing the thought neither dared to say aloud. If only Hunter Sung Jinwoo were here. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Even the air seemed heavier. Everyone's faces were drawn, restless, anxiety slowly replacing confidence. Suho sighed quietly. Everyone's getting anxious. At his side, Baru hovered. Do not feel too responsible, he said solemnly. When my liege defeated me, he was a higher level than you, young monarch. Suho looked down, a faint tremor crossing his eyes. If Dad's level was higher, he whispered to himself. Does that mean it's impossible for me right now? Impossibility. He remembered that word vividly. The word that once bound his father, yet defined his triumph. That's no longer a problem for me. Everyone here, he thought, gazing around the tense faces, is feeling my father's absence. He straightened his posture. Whether we're prepared or not, an S-rank gate has appeared. If left like this, we'll fail to overcome the trial and meet our doom. Suho stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the polished floor beneath his feet. What's something I can do that my father couldn't? He whispered to himself. The question dug deep. I need to find an answer somehow. The fire in his eyes ignited once more. Somehow, the faint tremor of power rippled through the room. Then suddenly, it appeared. A familiar golden window flickered into existence before him. A quest has arrived. Quest notice. Quest, S-rank gate. Mobilize everything the player can do to clear the S-rank gate that appeared in the sky. S-rank gate clear, 0/1. He froze, staring at the glowing text. Huh, he muttered under his breath, his heart pounding. His eyes darted across the panels as the system's familiar hum vibrated through the air. A dark pulse rippled from behind him. From the depths, something ancient brushed against his back, a whisper, cold and commanding. Suho turned sharply, his breath catching in his throat. What was that? That single word carried the weight of destiny. Someone called out from across the room. Hunter Sung Suho, but he barely heard them. His mind was spinning, connecting pieces that only now began to make sense. Everything the player can do, he murmured. It feels as if the system is telling me that the answer lies within me. He inhaled deeply, regaining focus. His voice carried through the tense room. Hunter Beck Yunho, he called out suddenly, turning toward the towering S-rank hunter. You're a brawler type like me, right? Beck Yunho blinked, taken aback, then nodded. Yes, that's correct. Suho's expression brightened slightly. Right? I had that. He extended his hand, mana coiling like black smoke around his arm. Something I obtained in the field-type dungeon, there it is. As for the name. White Tiger and Fist, he murmured. He looked down at the creation, a shadow-born relic formed through his power and experience. Bekgu, he declared quietly. That sounds good. The name echoed through the darkness, and the shadows responded. SN, shadow item, Bekgu level .1. Creation grade, heroic. Type, gauntlet. Stat manifestation, 10%. Attack, plus 130. Strength, plus 6. Health, plus 4. Agility, plus 5. Intelligence, plus 1. Sense, plus 4. Effect, active skill surge. Mana cost, 120. Closes the distance to the opponent instantly and inflicts damage. Movement speed increases by 30% for 1 second after use. The gauntlet pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, a power that belonged not to his father, but to him. Hunter Beck Yunho. Suho's calm, yet determined voice broke the silence. Beck Yunho turned toward him, brow raised. I have something I want to test. Could you help me? As the words left his lips, Suho's shadow surged to life, a whirlpool of black energy coiling around his arms, taking form once more. Moments later, the hunters gathered before a sealed gate, its spiraling blue vortex humming like a living storm. Inside, the dungeon walls gleamed with an eerie blue glow. Frost-covered shards hung from every direction, pulsating with residual energy. Choi adjusted his glasses. Isn't this a B-rank gate? We followed Suho here, but what is he trying to do? Their question went unanswered, for a low, monstrous roar cut through the silence. The ground cracked beneath them as a creature lunged from the shadows. Before anyone could react, a shadow gauntlet ignited with violet fire. The impact echoed like thunder, the beast's body hurled backward, leaving a crater in the frozen stone. The hunters stared, speechless. To think he'd task Hunter Beck Yunho with hunting magic beasts, Choi murmured, watching the White Tiger Guild master charge forward, clad in newly forged shadow armor. Wu Jinshul, observing from behind, turned to Suho. Why is Hunter Beck Yunho fighting magic beasts? Suho kept his eyes on the battle. I'm trying to test the equipment I made with my ability. Jinshul blinked. An ability that makes equipment? I thought your father's power created shadow soldiers, not items. Suho nodded slightly. It's similar, but a bit different. I heard that my father's shadow soldiers lasted forever, that he built an army capable of growing stronger with each battle. He paused, his gaze distant. Compared to him, my soldiers disappear after a day. Jinshul's expression softened. I can't do what my father did, Suho admitted quietly. However, the aura flared again, swirling up his arm. My methods may be different, but there are still things I can do. My shadow creation ability uses soldiers to create shadow equipment. Among them, Suho continued, certain pieces of shadow equipment can level up, applying the stats they had as soldiers to their wielders. Jinshul's eyes widened as he pieced it together. Don't tell me, the item you gave Beck Yunho is that kind of equipment? Before Suho could respond, Choi Jong-in spoke, voice low with awe. If what you said just now is true, then you're saying the wielder can hunt magic beasts to become stronger? Suho stood silently. I think it's possible, he said at last, his voice steady, unwavering. If there's any issue, he continued, his gaze narrowing as Beck Yunho unleashed another devastating blow against the monsters surrounding him. It's that I don't know if people other than me can level the equipment. The beasts screamed, their bodies torn apart by the sheer force of Beck Yunho's enhanced punches. Beck Yunho's eyes widened beneath the rush of adrenaline. This gauntlet Suho gave me, it's beyond what I imagined. Power across his muscles like living lightning. Forget its capabilities. The moment I equipped it, another punch split the air like a sonic boom. I naturally learned a skill. Flames of purple and red spiraled around him, mana concentrating into a singular violent surge. Active skill, surge. Mana cost, 120. Closes the distance to the opponent with an instantaneous leap and inflicts damage. Movement speed increases by 30% for 1 second after activation. Suho and Wu Jinshul stood nearby, feeling the tremor ripple through the field. Suho's lips curved faintly as the system's golden text appeared before him. Shadow item. Bekku level 0.2. Creation grade, heroic. Type, gauntlet. Stat manifestation, 11%. Attack, plus 130. Strength, plus 7. Health, plus 4. Agility, plus 6. Intelligence, plus 1. Sense, plus 4. Beck Yunho panted, then looked at his hands in awe. My body somehow feels much lighter. Suho stepped forward, his expression resolute. There are 6 days remaining until the dungeon break. Before that happens, I'll do whatever it takes to create equipment for everyone. The other hunters exchanged glances. Leveling equipment for all of us. Choi Jong-in murmured. Suho turned toward them, shadows swirling around his hands. All these upcoming trials, his eyes gleamed with quiet fire. Let's fight together and overcome them. The hunters looked at him, at the son of the man who once stood alone against the world, and saw something new, a leader who fought not above them, but beside them. Then, voices broke through the charged silence. Hunter Sung Suho. Choi Jong-in called out. Could you create an item that enhances the fire element? No, my bow first. Hunter Lim interrupted. That's not something I can decide, Suho replied awkwardly, scratching his neck. Wu Jinchul's voice rang out from the back. Could an A rank like me become as strong as an S rank? Coaches, Dong Wook yelled in jest. How about we go by oldest first? Wu Jinchul's gaze lingered on Suho, a faint smile forming as thoughts stirred within him. Hunter Sung Jinwoo's authority was perfect, flawless. He never needed anyone's help. Compared to his father, Suho's power is built to lift everyone alongside him. To those who couldn't fight in the last world, Jinchul thought, Suho's power is the hope that gives them the chance to rise again. The image formed in his mind. What if I get the chance to fight alongside him? The thought struck deep. Jinchul's expression softened further as he looked at the young man before him. Resolute, strong, and burning with purpose. He pressed a hand to his chest, whispering quietly, "It's still just a dream." A faint smile tugged at his lips. But I hope for that day to come. The sun-drenched estate sits quietly under a flawless sky, its modern lines reflected over the glittering pool. Laura approaches with composed steps, a tablet held neatly in her hands. Master, I think you've forgotten something, she says, her tone soft but precise. Thomas lifts his head from the lounge chair, lazily stretching. Did I? He replies. She reminds him gently. You said after visiting the Azura Guild, you'd go to Korea. Recognition flickers across Thomas's face, followed quickly by indifference. Ah, you mean meeting Sung Suho, he mutters. He continues, expression unwavering. That fruit isn't ripe enough to harvest yet. Laura blinks. Fruit. His voice remains calm and methodical as she lays out the situation. By showing the Azura Guild what we're capable of, Scavengers' public image is renewed. And Suho has reawakened and become an S rank, right? For us, there's nothing to gain by going to Korea right now. Laura adds quietly. Didn't you want to take revenge for Randolph? Thomas's gaze shifts, distant and heavy. Revenge? I just want to mourn. He lifts his hand toward the warm sunlight above. Using your own death in the most meaningful way possible. Isn't that the greatest tribute you can offer to Randolph? Then this might be that very moment, she says. Thomas turns, eyebrow raised. Since the cataclysm, the first S-rank gate has appeared in Korea. They're requesting hunters from several nations. A slow smile spreads across Thomas's lips, sharp and unsettling. The fruit is ripe now, he murmurs, savoring each word. He rises from his seat with casual brutality as he snaps a command. Laura, contact Korea, tell them Scavenger will help. Prepare the jet. We're heading to Korea right now. Laura bows her head without hesitation. Understood. Thomas pauses. For a moment, his expression changes. Randolph, he whispers. I promise you, I'll make sure your death is paid for dearly. Far away in the dungeon. Choi Jong-in's eyes widen behind his glasses. This is, in his hand, a swirling gear of shadow energy pulses like a living flame. Violet embers drift from its surface. Information flickers before him like a manifested system window. Shadow item. Torch, level 0.1. Creation rank, heroic. Type, accessory, bracelet, stat manifestation rate, 10%. Def, plus 40. STR plus 3. AGI plus 5. Luck plus 4. Vit plus 4. Int plus 9. Fire damage minus 50%. Active skill, rapid ignition, level 0.1. Mana cost, 300. For 1 minute, fire skill casting time is reduced by 30%. Suho steps forward, voice calm but resolute. This is shadow gear I made for you. Hunter Choi Jong-in, he says. It's called Torch. Torch. Zhang Yin repeats quietly, almost reverently. Then he bows his head. Thank you. Zhang Yin thought written across his face. Growth-type gear, personally crafted by Suho. If he hunts, he can grow stronger too. And Suho has already given these weapons to others as well. A hint of worry pushes its way through Zhang Yin's admiration. Suho looks pale, strained, and when he finally speaks, "It's fine. I've already finished making the gear for everyone who was there." But Zhang Yin's eyes widened at the sight. Suho doesn't look fine at all. Baru hovered beside Suho, thinking to himself, Suho hunted monsters day and night to create heroic-grade items, then burned through what little time remained clearing his daily quests, restoring stamina through potions for 2 days without pause. No wonder he can barely stand. Zhang Yin clenches his fists, staring at Suho's fading strength. He's pushing himself too hard, too far, just to keep his word. I'll have to work harder, so Hunter Sung Suho's effort doesn't go to waste. Suho straightens, determination settling in. Now we just need to deliver this gauntlet to Chairman Wu Jinshul. Zhang Yin steps forward. If you're going to the Hunter Association, I'll go with you. Suho waves dismissively. You don't have to go that far, but Zhang Yin shakes his head. No, I actually had business at the association today too. Because Thomas Andre is supposed to visit. Suho glances over, eyebrows tightening slightly at the name. Thomas Andre. You mean the U.S. National Power Level Hunter? The two of them step out, walking toward the towering association building. Sunlight climbs its mirrored surface as they cross the open plaza. But the moment Suho lifts his gaze, he pauses. Dense silhouettes gather around the chairman's office. A crowd know a blockade. There are a lot of people in front of the chairman's office. Suho mutters. As they approach, Zhang Yin recognizes the look instantly. They're probably Scavenger Guild members under Thomas Andre, he whispers. Hunter Suho, wait here. Suho's jaw tightens. Scavenger, the guild that ambushed us in the pyramid dungeon to steal all the rewards. Are these guys joining the S-rank gate too? The door slides open with a soft metallic click, and Choi Zhang-in steps inside, straightening his posture. You're here, Hunter Choi Zhang-in, Chairman Wu announces. Inside, seated calmly on the sofa, this is the leader of our Korean raid force, he continues. Zhang-in steps forward, offering a polite nod. Hello, I'm Choi Zhang-in of the Hunters Guild. His gaze shifts subtly toward the towering figure opposite him. So this is America's #1 hunter. He thinks, a chill slipping down his spine. Thomas Andre's massive frame fills the room as he leans forward, voice rumbling with a confidence that borders on arrogance. His grins, sharp and predatory. Nice to meet you. I assume I don't need to introduce myself. The declaration isn't a greeting, it's a warning. Zhang-in swallows hard. His presence is overwhelming. Beside him, Laura gestures calmly. Then let's begin. She unfolds the terms with a cold, practiced tone. These are Scavenger Guild's conditions for joining the S-rank gate. The first condition drops like a hammer. Korea cannot accept aid from any nation other than Scavenger. And the second, Scavenger will take 80% of the gate's rewards. The chairman's eyes widened. 80%? That's outrageous. Thomas tilts his head, amused. Outrageous. His smile widens, cruel and deliberate. This is a perfectly reasonable offer. The fact that Korea asked for foreign aid means you've already judged you can't clear an S-rank gate alone. With a dismissive shrug, he adds, considering the damage from a dungeon break, we're cheap. He sat in full view now, the sunlight reflecting off the scars of countless battles, a walking declaration of power. Thomas Andre, National Power Level Hunter, Scavenger Guild. Zhang-in's jaw clenches. It seems they didn't come to negotiate, but to threaten us. Then, Chairman Wu's voice echoed. We only requested aid because the S-rank gate's threat level was immeasurable, and you should know Korea recently gained 2 new S-rank hunters. No matter how he looked at it, Scavenger's conditions were nothing short of absurd. We'll decline Scavenger's help and request support from other nations. Then Thomas Andre leans back, his voice dripping with venomous calm. Do you know about the incident in the Egyptian field-type dungeon? His words drag up the memory of a shattered battlefield. We lost Randolph, a core member of Scavenger, along with many valuable guildmates. At that scene were our guild, the Azura Guild, and a group of Korean hunters. Rumors had spread like wildfire afterward, whispers belittling Scavengers' strength. To restore our honor, I visited the Azura Guild, Thomas says, voice low. And from them, I learned the name of the Korean hunter who was there. He lifts his gaze. What was that name again, Laura? She answers without hesitation. His name is Sung Suho. The moment the name is spoken, Chairman Wu and Jong-in freeze. So, Thomas's gaze sharpens to a deadly point. Yes, Sung Suho. It seems he's connected to Randolph's death. He straightens, and the temperature of the room drops. If you refuse our offer, the compensation for Scavengers' losses, his voice becomes a blade, will be paid with the life of Korea's precious new S-rank hunter. A pulse of killing intent spreads outward. Still planning to refuse? He glances at Jong-in with mocking curiosity. Or perhaps your final weapon, your raid captain, will try stopping me instead? Choi Jong-in's breath catches. Rage flares in his eyes, but so does fear. On instinct, his body tenses as Thomas's overwhelming aura presses harder, crushing down like a storm. The tension in the room snaps like a wire as Choi Jong-in's patience finally breaks. Flames of indignation roar through him, memories flashing. The apostle of Iterum, the S-rank gate, the heavy burden Suho already carries. He clenches his jaw, forcing himself to endure the humiliation radiating from Thomas Andre, because fighting here would only drag Suho down with him. Outside the office, Scavenger members lurk like vultures. A heavy hand bangs against the door. Hey Brad, where do you think you're going? Come out while I'm asking nicely. Before the words even settle, the door slams open, and Suho is yanked forward. A powerful arm wraps around his torso, pinning his arms, but Suho's expression stays calm even as the grip tightens. I said come out. The room falls silent for a heartbeat. Suho steps inside with calm defiance. Sorry for jumping in so suddenly. If this causes problems, you can scold me properly afterward. Jong-in tries to warn him, voice shaking. What are you trying to do? Suho meets Thomas Andre's gaze without fear. You're the U.S. National Power Level Hunter, right? Scavenger proposed taking over 80% of the profits. He continues. Inside a gate, whoever claims the spoils first owns them. If Scavenger is really superior to us, taking more than 80% should be easy, right? Chairman Wu and Choi Jong-in's eyes widened in shock. Even Thomas Andre's expression shifts. Interesting, he murmurs, rising from his seat. The air grows heavy as his monstrous pressure fills the room. Thomas steps closer until he stands face to face with Suho, towering over him like a beast. Suho doesn't flinch. The floor trembles under Andre's growing power, but Suho's shadow-tinted aura rises to meet it. Their foreheads almost touch. What will you do if I pulp you right here and now? Thomas growls. Suho stares straight into his eyes. Then people will say Scavenger flew to Korea only to cause chaos. His voice drops lower, colder. And what gives you the confidence you'll win? Thomas Andre's eyes widen in raw fury. Brat. A thunderous vibration shakes the entire building as golden aura erupts around him like a blazing inferno. Floors crack, lights flicker, and the hallway fills with shock waves as the two hunters face each other, power surging like colliding storms. The storm had just begun. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. From the front of the briefing hall, the atmosphere tightens as Chairman Wu steps forward, his voice rising above the murmurs. From this moment onward, he declares, the S-rank raid operation briefing will begin. A massive swirling gate hovers on the display behind him, casting an ominous glow across the room. He explains the situation calmly, yet the weight of it presses down on every hunter present. The gate floating above Seoul presents a critical challenge. Even if they approach it by aircraft, the nature of dungeons disables machinery, which means once they go inside, there is no escape route midair, no emergency exit, no retreat. The moment the gate is cleared, there's no guarantee they'll get out alive. The briefing continues, detailing how the gate's altitude will gradually fall as the dungeon break approaches. When it lowers enough to be reached from the ground, that will be their window. Hunters will board aircraft with a pilot hunter, slip inside the dungeon, and descend directly into whatever nightmare waits beyond the portal. After landing safely inside, the plan becomes brutally simple. Defeat the boss within 1 day and escape through the gate before it seals shut. But even among hunters, doubts surface. Murmurs ripple through the room as hunters question whether defeating an S-rank boss in a single day is even possible. The enormity of the task settles over them like a shadow. And then, cutting through that tense uncertainty, a relaxed yet imposing figure speaks up, Thomas Andre's voice rumbling from the back of the room. With no hesitation, he interrupts the flow of the briefing, insisting that the Scavenger Guild will not be entering alongside the Korean hunters. They intend to move separately. His presence shifts the atmosphere instantly. Every head turns. The raid hasn't even begun, yet the tension inside the room feels like another battlefield forming. Wu's voice cut through the room. It's a dangerous raid. Everyone must work together. Thomas raised an eyebrow, tossing the blame back at the Korean Association. Weren't they the ones who insisted on turning this into a competition? He made it clear. Limited resources inside the gate meant every hunter would be fighting for themselves. But then he noticed the empty chair nearby, his lips curling in amusement. Suho isn't here. Don't tell me he got scared and ran. He taunted, arms folded casually. Thoughts echoed in Wu's mind. Even he seemed aware of yesterday's clash, and how it had clearly painted a target on Suho's back. A dark memory flickered in his thoughts, the clash with Thomas. A brief moment, but explosive enough that letting the two forces meet again would spell disaster. Park Dujene speaks confidently. Hunter Suho is currently in a raid. Thomas scoffed under his breath. He still doesn't know how to manage his own condition, overclocking like that. Guess he is still a rookie hunter. Then, his cold voice cut through the air. And who are you supposed to be? Dujene stepped forward, eyes unwavering. My name is Park Dujene. Thomas studied him with new interest. A Korean S-ranker who had risen around the same time as Suho. You've got potential, Thomas admitted. Then, lowering his voice, he extended a tempting offer. If you ever want to work together, contact me. I'll treat you better than your current offer. Park Dujene didn't blink. I'll think about it. Thomas grinned, satisfied for now. Then let's decide who enters the gate first with a coin toss, he said, drawing a gold coin between his fingers and flicking it high into the air. The hunters watched as the coin spun wildly, reflecting the tension between both sides. It whirled past Thomas, past Choi Jong-in, past Park Dujene's unreadable gaze, and as it descended, the faintest smile formed on Park Dujene's lips. As the coin struck the floor with a sharp metallic crack, the sound rang through the empty space. Later in a dungeon, Arsha stepped forward, calm, elegant, her expression unreadable as she approached. I heard you're joining the S-rank gate raid too, she asked, her voice soft but edged. Dujene met her gaze with quiet stillness, offering no answer, annoyance flickering across his face. I told you not to spy on me using those bugs. She replied coolly from a distance. I learned it by coincidence while monitoring Suho. Nothing more. She shifted the topic, speaking of Suho, how he raided day and night with one thought consuming him, defeating Thomas Andre. Thanks to that, she continued, he doesn't seem to notice our presence. Works well for us. Her tone sharpened. You get to raid with him. How does it feel, getting close to a shadow? Wouldn't it be fun to stab him in the back once he trusts you as a friend? Dujene glanced at her. His voice was empty. I don't understand the concept of friendship enough to exploit it. She let out a small, mocking laugh. No friends? Kind of sad, actually. Right, about that gate. We're going in too. His eyes narrowed. Why would you go in there? She answered with a confidence that echoed through the cavern. Because we're the ones who created that gate. Dujene froze, processing her words. You're saying you artificially created a gate? With our Pia's ability, she said softly, we can create gates. A small girl behind her stepped forward shyly. Pia, her hood glowing faintly. Though her ability isn't exactly stable, Arsha admitted. Not only did she create it in the sky, but it keeps falling toward the ground. Pia flinched. You didn't have to explain everything. Dujene's stare hardened. You seem useful, he muttered. He questioned further. Can that ability also open a passage to the other world? She scoffed. Obviously not. Even a monarch class can't do that. If you even think of targeting PIA, I'll tell Suho your true identity. Prepare yourself. Anyway, if you're entering too good, it'll be our first time actually cooperating. He stepped past her, ready to leave. I have something else to do. But behind him, another presence descended, heavy, dominant. Thomas Andre, Dujene breathed. Using the chaos of this S-rank gate, I plan to recruit that so-called national power hunter as a believer. Arsha's voice carried a cool sharpness. After S-rank Lee Un-suk, now a national power hunter? You move fast, she remarked. Well, if he slows down the hunters entering the S-rank gate, it works in our favor. Then he turned slightly. Let's just hope we don't interfere with each other. But Arsha's voice echoed behind him. Oh my, aren't you going to ask why we created the gate? Park Dujene didn't hesitate. Not interested. His expression stayed cold. Our relationship exists because we have a deal. He added, if you're not saying it, it means you aren't confident it'll persuade me. For a moment, she stared at him. Such a difficult man. She sighed, watching him walk away. Yeah, I definitely can't be friends with this guy. The gate crackled with a chilling pulse as Dujene stepped into the swirling vortex. Pia watched him closely, amusement flickering behind her eyes. Was it really all right to befriend an apostle of Iterum? Arsha dismissed the worry with a calm shrug, but Pia's voice trembled as she continued. Forcing open the gate had torn at her body, left her shaken, unstable. And in that moment of weakness, a whisper haunted her. Is the system really on our side? But before the doubt could take root, a hand settled atop her hood. Pia froze. Pia, Arsha murmured. Her tone shifted, darkened. A sinister current rippled through the air as Arsha's eyes glowed red, energy crackling around her limbs. You doubt the system that has carried us this far? You're being a naughty child. Pia stumbled back as Arsha towered over her, a predatory smile twisting her lips. Tell me, what happened when you followed the quest exactly? The memory flashed, her unstable powers, incapable of opening even a minor gate. Yet somehow she had created an S-rank rift. You grew because of the quest. Arsha pressed, voice low and intoxicating. The system will make us monarchs. Then the oppressive atmosphere snapped. Arsha pulled the trembling girl into her arms, voice softening like warm silk. I found you in the dimensional rift because the system guided me. If we follow the quests, we will become perfect monarchs. Pia's defenses broke. I'm sorry. I won't doubt it anymore. Good. That's my good girl. A shrill scream tore through the air as something monstrous manifested in the distance. Arsha released Pia, eyes narrowing. Well then, let's go greet our new companion. In front of her, a quest notification flickered into existence. Visit the path to becoming a monarch. The world outside descended into chaos, soldiers scrambling, helicopters roaring, hunters gathering beneath the descending S-rank gate. Thomas Andre strode through the battlefield like a mythical beast, his presence alone bending the mood of the crowd. Laura followed silently behind him as snowflakes drifted around them. A raid where even B-rank and above hunters act as mere support, Thomas mused with a grin. Laura, an unprecedented S-rank gate appears for the first time. Do you know what this crisis signifies? Laura studied him, exasperated. Did anything ever matter to you besides money and power, Master? Thomas chuckled. Well, that is of course correct. His sunglasses glinted as he tilted his head back toward the swirling gate above. But let's add a spoonful of romance to it. His feet dug into the pavement, wind swelling around him like a rising storm. What's needed in a moment of crisis is a hero. He spread his arms wide. A hero is born in situations just like this. Footsteps approached behind him. You intend to become one? Thomas smirked. If it makes money, that's fine too. He turned just as the air shifted, heavy, sharp, and cold. Sung Suho stood beside him. Their eyes met. Thomas Andre crushes the snow as he steps closer, his shadow swallowing the light around Suho. Well, look who it is, Sung Suho, isn't it? He leans forward, the grin stretching on his face. In case you didn't hear, the first entry team is Scavenger. The gap will be huge from the start. What will you do? Suho's eyes lowered slightly, unreadable. Then he walks forward, bold, calm, raising a hand as if brushing aside Andre's presence like nothing more than a breeze. Think of it as a handicap. Andre's expression twitches. Laura, how many days ago was it when you met Suho at the Hunter Association? From behind him, Laura quickly replies to her master's question. 3 days ago. 3 days? Andre studies Suho's back. His brow tightens. Am I imagining it? He seems like a completely different person in just a few days. The world shifts as the towering S-rank gate swirls above, roaring like a celestial beast. Suho stares up at it, his breath steady. So that's an S-rank gate. A completely different level of danger. A voice breaks into his thoughts. Why such a serious expression? Jong-in steps behind him, smiling slightly. Didn't you finish all preparations perfectly? Don't tell me, you think we'll lose to Scavenger? Suho turns his head, a quiet breath escaping. Of course not. A bug crawls across the snow, unnoticed, insignificant. But the moment is fleeting. Engines roar overhead as the aircraft lifts into the sky, slicing through the storm toward the gate. The world erupts into blinding light. S-rank raids start. Inside the dungeon, flames rise from molten wreckage scattered across the frozen field. Smoke twists upward as the burning remains of the aircraft light the icy wasteland. Suho lay down alone in the center of the devastation. His breath escapes in a single, quiet exhale. He lowers his gaze to the endless white snow around him. How did it end up like this? Before the descent into the unknown, the airship cut through the storm-stricken sky, its hull trembling against the pressure of the swirling winds. Inside, the world felt muted, heavy. Sung Suho sat alone, elbows resting on his knees. His eyes were fixed on the floor, dark and unreadable. As though he were wrestling with thoughts, a voice broke through the silence, gentle but observant. You look anxious, Hunter Sung Suho. Suho's gaze shifted, startled, the tension in his shoulders briefly tightening under the weight of being noticed. Sung Suho sits in his seat, hands clenched, eyes fixed on him. Park Dujene watches him from the side, arms crossed, sensing the tension radiating off him. Suho finally speaks, admitting what's been weighing on his mind. That if the Scavenger Guild clears the dungeon, they'll be the ones claiming everything in the end. The name Thomas Andre flashes through his thoughts like a warning bell. The image of that overwhelming presence refuses to leave him. To think that an S-rank raid could be decided by a single man, not even being there, gnaws at him. Park Dujene answers calmly, reminding him that even if Suho feels anxious, the outcome won't change. Clearing an S-rank dungeon is no small feat still. Suho's jaw tightens. He wants more than survival. He wants to surpass Scavenger. Beck Yunho cuts in, telling Suho not to overthink it. Scavenger's strength lies in dividing roles cleanly. In that sense, Suho already has the advantage. Suho glances at him. That's right. Park Dujene notices it too. The mana around Sung Suho feels denser than before, heavier, sharper, not just his alone, but across the Korean hunters present. The thought settles in. It isn't just growth. It's an influence. The weapons Suho created echo in his mind, tools forged from his own power, now amplifying others. Realization dawns, quiet but undeniable. Suho extends his hand, dark energy coiling around his fingers, and calmly explains that he has an item for Park Dujene. A shadowy object forms, pulsing with restrained power. He asks Dujene to take it, explaining that it's a shadow item obtained yesterday, and insists Dujene accept it as thanks for helping him during the Jisen prison incident. Dujene hesitates, eyes widening as the power brushes against his senses. He speaks. I heard this item was created using Hunter Sung Suho's ability, but there is not anything that would violate privacy. Suho quickly reassures him, almost flustered, insisting the item doesn't violate any privacy. It has no surveillance function whatsoever. If Dujene feels uncomfortable, he doesn't have to accept it. Silence hangs between them. The air shifts. Thoughts echoed in Dujene's mind. Arsha leans closer, voice low, suggesting that since they'll be raiding together, getting closer to the air of the shadows, wouldn't it be fun to stab them in the back once they let their guard down after becoming friends? Dujene meets his gaze without flinching. Exploiting relationships isn't friendship. Then, colder still, she adds that Park Dujene's view of friendship is a little pitiful. Then Dujene exhales, steadying himself. He looks down at the offered item again, weighing it not as a symbol, but as a weapon. His hand reaches out, firm this time, gripping it with intent. If it really doesn't have such a function, he says quietly, then he'll make good use of it. not as a favor, not as a bond, but as a hunter preparing for what lies ahead. Down in the cockpit, Choi's voice cut through the hum of the aircraft. A sharp command to focus. A reminder that the descent was approaching. Suho lifted his gaze as the announcement echoed through the cabin. A subtle shift in the atmosphere signaling that the moment had finally come. Outside the window, the world warped, lights spiraling into a massive vortex. The gate loomed before them, swallowing the sky with its swirling blue depths. The aircraft tilted forward, drawn into the dimensional whirlpool as wind and energy roared like an awakening storm. Then everything lurched. The plane broke through the gate and burst out into a frozen mountainside. Icy wind slamming against the fuselage. The icy wind rattles against the reinforced glass as the hunters peer outside, eyes widening at the endless white expanse below. Snow stretches as far as the eye can see, jagged mountains cutting through the storm like blades. Someone exhales slowly, disbelief creeping into their voice as the realization settles in. This really is an S-rank dungeon. The scale alone is overwhelming, far larger than anticipated, and the unspoken question hangs heavy in the air. Can this truly be cleared in a single day? Outside, the aircraft's engine sputters, its steady roar faltering. The turbine struggles, then slows, swallowed by the dungeon's oppressive mana. Inside the cockpit, Hunter Choi clicks his tongue, calm but resolute. As expected, the airship can't maintain power here. It won't be able to fly for long. Orders come swiftly. Everyone is to board the safety capsules and prepare for descent. There's no panic, only disciplined urgency. Moments later, the cabin fills with a commanding presence. The raid leader Choi Jong-in steps forward, cloak shifting as he addresses the team. This raid's primary objective is clear: conquer the S-rank dungeon. But beyond that, he speaks of something greater, of forging bonds, of building a party that will one day become the foundation of a massive war yet to come. His words ignite the room, and determination spreads like fire. They will work together. They will overcome this trial. A chorus of agreement erupts, confident smiles breaking through the tension. Yet not all faces share the same resolve. Dujene sits quietly, pale eyes narrowing, thoughts drifting in another direction. A party meant to fight together? The idea feels wrong, restrictive. Even before the descent is complete, a silent refusal takes shape. The mood shifts. He sits beside one of his believers, their expressions cold, shadows clinging unnaturally to their frames. An unspoken truth surfaces: things won't go that smoothly. This party stands in the way of what must be done. Power gathers, crackling and violent, coiling around an outstretched hand. Golden sparks tear through the air, condensing into a blinding core of energy. The explosion tears through the sky. A thunderous blast rips the airship apart, flames and debris scattering into the snowy abyss below. The airship's fiery remains rain down across the frozen landscape as hunters of Scavengers stare toward the explosion, their expressions flickering with surprise. "Master, the Korean team's airship has exploded," one of them shouts. Thomas Andre barely reacts, just a faint narrowing of the eyes. That was quite a flashy gate entry. As the smoke curls behind them, his subordinate hesitates. "Are you just going to leave? Shouldn't we check?" Thomas cuts him off with a snort, walking forward across the frost. "Why? Are you planning to build them graves?" He grins, eyes sharp. "Those guys are S-rank awakeners too. They won't die from something like that." He steps toward the snowy mountains. The snow whips violently across the mountains as a towering, jagged peak rises ahead, a dark silhouette that commands the battlefield. The order hangs heavy in the air. There is no more waiting. The raid has begun. Elsewhere, Suho lay motionless into the ground. He lifts his head, frost clinging to his lashes, his expression sharpening as realization strikes. For an airship to explode like that, without warning, without resistance, something was already waiting for them. Something prepared. The aftermath sprawls across the snowfield. Twisted metal burns faintly, smoke curling into the pale sky. Hunters lie scattered where the blast hurled them. But as Suho forces himself upright, his sharp gaze confirms it. No deaths. Everyone survived. He exhales slowly, steadying his pulse, shadows already stirring at his feet. This terrain is too vast, too dangerous to wander blindly. He calls forth the shadow soldiers, their forms tearing free from the darkness, fanning out silently to search for survivors. For a moment, Suho considers regrouping with the main party, but the thought dies quickly. They entered the gate later than the Scavenger Guild. If he interferes now, if he disrupts their formation, it could spiral into chaos. Choi Jong-in will take control soon enough. He always does. The raid leader will gather the scattered hunters and begin the operation properly. These are veterans, elite hunters who have survived countless raids. They don't need saving. They don't need protection, which means there's no reason for Suho to slow himself down. His eyes narrow as he turns away from the others, boots crunching against the ice. If the strongest enemies are here, then they won't be on the outskirts. They'll be waiting at the heart of this frozen hell. Far ahead, beyond the endless white, a massive snowy mountain looms, unnaturally shaped, coiled like something alive beneath layers of ice. Suho's instincts scream in warning. That mountain, that's where the boss is. The moment his foot touches the next ridge, the world beneath him shudders. The ground detonates without warning, ice and stone exploding upward as Suho is thrown into the air. He twists mid-fall, eyes locking onto the horror erupting from below. Multiple monsters, massive, hulking forms burst free from the snow, their bodies radiating murderous intent. These are not ordinary beasts. This is an S-rank dungeon, and these are its guardians. Suho lands hard, shadow energy surging around his fists as his presence shifts completely. These are their first enemies, and he won't hold back. Shadow aura crackles and roars. His arm transforms into a torrent of violet power, the air vibrating with the weight of his skill as he lunges forward. Mana detonates around his fist, purple lightning tearing across the battlefield. The first clash erupts like a thunderstrike, the storm answering his presence. The impact is brutal, shaking the battlefield as the monster's body caves beneath the blow. The snowstorm rages harder. Suho straightens, eyes burning with resolve. This raid, this battlefield, has finally begun. Then the memory shifts to another world entirely. A young elf walks through an icy hall, the echo of footsteps lonely and fragile. Her small voice trembles as she speaks to the towering statue above her. "Grandpa, how are we supposed to live from now on?" Snow drips from her cloak, her breath shaking. The ancient hall seems to hold its silence for her alone. She lowers her head, overwhelmed by the weight of responsibility no child should carry. When Cha-Cha leaves the village, the oldest, will have to lead everyone. Her voice cracks. Can Io really do that? She unfolds her arms, sitting on the cold floor as fear settles in her young, lonely eyes. Really lead everyone on my own? In our village, when the adults were gone and only children remained, the world felt endlessly cold and frightening. Survival was no longer guaranteed. It was a question asked every single day. That was when a messenger descended from the sky. The children looked up through the falling snow, their wide eyes reflecting disbelief and fear as a massive shadow cut across the heavens. A sky messenger, riding a flying dragon known as Black Wings, emerged from the storm like a legend stepping into reality. That moment marked the beginning of everything. That was our first meeting with Cha-Cha. Under Cha-Cha's protection, the ice elves endured the merciless snowfields. The monsters that once stalked us were driven back, the dangers that threatened our fragile lives pushed away by his overwhelming presence. Slowly, inevitably, everyone in the village began to follow Cha-Cha. She was strong. She was fearless. And more than that, she was dependable at some point. Without anyone truly noticing, Cha-Cha became indispensable to the village. Not just a protector, but a pillar holding our broken world together. The memory of Cha-Cha's past clung to the air like frost, her voice echoing softly as the young elf listened, the unease growing heavier with every story of the outside world. Even as she stood by Cha-Cha's side, a cold truth pressed into her chest. One day, the sky messenger would leave them behind. That thought haunted her. If Cha-Cha disappeared, if that guiding presence vanished, the burden of the entire village would fall on her shoulders. She would become the eldest, the pillar left behind. And though she tried to steel himself, doubt coiled tightly inside her. Snow crunched beneath her feet as she walked, bow in hand, whispering an oath to take responsibility for everyone. But before the resolve could settle, A violent roar tore across the blizzard. Something massive moved. Something that should not have been there. An ice mountain giant burst forth with a thunderous roar, ice shattering around its colossal frame. Panic pulsed through the young elf as she stared into its blazing red eyes. Why is it here? This monster didn't belong anywhere near their territory. The creature lunged, its arms swinging with killing force. The elf darted aside, barely evading the blow as snow erupted around her. The ground split under the giant's weight. The elf leaped, rolled, and countered desperately, but the monster was relentless. Still, she refused to yield, shouting through clenched teeth that she would kill it before it hurt anyone. But before his arrow could fly, a shadow streaked past, purple energy tearing the blizzard apart. A familiar silhouette slammed into the giant, forcing it back. Surprise widened the elf's eyes as Suho's summon was already striking with precise, deadly force. The giant recoiled, and the elf froze, whispering in disbelief. You attacked your own kind? But Suho was already analyzing the battlefield. One of the monsters fled, slipping away into the storm. The elf blinked, stunned, as Baru calmly deduced that the creature was cunning, one that abandoned its group when danger rose. Suho speaks calmly. If they didn't chase it now, they might lose it entirely. A streak of movement shot across the snow. The elf launched forward, watched as the truth dawned. This one that drove the ice mountain giant from its natural habitat, disturbing the balance of the snowfield. Determination ignited in the elf's eyes. For the sake of restoring that balance, he charged after it with everything he had. But as she rushed forward, the wind split. Sung Suho turned, his presence standing like a wall before her. The young elf's breath hitched as she stumbled to a stop. Her eyes widened. Suho turned sharply. Are you a monster too? The storm around them froze for a moment, Suho's shadowy aura flickering like a beast answering to the cold. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe. Welcome to 217 Colic YT. The chapter begins. Snow bursts beneath a single step, ice cracking as something heavy moves forward. A massive silhouette emerges through the blizzard, purple skin etched with glowing patterns, each stride shaking the frozen ground. The ice elf charges straight at it, weapon raised, fear swallowed by determination. Suho slips past the giant's shadow, coat whipping violently as he sprints across the snow. His eyes narrow, sharp and calculating. That ice elf still looks very young. The child raises her weapon again, small hands trembling. Why did I have to encounter a magic beast in the form of a child? A blur, too fast. The ice elf twists her body as something slices past Suho's head. The ice elf's eyes widen in shock as Suho turns, tension tightening his jaw. This is putting me in a tough spot. She stumbles, crashes into the snow, struggling to rise. Suho pins her down with controlled force, snow spraying outward. His voice is calm, firm. I'd prefer to not kill you. I'll let you go if you won't attack me anymore. He looks down at her carefully. Of course, presuming that communicating with you is possible. The child trembles beneath him, tears welling up. Spare my life. Suho freezes, surprised. Tears spilled freely as she trembled beneath his leg. I'm sorry for attacking you. I have a place I need to return to. I have to look after countless little siblings. He hits the frozen ground, boots skidding as snow explodes outward beneath his step. Ahead, the massive purple-skinned giants close in, surrounding a small, trembling figure at the center of the icy clearing. Please, let me go. The child's cries echo weakly as the monsters loom closer. Baru speaks with calm and resolve. So intimidating, a little kid trembling in fear and crying. And yet, he can't help but acknowledge it. This young monster is becoming more frightening with every passing day. Sung Suho clenches his jaw, irritation flashing across his face. Be quiet, Baru. With a thought, a translucent interface flickers into existence. Suho studies it briefly, then reaches out. Let me see, this should be the best thing for little kids, right? He selects an option, energy crackling faintly. He steps forward and places a hand gently on the child's head. Here. The ice elf flinches, eyes wide in confusion. Why don't you eat this and stop crying? The panic slowly drains from her expression. After some time, nearby, Suho and the young ice elf sit across the snow. So you're saying, Suho leans slightly, meeting her gaze. You're an ice elf living in this dungeon. And on your way back after paying respects at your grandfather's grave, you attacked me to protect it. The child nods hesitantly. What's your name? Circa. I'm Sung Suho. Sung Shu. Suho, how come you're here? He sighs inwardly. Ho-ho, she's just ending up pronouncing my name. Suho speaks calmly, talking about himself. I'm a hunter who came here to clear this dungeon. My comrades came with me too, but we all got scattered. Hunter? The young elf asks. Her eyes widen, then soften. It's strange to say it like this, but I hunt magic beasts. I'm a hunter who fights to protect humans. Circa's face brightens. Circa and Ho-ho, we're the same. Honorable ice elf hunter. I hunt for my younger siblings too. Suho blinks. You take care of your younger siblings? She nods vigorously. I'm the oldest ice elf in my village. Before Cha-Cha came to our village, I was looking after my younger siblings. Cha-Cha. Suho's gaze sharpened slightly. Is that the boss? Snow falls thick and silent as the name Cha-Cha leaves Circa's lips, her small hand raised toward the pale sky. In the village where every adult vanished overnight, Cha-Cha descended like a miracle, a figure not of their kind, yet stronger than any of them. Different in species, but gentle in presence, standing before the frightened ice elves as their shield. Circa speaks with childlike certainty, describing Cha-Cha as warm when hugging, comforting despite the cold, with black wings and an incredible sense of smell. Sung Suho listens, piecing together the details in his mind, weighing them against the magic beasts he's fought before. A creature that fell from the sky after the dungeon formed. That means Cha-Cha is probably not the boss. He straightens, urgency returning to his posture. He tells Circa he's in a hurry and that he should get going now. The snow crunches under his boots as he turns away. Wait! Circa's voice cracks. She explains that if Ho-ho stays with them, the village will be safe. Sung Suho apologizes quietly, saying he's really busy, but Circa lowers her gaze, trembling. There's no way for him to stay. She can't allow it. A knife glints in her hand as resolve hardens in her eyes. If Ho-ho cannot come, then she has no choice. I'm sorry, Ho-ho. She bows, tears mixing with snow, declaring that for the sake of her younger siblings, she cannot betray someone who helped her. If she takes Ho-ho's ability with her, even if Cha-Cha leaves, the children will not starve. Sung Suho stops. Silence stretches between them as snow drifts past his face. Then, softly, with understanding in his voice, he speaks. He sees it now. He sees how desperate she is to protect them. The ice elf's small hands trembled as Suho broke her weapon, her wide eyes fixed on her weapon, confusion and fear mixing in her frozen breath. Snow swirls between them as dark energy coils around Suho's arm, his gaze steady, unyielding. He admits it quietly. He is desperate too. Anyone who stands in his way, no matter who they are, he will not spare. The moment stretches. Then, with a heavy thud, a box crashes into the snow, splitting open to reveal supplies scattered across the white ground. She stares at it in shock, the meaning sinking in too slowly. He tells her to take it and let him go. Still stunned, she watches him turn away. He apologizes without looking back, saying someone precious to him is waiting. If they meet again, it will be another time. As he walks off, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Should he attach a shadow to her, just in case? The thought fades as her voice breaks behind him, calling out his name, asking why he won't kill her. He answers simply. Killing her wouldn't make him feel good. She's the one who needs protection, yet she's bearing everything alone for the sake of her younger siblings. He admits, almost regretfully, that he can't help her anymore. She stands there in the falling snow, clutching the scarf and supplies, watching his figure disappear between the trees. From a distance, she realizes he let her live, even after she tried to kill him, twice. He even shared his food. Her steps slow as she looks down the quiet, snow-covered path he left behind. It feels strangely familiar. Warm. Like Cha-Cha. Snow crunches under bare feet as someone approaches through the frozen forest, each step deliberate, unhurried. A calm female voice cuts through the cold air, greeting the ice elf gently, asking if she can spare a moment to answer a question. From the shadows, Arsha reveals herself, flanked by powerful companions. She explains they are searching for something important and want any information the Ice Elf might have. The Ice Elf stiffens, eyes widening as recognition strikes. She asks if they are the comrades Ho-Ho mentioned, if they are looking for Ho-Ho. Arsha smiles faintly, pretending ignorance, then states their true purpose. They seek the inheritance of the Monarch of Frost and ask if the Ice Elf knows where it is. Confusion floods the Ice Elf's face as she whispers that the Monarch of Frost is her grandfather. Arsha's smile deepens. She acknowledges it at last. This child is the heir destined to succeed the monarch. She explains calmly that they, too, are heirs of a monarch, beings born to rule, and extends an invitation. She asks softly but firmly if the Ice Elf will become a monarch with them. The question lingers. The Ice Elf trembles, eyes darting, heart racing. She refuses, saying she doesn't understand and that she must return to her village. She turns away, clutching her supplies, thinking desperately that this person is not Ho-Ho's comrade, not a warm-hearted adult. She knows she must escape. Arsha's lips curve into a chilling smile. If persuasion won't work, then force will. A dark figure erupts from across the snow as the Ice Elf is struck down, her small body collapsing as the forest echoes with the impact. Arsha watches coldly as her companions advance, remarking that the quest only requires the Frost descendant, not her cooperation. Restraint will be enough. She sighs, saying it was a bit aggressive, but perhaps a gentler approach will follow. Green light blooms in her hand, power swirling like a living thing as she declares, with absolute certainty, that the Ice Elf will willingly join them. Meanwhile, a blazing surge of shadowed flame coils around an outstretched hand as system text flickers into existence, cold and precise, announcing a newly forged shadow artifact. Power settles into place, numbers locking in, strength refined through darkness. In the next instant, heat erupts. Hunters lunges through fire, the air screaming as explosions bloom and swallow the battlefield in waves of orange and gold. Flames rain down like meteors. The ground shatters. Hunters brace as the inferno crashes, yet confidence rings out. There's no need to even step in. Then, through smoke and embers, movement. Shock cuts through the chaos as someone realizes an enemy is still alive. A monster rises, eyes burning, aura heavy and violent. Another system message confirms it. A demon emperor bound in shadow, power manifesting at terrifying levels. That's nothing, comes the roar, followed by a crushing advance. A massive form swells, muscles expanding, mana pouring out as a giant transformation takes hold. The battlefield warps under the force of it. Shadows and ice collide, enemies hurled back like debris. More system text flashes, defense, offense, conversion, power being reshaped in real time as the fight escalates. A blade of frozen force tears through the air, carving a path straight toward the enemy. Amid the clash, a realization settles in. This is an S-rank dungeon, and yet the movements feel controlled, practiced. Training, equipment, preparation, everything is paying off. In the distance, hunters regroup, watching as the last threats fall one by one. Snow drifts back into silence. The hunters slow, breath steaming in the cold. One of them glances over the ruined field and mutters that it looks like everything's finally wrapped up. The storm fades, leaving only cracked ice, dissipating shadows, and the quiet aftermath of overwhelming power brought fully to bear. Snow drifts through the broken air as the aftermath settles, the battlefield quieting just enough for breath to return. Status windows fade one by one, their cold numbers swallowed by Hunter Beck's glare, leaving only the hunters standing amid churned ice and steam. Power still hums in their limbs, a lingering echo of the clash that just ended. He glanced down at them, frustration crossing his face. There was no time to complain. The dungeon ahead was already crawling with danger, and the Scavenger Guild had clearly moved faster than expected. A tense exchange followed. Voices were low but urgent. They had joined up quickly, and now that decision proved its worth. The group needed to move, now. Snow crunched underfoot as they pressed forward, expressions hardening with resolve. Whatever remained deeper inside, they would face it together. Then a shift. A heavy step crushed into the snow, slow and deliberate. The ground seemed to tense beneath it. From the white haze emerged Thomas, broad-backed and wild-haired, muscles coiled like steel beneath scarred skin. His presence alone bent the air around him, raw power leaking out with every breath. Snow slides from the jagged cliff as a golden strand of hair brushes past fractured ice, the wind howling like a warning. Below, the mountain opens into a wide frozen slope where figures move in formation, hunters advancing in a disciplined line, their presence heavy and unmistakable. From the shadow of the rock, Dujene's eyes narrow. He has found him. The realization settles like ice in the chest as the name forms clearly in his mind. A national-level hunter, Thomas Andre. Someone far beyond ordinary reach. Thoughts race, sharp and dangerous. If those powers could be taken, if even S-rank strength could be seized through the cards, then war itself would no longer be out of reach. Miracles are built on sacrifices, after all. His hand tightens, golden light gathering along the fingers. Heat blooms in the frozen air as a fragment of radiance ignites, flames roaring upward and painting the snow in violent amber. The weapon hums with intent, power spilling freely, unapologetically. Thomas catching falling snow, followed by steady footsteps crunching forward. A calm voice cuts through the storm, firm and deliberate. Even if this is a competition, unnecessary bloodshed between guilds must be avoided. Silence answers him. A single pause. No words. Only tension stretching thin, moments before everything breaks. Snow drifts through the shattered air as tension tightens like a drawn blade. Hunter Lim steps forward, violet lightning crawling along its bow as his cloak snaps violently behind him. His presence alone weighs down the battlefield, cold and merciless, eyes fixed forward with authority that refuses to bend. He speaks calmly, almost politely, yet every word carries judgment. He questions why one would stand apart from the group, why someone would choose isolation instead of unity. Across him, Dujene turns slightly, his gaze sharp and unflinching. He answers without hesitation, admitting he crossed paths with the Scavenger Guild the moment he landed, followed them quietly, and did so with a single purpose in mind, to claim whatever rewards. The confession earns no trust. The accusation comes instantly. A quiet, cutting denial slices through the snowfall. He speaks, low and measured, revealing the truth that has already been seen. He has been watching since the moment boots touched the ground. Watching the landing. Watching the movements. Watching the life form. Dujene stiffens as the final piece is spoken aloud. The airplane explosion. The cause. The method. Hunter Dong Suk's exclusive technique. There is no room left to deny it. Silence follows, heavy and sharp. Dujene's eye narrows, a faint glint of acknowledgement flashing through. He admits it calmly, almost amused. A ranger's instincts are not so easily fooled. Then comes the name, Lee Min-sung. A reminder of how easily things could have gone smoothly if silence had been kept. Hunter Lim reacts sharply, confusion breaking through his composure as he demands to know what has been done. Power answers before words can. Blue lightning crackles violently as Hunter Dong Suk steps forward, electricity dancing along his arms. He scoffs at the situation, brushing off rank and titles as meaningless. Still in S rank, he reminds them. Still human. And humans always reach for the next best thing. The ground explodes. A massive force crashes down in a storm of lightning and steel. The impact sends ice and snow bursting upward as the battlefield fractures beneath raw power. Elsewhere, a hand closes tightly around a glowing green fragment, its light pulsing like a living heart. Arsha looks at the young elf, understanding dawning in her eyes. Once it merges with a body, there will be no turning back. No escape, only descent. Her breath fogs the frozen air as her fingers tighten around the fragment, its sickly green glow bleeding into her palm. Pia doesn't look back when she speaks. Her voice is sharp, edged with regret and anger, condemning the choice that was ignored. If only Arsha had been listened to. If only warnings had mattered. The Frost's descendant, she declares, is nothing but a fool. Behind them, the young elf trembles, eyes wide with fear, swallowed by panic and confusion. She doesn't understand what is happening to her. All she ever wanted was simple, to protect her siblings. That was all. Nothing more. The memory twists. Her voice breaks as she cries out for help, calling for Grandpa, for anyone. The word echoes, fragile and broken, filled with hope that is already slipping away. And finally, the truth crashes down. A single word forms in her mind. A refusal. A denial. No. The ground shatters as a massive purple-shadowed fist slams insect monster, crushing snow and stone alike. Shadow energy coils violently around the arm, its presence alone bending the air, swallowing the forest in pressure and dread. Arsha freezes mid-step, her breath hitching as her eyes widen. Pia stumbles back beside her, panic flooding her face as the realization crashes down like thunder. The towering shadow figure fully emerges, muscles layered in condensed darkness, veins of violet light pulsing with every movement. Its presence is overwhelming, absolute. Standing before Frost's descendant, it radiates the authority of something born to kill. Her voice breaks through the chaos, trembling with disbelief and rage. Isn't that Ho-Ho summon? Arsha's gaze locks onto the creature, her mind racing. Was she already connected to Shadow's descendant? Then this means only one thing. Pia's lips part as the truth escapes in a whisper that turns into a scream. He's coming. Snow swirls violently as the shadow takes a step forward. There's no extra star fragment. No backup plan. Fighting Shadow's descendant head-on would mean defying the contract with the Iterum. Arsha clenches her fist, eyes burning with cold resolve. Then we take Frost's descendant and escape. Green energy flares around her like a living flame as her decision solidifies. Granga, I'll leave it to you. Behind her, Frost's descendant stiffens. Her eyes shake, teeth clenched until blood threatens to spill. I won't be careless again. They threatened me first. This time, I'll kill them. He lunges forward, ice screaming beneath his feet. A massive, shadow-forged body intercepts the attack, muscles colliding with devastating force. And in that instant, something crashes into him from the side. The impact detonates the ground, snow exploding upward as Frost's descendant is sent flying, eyes wide with shock. The shadow roars as power erupts beneath their feet. Ice shatters outward in jagged rings, the ground exploding as something massive surges up from below. A deep, violent roar follows. The creature doesn't hesitate. Its massive body twists, muscles swelling, shadow and mana spiraling together as it raises its weapon. The blade comes down in a blinding arc, splitting the air with a scream of steel and power, the strike carving a glowing line through the storm. The world buckles. Ice fractures. Snow vaporizes. The shockwave rolls outward, flattening everything in its path as the ground collapses beneath the sheer weight of the blow. The young elf looks up at the woman standing ahead, and the realization crashes down. Her strength is overwhelming. A hand grabs the child by the head, lifting her effortlessly into the air. Arsha leans in close, her presence suffocating, her voice low and cruel, warning that another sound will be answered with pain. The child's eyes shake, tears welling as fear overtakes them completely. In the next instant, the world distorts. A violent surge of energy detonates outward as Suho appears, with overwhelming force. Wind screams, ice shatters, and the battlefield bends under the sheer weight of the collision. They driven back as Suho advances without hesitation, his movement precise and merciless. Power coils around him, the air itself screaming in protest. As the dust settles and the frozen wind howls, Suho stands firm, eyes locked forward, his presence dominating the field. His voice cuts through the chaos, cold, absolute, and final, ordering the child to be returned. The air shatters as fist slams forward, purple energy coiling tightly around its knuckles as the ground caves in beneath the impact. Snow and debris erupt outward, the force so violent it feels like the world itself recoils. The roar of power drowns out everything, a brutal declaration of overwhelming strength. The monster swings again, its massive body twisting as it drives forward, each movement tearing through the frozen terrain. The sound of impact echoes endlessly, a deep, crushing boom that shakes the valley. The sheer violence of it leaves no doubt. This creature exists solely to destroy. The moment the frozen ground erupts beneath them, the air itself screams. Snow and ice explode upward as a massive power tears through the battlefield, its surface pulsing with violet energy and raw malice. The shockwave bends the forest, cracks the ice, and sends fragments flying like shrapnel. Pia's voice cracks with panic as she looks over her, realizing the impossible truth. Shadow's descendant and Granga are fighting head-on, and the air itself feels like it might tear apart. Arsha doesn't slow. Her expression hardens, eyes sharp with resolve as she snaps an order, commanding Pia to hurry and prepare the gate without hesitation. As they sprint, Arsha's thoughts race. She analyzes the situation in an instant, measuring strength, distance, and time. She knows Shadow's abilities too well, and Granga's power is no ordinary threat. Still, this isn't about winning a fight anymore. It's about survival. Her decision is made. They will take Frost's descendant and escape. Buying time is the only option left, even if it means gambling everything against overwhelming power. A ripple distorts the frozen air as Suho steps forward, calm and absolute, his shadow stretching unnaturally across the snow. The battlefield seems to hush, as if the world itself is holding its breath. His voice cuts through the chaos, low, cold, and inescapable, demanding to know where they think they're going. Each word carries weight, not shouted, not rushed, but spoken with the certainty of someone who knows escape is already impossible. Granga's massive form stiffens mid-motion. Power still coils around him, but hesitation flickers in his eyes for the first time. The difference between them becomes painfully clear. The young elf stares back in shock, fear shaking her small frame. Behind them, the snowfield trembles. A low, thunderous voice cuts through the chaos, calm yet absolute, carrying the weight of command itself. Return the kid. And standing there, wrapped in overwhelming darkness, eyes cold and merciless, is the one presence no one wanted to face. Sung Suho has arrived. Across the shattered battlefield, the cold air is thick with tension. Suho stands at the center of it all as shadowy energy coils around his arm like a living thing. His voice cuts through the battlefield. Let go of that kid. High above, energy gathers. A brief pause, confusion flickers across Pia. Granga lost. Pia hovers, cloaked in a swirling vortex, watching everything. Beside her, Arsha grips a crying child, her expression unreadable, but her voice carries a chilling realization. Suho's growth, it's faster than expected. And that changes everything. A quiet, amused laugh slips out. Low, dangerous. You stay put. The command drops, and in the same instant, a needle drives forward straight through the child's small body. And Suho sees it. He cries out, Circa. The tension fractures as Arsha turns, calm, almost casual, as if none of this matters. She speaks. Don't worry. All I did was put the Frost's descendant to sleep for a bit. Suho's mind ignites. Frost's descendant. His eyes sharpen, thoughts colliding at once. Is she saying Circa is the monarch descendant? And how does this woman know about descendants? Then this isn't just a random encounter. This is something far deeper. Are you survivors of the War of the Monarchs as well? Suho asked. Arsha's voice slices through the cold air again, smooth, certain. They're not survivors. She says, you can say that we are beings created by the War of the Monarchs, rather. And then, she drops the final weight. Since the three of us are monarchs' descendants as well. Suho's expression tightens. What? Too late. The ground explodes. Granga surges forward with unstoppable force, dragging a colossal blade through the snow, carving destruction in its wake. The air howls as the strike comes crashing down. Fast, brutal, overwhelming. The impact detonates around him, snow blasting outward. His shadow-covered arm snaps up and stops the blade mid-swing. Suho freezes, shock tearing across his face. This guy, that hit should have shattered both arms, reduced them to nothing. And before the moment can settle, the sky tears open again. Arsha dives from above, glowing red eyes burning with rage, its grotesque form crashing downward like a meteor. Then the impact. A blinding burst erupts, light, force, and power colliding in a violent explosion that rips through the battlefield. The shockwave surges outward, snow and debris spiraling into chaos. And through it all, they keep moving. Arsha steps forward, joining the fight without hesitation. The battlefield roars louder, tension rising with every second. Because this isn't about winning. They just need time. Time. until Pia opens the gate. The battlefield flickers. A system message. The quest has been updated. The world doesn't pause, but for Suho, everything sharpens. Quest, Monarch's descendants. Find them, recruit them, or prove your strength by surviving. Names line up like targets: Gray, Essel, Amit, Circa, and more, unknown waiting. 3 out of 8. That's all he has. Suho's boots carve through shattered ice as debris rains around him, his shadowed arm pulsing violently. His eyes narrow. So the quest got updated. To think I'd meet the other descendants here. And then, Baru's voice cuts in. It's good this way, young monarch. He speaks. You've lessened the work to find 3 of the descendants. A smirk forms on Suho's lips, breath visible in the frozen air. But the reality hits just as fast. I don't think those guys are going to willingly become our companions, are they? Suho says. The answer comes back like a verdict. Then beat them. Until they do. The ground erupts. Ranga moving towards Suho with lightning speed, holding his weapon. But before he could attack, Suho is already moving. A flashes of violet lights. A slashes tears across the Granga's torso, blood bursting outward as the strikes lands clean and brutal. No wasted movement. No mercy. But the battlefield shifts again. Something else moves. Something alive. Something crawling. Dark, twisted limbs coil through the air, multiple, writhing, insect-like appendages slicing forward with unnatural speed. Arsha steps into view, her body surrounded by grotesque, red-eyed creatures clinging to her like armor. Suho's eyes lock on instantly, the one using bugs. He reads her in a second. Distance fighter. Control type. And that's all he needs. But before he can close the gap, the attack comes. A massive, serpentine limb crashes down, wrapped in crackling blue energy, tearing through the air like a thunderbolt. The impact is explosive, lightning ripping through the snow as the strike descends straight for him. Suho raises his arm. Energy spirals violently, blue and purple clashing in a blinding burst as the force drives into him, pushing, grinding, threatening to crush through his guard. His body strains. The ground beneath him fractures. And Suho feels it. A sharp grunt escapes, eyes tightening. The force didn't come head-on. It came from the side. His gaze shifts, fast. So that's it. Not just brute force. Coordination. In the distance, Arsha smirks, completely at ease. Nice work, Pia. The realization locks in instantly. He thinks. That kid, that ability, interference from a distance. Suho exhales slowly, regaining his stance as the snow settles around him. But the pressure doesn't. Because behind him, Granga rises again. Like nothing happened. Like damage means nothing. And ahead, the battlefield stretches wide, enemies circling, the air thick with killing intent. He continues, thinking that saving Circa in this situation is gone be. But before he could finish his thoughts, a voice erupts. Young monarch, not from the battlefield. His expression tightens, recognition hitting instantly. This voice is Essel. Essel pushes forward, urgent, unwavering. Send her in Gray. They'll help. But the warning follows just as fast. These enemies, they're beyond what you can handle alone. Essel continues with calm and resolve. It's okay. Trust us. We want to be companions who fight alongside you, too. For a split second, Suho hesitates. His jaw clenches. No, not yet. Don't strain yourselves, both of you. The decision is made. And then, he moves. A burst of speed. Purple lightning tears across his body as he drives forward, sparks exploding on impact as raw power collides head-on. The battlefield answers immediately. With the sudden burst of speed, Gray and Essel launch forward. In front of them, Arsha stood there calmly. Her monstrous limbs stretch, expand, multiply. Dark, segmented appendages slicing through the snow. Essel surges in, eyes blazing with excitement, cutting through the battlefield like a bullet. Beside her, Gray races forward, fangs bared, growling with feral intensity. This is their moment. Their time to shine. And from the center of it all, Arsha watches. Calm. Smiling. Monarch's descendants, bound to the shadow's descendant. And that makes this even better. She can take them. All of them. At once. Her arm lifts. Massive, serpentine bodies tear through the battlefield, crashing down in violent arcs, smashing into the ground with explosive force as they surge toward every target in sight. The battlefield fractures into chaos. Suho's voice cuts through. Essel, Gray, they're already moving. The ground cracks beneath their feet as they push forward, refusing to stay behind. Don't worry about us, young monarch. Essel's gaze sharpens as she takes in the battlefield. So this is what he's been facing. Her breath tightens. They're strong, far stronger than expected. She thinks, I am well aware that the young monarch has not called for us to protect us, given the gap in our growth. Then let me help you. The memory flashes, her voice, her promise, the bond they forged. A call. She continues. But the air suddenly shifts. A violent red glow erupts across the battlefield. Thick, suffocating, monstrous. And then, a figure drops through the chaos. White hair whipping violently, eyes burning crimson, energy pouring off her body like flames. Essel grips her weapon tight, aura exploding outward in a violent surge. Suho sees it. Essel and Gray. His mind clicks. A bond skill, beast possession, and then she confirms it. That's not all we have. Her eyes flash, and the world turns red. Bond skill, Demon Strike. The attack unleashes in a catastrophic burst, multiple slashes exploding outward in rapid succession, tearing through the battlefield like a storm of blades. Arsha's eyes widen as the attack closes in, her body reacting instantly, energy shifting, control snapping tight. Deactivate Beast Possession. The command fires. Gray surges forward, tearing through the chaos with blinding speed. Arsha's composure cracks. Just for a second. Shit. The moment fractures. Pia steps back, panic breaking through her voice as claws tear past her, the child slipping from her grasp. She stumbles, too slow. But then, a blur. Gray drops in. One clean motion. He snatches the child and lands hard, shielding them instantly as the attack crashes past. Essel turns, eyes wide, then sharp. Good job, Gray. Behind them, Suho watches, breath steady, a faint smirk forming despite the chaos. They've adapted fast, using bond skills, controlling them already. You two are amazing. But Arsha sees it too. Bond skills. So that's what makes them different. And then, a violent surge erupts, rage, power, killing intent flooding the battlefield. It's pissing her off. Essel freezes. For a split second her eyes widened. Something pierces through her body jerking as blood spills, shock flashing across her face. Suho sees it. Everything stops. For him. But the enemy doesn't. She rises higher, towering, monstrous. Wings as she looks down with cold judgment. The system hasn't chosen them. Which means, you're unnecessary. Her voice drops, final demand. Just die. But then, Suho strikes Granga with amazing power, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Arsha's voice distorts, rage twisting its face as it locks onto Suho. Shadow's descendant. Too slow. A massive, spiked tail whips through the air, tearing across the battlefield. With calm he gave just one command, holding Essel. Item window. Essel collapses, blood spilling, her strength fading fast. Gray stays close, growling, refusing to leave her side. Suho doesn't look back. It's okay. Rest up. Then, he ordered Gray to take Essel and Circa to the Shadow Dungeon. Across the battlefield, the enemy regroups. Arsha stands tall, wings twitching, eyes locked forward. Behind her, Granga lands with crushing force. Pia steps forward, calm, confident, eyes glowing blue as she speaks. The gate, already mapped and ready to open. Orders shift instantly. Granga and Pia, please go and get Frost's descendant. And then, the air tears open. A swirling blue gate forms, crackling. But Suho doesn't move. Instead, he steps forward. Oi, bud. The wind howls between them as the distance closes. You can see the system too, can't you? The question lands heavy. Arsha smiles, sharp, arrogant. Her system is superior. It guided her here, predicted everything, even Frost's descendant. Suho exhales slow, then cuts back. Good. At least his father didn't give that power to trash like her. She presses, talking about his companions, his domain, trying to shake him. But Suho doesn't even blink. He doesn't care, not abandoning them. There's just nothing to worry about. Darkness rises. A massive shadow forms behind him, condensing, sharpening, into a blade that hums with pure destruction. As for you, he steps, and the strike lands. A violent slash tears through her space, purple energy exploding on impact. Why don't you worry about anything else? Her eyes flare. Rage ignites. Meanwhile, in the shadow dungeon, Circa opens her eyes, looking around, and she is shocked. Gray lands hard, claws digging into broken concrete. Behind him, Circa stirs, eyes widening as recognition hits. Those people, the ones who tried to take her before. Then her expression tightens. The air darkens around her. A voice erupts. I shall ask a question. The voice continues. You may die depending on how you answer. The air turns red. So do so carefully. A towering figure steps forward, muscles tensed. His voice drops like a death sentence. Are you the ones who left that demon woman? The ground shatters as Amit slams forward, red energy exploding outward. In that state, and the moment that question is answered, war begins again. Chapter end here. For more, like and subscribe.